live. It is time for another round of EGC Masters Finals. I'm Crackety, joined today by Dabson and Dabson. Man, today is, I want to say, like a bracket for an elimination series that I did not see coming. Oh my god, we're starting off with Anaton versus Marine Lord yet again.
Yeah, I was sitting there looking and I was like, are we sure we're not casting the upper bracket over here? But some other names made it through up top, and I know these players are going to want some revenge. They're going to want to try to feel like, you know, this is the upper bracket, but everything is on the line here.
It most definitely is, and there's something weird to it, isn't it? Like seeing Marine Lord this early on, like in the lower bracket. Especially since we already had him up against Anaton in the group phase, where Anaton actually beat Marine Lord 3-1, and now we get to see him again. And absent this first draft, okay, we're seeing Sengoku coming in first, up against the Byzantines here.
Yeah, it's also kind of sick seeing how many Civs are actually picked now with the best of sevens. Now that we are in the lower bracket quarters, all of the series going forward are going to be best of sevens, except for the grand finals, obviously best of 9.
Yeah, now we got a little head-to-head here between Anaton and Marina, and we do of course see EGC Masters Finals. That was the group phase, 3-1 victory there for Anaton. So that was the first series Marine Lord has ever lost to Anaton, and I mean 3-1. That definitely has to hurt, especially since afterwards Marine Lord got brought back down to the lower bracket by Wham as well. So it's like back-to-back losses for Marine Lord since the group phase and early on in the playoffs. That's not something that we're used to, not at all. Especially not like these decisive, I want to say, like scores there as well.
Yeah, and you know, it's one of those, like, you got to think, like, is it because of some of the new civs, some of the meta swap that has happened, or is it, is Marine Lord getting a little out of practice and some of the people elevating their gameplay, elevating their levels a little bit, putting in more time and more practice?
Yeah, that much for sure. I think it was Beastie as well that said that at this point, like the skill level of all the players that previously, like Marine Lord and Beastie, thought they were so much higher than the rest, like in terms of skill level, the gap has dramatically shrunken down now to the point that Marine Lord losing 2 sets so far in the like main event, in the group stage and in the group phase. That's pretty big. That's definitely pretty big, and it also goes to show just the development that we had with all the other players, like Anaton here specifically as well. And yeah, I'm very much excited to see just what else he has in store. Look at him. He picked 3 of the 4 new civilizations in his draft as well. So you can tell this guy plays and practices a whole lot for him to immediately be so confident and picking all of these new civilizations that players really haven't had that much time to play around with so far.
Yeah, and not only did he draft a few of the new ones, he is playing one right off the bat with Sengoku Daimo starting out in game number 1 for Anaton versus Marine Lord on the Byzantines.
Yeah, that's an interesting opening as well. Opens up with a lot of villagers here on gold. I'm interested to see what exactly his build plan is going to be. Oh my god, he trades out! He uses the market early on. What? Yep. He bought the wood!
Yeah,
wow,
wants
okay.
To get more of those carts out to be able to go just have that massive food gathering rate that we've seen just escalate so early. A lot of players will play Sengoku a little bit more feudal age, but I have seen Anaton pull the trigger and go to castle a little bit earlier than what some people expect as well.
I love this. This is so insanely creative, because Sengoku is the only civilization that actually has access to a market in the Dark Age. And so far, the only, like, for the most part at least, when I watch streams, I've seen players mostly just go and, drop the Matsuri next to the wood line, and then just, from the wood line, gather up the wood in order to get the hot dog stands out, so to say. Okay, this is something that I personally haven't seen. I see in the chat, okay, players have been doing it, apparently everybody's been doing it. Okay, I didn't see it, okay, I'm still bound back by Vodafone, I can't play the game, but this is the first time that I've seen it. I think it's a great play.
Yeah, you have that Vodafone debuff going on going forward, but, one day it might get fixed.
One more week. Yeah, one more week, then I'll have fiber. Then I can finally play again. I'm counting the days, I'm counting the minutes, man.
Yeah, and we're already seeing Anatan start to spread that Yatai out into those food locations, and it's one of those that, you know, they're not the hardest to start to focus down, but there's so much of a spread that can go throughout. You know, you can send them down to the bottom deer, you can have them under close berries, and we already see Anatan having one at the boar at the top as well.
Yeah, so immediately gets a good little bit of passive income there. I mean, already 3 hot dog stands there without even... Well, he did chop a little bit of the straggler trees, but still, like, this is a very quick expansion out onto the mid-series, and it's definitely something that you need to do, onto the Yatais, I mean. It's definitely something that you need to do when you're up against a civilization like the Byzantines, which are gonna do something very similar with the scaling and their through cisterns. So in general, I like the play there with just you know, minimizing downtime, being very efficient with the gathering, with the market usage there as well. Very nice play here, and now we're seeing the 3rd cistern already coming up for Marine Lord, so he's also buffing up his own economy behind this.
Yeah, you know, every civ has their little bit of different eco bonuses. Grand Winery on the way. Same thing with the Coca Township, although those shinobis aren't quite as crazy as what they were the patch beforehand. They still can be very, very well utilized, especially in you know, all ages actually, but early feudal can be quite annoying with their slow mechanic that they give out.
And now Coca Township is going to be coming up here for Anatan. So we'll be having access to those shinobis, debuffing enemy units. Definitely quite a nice thing to have, especially when you're up against a civilization like the Byzantines that really likes to just blow up a whole lot of infantry. So being able to spread that debuff wide is definitely going to be very useful here for Anatan in this game.
Yep, you already see the outline of that 4th cistern, that 4th little bit of water level raising on up here soon, right as Feudal Age will be finishing as well. So Marine Lord feeling pretty good, you know, isn't pressured at all with this opening, and we'll have a lot of that buff going into Feudal Age.
Let's go from Anatan, just applying a little bit of pressure, you know, just being able to harass the mining camp there a little bit, and this actually... I feel like a lot of players underestimate just how much damage or unbalance or destabilization you can do to somebody's economy just by like hitting those mining camps. Because if you want to do like a forced drop-off, you of course right-click the building with your villagers, but then the villagers are also going to repair that building. So if your opponent has like a very tight build order in mind, for example, or just you know, needs all the wood that he can get, just going from 100 to 98 wood might make the difference between being able to place a building and not being able to place a building.
Yeah, it can get very, very frustrating. Also delays you a few seconds with those forced drop-offs. Like you said, with those clean build orders, a lot of times people are clicking on the stone, clicking on the gold for that exact amount they need, and a forced drop-off becomes a repair instead. And you see Anatan just still being as annoying as he possibly can, going ahead and getting some of those feudal age upgrades as well to his economy. So he will be able to kind of, you know, match out a little bit. Range already down, and some Yumi on the way.
Definitely something else to keep in mind as well. Anatan, he is such a proficient player when it comes to playing Japanese, and I think a lot of this skill also is going to translate into the Sengoku Daimyo. And we do actually now have a very early Oda clan building coming up here, so he's going to be able to boost up his archers a lot more, the Yumi archers, with a relatively early +1 damage upgrade on them as well.
And it's actually doubling down to those Yumi. You know, that's one where most of the time people want to just mass out a ton of them in smaller numbers. Not always that effective, but once you start getting a ton of those numbers pumping on the Yumi, they get absolutely crazy and so hard to deal with.
Immediate reaction here from Marine Lord. Does drop a stable, immediately queues up 2 horsemen, but Anatan spots it out immediately, so he knows what Marine Lord is going for. So could be that we'll immediately be seeing a barracks coming up from Anatan as a response to that. Or should at least be very soon. No, he's opening up with his own stable instead. So, I mean, we do have the Yari cavalry, which do just a little bit, the tiniest hint of bonus damage to cavalry. But I'm not sure how useful that is in the army composition. It is going to be very useful when it comes to raiding. But outside of that, I can imagine it being quite difficult for Anatan to take straight head-to-head engagements here until he's got an answer to this horseman.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those that it gets so frustrating trying to go Spear Horseman versus Archer or Yumi Horseman on the other side, because like you said, if Anatan takes that full-on engagement, those Limitane will just do so much more, especially with their shield wall ability during, you know, full-on fights if it's actually taken. But that's one where if I know Anatan, he will be avoiding taking that until he feels like he can actually win the fight and win it decisively.
Exactly, and suddenly it just starts making so much more sense. The entire picture is being painted here. He's going for them because he wants to protect the Yatai, so he needs to be very mobile on the map. These cavalry units, they're not for these head-to-head engagements, they're just there in order to be able to react to these horsemen that are trying to destabilize the hot dog economy here from Anatan.
Yeah, and first Yatai over on that boar in the north, pushed back, got down to about half health or so, but like you said, Anatan arrived, called the Shinobi in to help out a little bit. Horseman from Marine Lord's side dodged all the debuffs, although there wasn't much follow-up as of now. Next set comes in and dodged yet again.
Getting some matrix dodges here right now from these cavalry units, so Marine Lord making sure that he's not going to be losing those horsemen. Just a single grenade could spell doom for at least a single one of these horsemen, as you have to split off the slow horsemen in order to keep the other ones alive.
And that's where Anatan, he said, I'm not going to waste my time chasing the other horsemen down. I'm going to go ahead and deny that vision, deny that knowledge that's so important in these high-level games. Scout gets taken down, first big kill of the game, and starting to deny the berries even though there's an outpost there.
Outpost now also going to be upgraded. As the airslits in placement, Marine Lord now double queuing up the longbow mercenaries. So very soon we'll be having 10 additional military units working for him. Villagers are going to be able to make it out alive. Really enough pull there from Marine Lord. Was
forced off the berries, but look at that. This is one where the scout comes into play. Horsemen have been perfectly tracked by Anatan and deterred on away yet again while the Yumi are pushing forward. That is an upgraded outpost, so Yumi will be taking quite a bit of damage there from the arrow slits.
Could be worth it if he's able to just get a single one of these longbowmen down. Or Limitani for that matter, but no, they're going to be able to stay alive, since that's only going to be Yumi that will end up falling here. But Yumi are cheap. Don't have to worry too much about losing a couple of them. Just being able to idle out the economy.
They used to be.
True, that has been nerfed a little bit again. But still a unit that you don't feel too bad about if you lose a couple of them. And now, Anton is going to be going for the torch on the outpost. Marine Lord did queue up the fortification upgrade.
Anatan taking that fight under the arrow slit outpost. Dangerous fight to take. Yumi get closed in on by the horseman on the other side. Anatan doing a great job sniping out the Limitane. The front line of Marine Lord has almost disappeared, but the Yumi number has been devastated, at least for now. Anatan going to pull back for a second, and unfortunately for him, that outpost is about to have some extra fortifications.
Behind this, Goldenhorn Tower is coming in as well from Marine Lord. Anatan is still producing units very actively. He's going to be able to do significant damage here to the longbows, which are now going to try and seek shelter inside of the TC. But he didn't see, most crucially, he did not see the A-Job coming in from Marine Lord. He does not have vision over that as it's coming in, so this might come as a little bit of a shocker to him once that does complete.
Yeah, I mean, this is just one of those hindsight 2020, but that outpost did so much damage. I wish it had a kill counter on it, because I feel like it took down 8 to 10 Yumi at this point already.
Yeah, a lot of them have been taken down. We're now down to just 12 again, and the issue is that as soon as Marine Lord gets the A-Job in, just a single 1 to 2 cataphracts could do significant damage to the army that Anton has at the moment. But of course, the Yari Cavalry, with that extra just little bit of bonus attack damage, could make a big difference. We're now getting the upgrade in, the veterancy upgrade on those longbows.
Cataphract is in queue just like you mentioned, but Anatan not too far behind with his own Castle Age timing. It just shows the power of that Yatai. I feel like when Marine Lord was first aging up, it was all more and more units coming in, but just a brief minute of idle time gave Anatan enough resources to go to Castle.
Yeah, and Sake Brewery is such a strong landmark, honestly. Like it's just one of those landmarks where you look at the other option And you just go like, okay, I will never make this other landmark. It's always going to be Sakaburi. You just get so much gold out of it. It's a little bit vile just how much gold you get out of it. You put 5 villagers in, you get like, what was it, 400, 480-ish gold per minute out of it. It's kind of crazy. It's a lot of value, for sure.
Yep. And Marine Lord not able to do too much damage with that second cataphract, but that is one where he's building those numbers up. He's playing defensive. He wants to make sure that olive oil keeps flowing, at least for the time being, on that initial berry pack that he has been on, and starting to drop those olive groves around the TC as well, number up to 5.
A-Jump has now come in for Anatut. Veterancy upgrades are coming in as well. The 1-year cavalry is going to be able to deter the villager, or rather even kill the villager potentially. Yeah, gets the kill on the villager. I was trying to build a mill up on the berries there for Marine Lord. Marine Lord has stabilized. We're now up to already 2 religious units, just picking up all the relics on the map. 5 cataphracts, 16 Lombermen. There's going to be some tight timing here for Anatun if he wants to get like at least 1 to maybe 2 relics this game.
Yeah, the first relic already been secured, like you said. The second relic on the way back, but Anatan will have at least a good bit of movement trying to go deny the other few. Yatai getting focused down again. Horseman falls.
We got a little raiding force.
Ooh,
he's able to find the relic.
Finding out so crucial here to have a chance to make sure that that relic number doesn't get too out of hand.
One of the relics is already in the Grand Winery, so Marine Lord getting a steady trickle of olive oil that way. Yari Cavalry. We do see the Akratoy defenses coming in here. Marine Lord, lots of idle time for the villagers though. At the same time, Raid, or at least Anatun, just with a little bit of cavalry here. Doesn't get any villager kills, but once again just buys himself information and causes a little bit of idle time.
That's so much idle time for those gold villagers just to take down the 1 cavalry unit over there, and double outpost investment into the bottom side berries. So Marine Lord is just spending so much to try to secure his food income right now.
Yeah, Anatun also just doing a great job of raiding all around these sides. Villagers are gonna get picked off here. That's going to be 2 villagers down, 3 villagers down. Gets the 4th one in as well at the same time over on the gold once again. Causes idle time. Mounted Samurai is going to pay for it with his life though, but once again, this is just massive, massive idle time, and this just buys Anatun so much time to continue stacking up his own military. But the cataphract numbers, Babson, this is a scary amount of cataphracts.
That is definitely scary to deal with, but it's the only thing that Anatan has to worry about for the time being, but it is almost devastating here. Shinobi get called yet again, gonna try to slow him, try to get that debuff in as well. But this is a trade that does not look good for Anatan right now. Longbow sniping down all of those Yumi numbers.
It's just too much. The cataphracts, they're all still alive for the most part. We're down to 9, we were at 10, but Anatan losing all of his mounted samurai, all of the Yumi archers, and the Ashigarus here. They're just, gunner Ashigarus, they're just not strong enough. It feels like they barely even tickle the cataphracts. They're meant to be like a crossbow replacement, but they're just not trading cost effectively enough here.
Yeah, and this is one of those things, like, it seems so good with Anatan's raids and the damage he was doing, but he was trading out military units, and all of a sudden Marine Lord had a significant mass that just Anatan could not deal with, and now Marine Lord, he is sniffing out the expansion where Anatan moved out to, onto the gold, onto some different resources, and Anatan's about to be in trouble.
Yeah, these villagers cannot go down. Anatan needs to pull them away, but cataphracts are gonna find them, and that's so many villagers. Marine Lord knows exactly where he can hurt Anatan. Now it's 90 to 68 population at the moment. Anatan, is he able to get those villagers out alive? He does lose more mounted samurai for it. Leads him over to the gold vein.
Oh my gosh, the second set of units are coming in on the other side, and this game might just be over sooner than we thought.
And the Landsknecht in there as well, so these villagers, they cannot stop even for a second, but they might be as they're about to build a house. No, Anatan realizes, he pulls him away.
Just still so much damage coming into the return side of Anatan's economy. Did escape with a decent bit of villagers hiding out in the corner, but those villagers, they stop for a lumber camp, and oh my gosh, just absolute devastation here on the front line.
Anaton also gets a little raid in at the same time, though. Killed a couple of villagers as well. It's a couple more to low HP, but the army trade out, it's just not worthwhile.
Yeah, olive oil has been flowing for so long. Longbow number up to 22, and this is just one where Byzantine gets so hard to deal with.
Attack count has also been a little bit reduced. We're at 3 out of 5 Yatai at the moment. That means that the Matsuri also aren't going to get supplied with too many traders at the moment to scale out the economy. And this main economy here from Anatant, where he gets that 30% additional efficiency, there's just not that many villagers working around it.
Marine Lord making sure Anatan isn't able to move out to that barrier on the front side. Anatan has grabbed the boar, has grabbed deer in the corner, I believe, as well, but just so much idle time going to be coming on in force right now.
Yeah, and at the moment, the only thing that Anatan can really produce at the moment as an answer to what Marine Lord has, it is those mounted samurai. But now Marine Lord, he's shifted gears. He's now pumping out those Limitani. So Anatan, he's in big, big danger at the moment. And now also the production line here could be under fire. Another Yatai is also going to get taken down.
Look at where Anatan's villagers are starting to move to. It feels like Marine Lord has a idea, an inkling of where Anatan's going out to. He's on the deer. And there's a cataphract on the way.
Yeah, not high health, but that's going to be enough to alert the rest of Marine Lord's army. Unless he stops at the gold.
It does look like he was thinking that Anatan moved out to the gold on that side, but not quite the case. Oh, finds the villagers on the deer. Anatan, late reaction so far. The shivs get pulled out. Cataphract will fall, but again, all of these villagers are going to have to run with the movement of where Marine Lord's army is going to be going.
Yeah, he is running them all away now. Marine Lord, he's trying to cut the villagers off. He did not glimpse them. But, like, you can just imagine where they might be going now from this situation on.
And he has yet another low-health cataphract that's going to be chasing those down. Looks like a wood line is going to be the attempt of what to gather from. But the mounted samurai, this might actually be a decent fight for him. There's only one cataphract. There's only two.
And the shinobi.
And the shinobi are here as well. Once the Limitane gets cleared on up, this might be a huge longbow pickup for Anatan. This might just be exactly what he needs to get himself back into this game. But a few more cataphracts rallying up front and forward.
There's even more reinforcements coming in. The remaining cataphracts here are going to get picked up. Still, though, there's just so many more units coming. Even if he kills like these 10 longbows here, there's still going to be an additional 20-ish longbowmen coming over from Marine Lord's base. And these villagers, they're not safe yet.
Not by any means. They need to go back. They need to go to a safe spot, but it feels like there is no safe spot right now.
He's pulling them away in time. Over to the gold, but that is also not too safe of a spot at the moment. That is the last Yatai that is now getting picked off there by Marine Lord's cataphract. So now, there are no more hot dogs to be served.
Does look like Marine Lord is falling back, but just look at the sheer number difference. 62 military units versus 26. Albeit, yes, Marine Lord does have some of those, weaker infantry units, but there's still a lot of the counter unit here. These mounted samurai, they cannot stop to take this fight for too long, or else those Limitane will be able to just close the gap.
Yeah, and even though the army value isn't too significantly apart, the issue is that Marine Lord, he's got all the counters. 34 Limitani. 34 versus just 13 knights. Anatan, though, he is starting to remass into the Yumi archers, but he doesn't have a lot of time for this. He needs a lot of them out very quickly. Now, they do mass up quickly, but you have to really push this now if you want to catch up.
Mounted Samurai doing a great job of distraction, great job of delay. I can't believe Anatan's still in this game at all after some of those things that we've seen so far. Yumi numbers starting to push up, but this is one running right into the longbows.
And it's just too many units here. Mounted Samurai try to cover on the retreat, but a lot of these Yumis are gonna go down. We do have the buff here from the Daimyo. But these numbers, absent, they're not looking good, and I feel like it's just this looming threat that's engulfing Anatan bit by bit. Marine Lord with the Byzantines here, he's just relentlessly just choking out Anatan on these sides while always reacting in time to these little raids. And just kudos to Anatan for always like going for these little raids, even with all the aggression that's heading towards his base. Speaking of which,
one villager
one
down.
Villager.
Two. Able to get out with the rest of them. Yumi, proved to be enough of a threat to react to, but still so much idle time. This is income that Anatan desperately needs to try to equalize these numbers.
Absent.
Meanwhile, Marine Lord dropping a second town center to bolster his economy behind this as well with the military he has.
It is absurd just how efficient Anatan has been trading behind all of this, only to still be so far behind in military. Because look at the economy efficiency. We actually have the stats. We're able to look at this. We can see that Marine Lord's eco-efficiency has been less efficient than Anatan. Anatan has still 3 more villagers, yet Marine Lord's leading with double the military count. That is just Byzantine's peak, as half of this military is, quote-unquote, free from the mercenaries.
Yeah, and I mean, this is to the point where Marine Lord has 110 military units. Just how do you deal with this at all? Production going to start being burnt. Anatan still going for more and more raids. I feel like it's the only thing that's kept him in this is Marine Lord has had to constantly react to this, has had to constantly send units to try to follow these mounted samurai.
Now the gold, it's under pressure. Villagers jumping inside. Fortification isn't there quite yet.
Not on the second one, and it won't even matter with that many units as well. 2 more villagers fall. Next outpost starting to be burnt. Anatan, he feels like he has to take this. Oh my gosh, the fortifications. It didn't even seem like the upgrade was there on that one.
Anatan, you can't take the fight. In a split second, 4 mounted samurai are gonna go down. Shinobi are being called as well to aid, but it just doesn't feel like it's nearly enough. A single cataphract here at the front line means that Anatan has to micro every single volley from these Yumi archers, and that's just not efficient when you want to just A-move and hit all of these units at the same time.
Yeah, I feel like this is the beginning of the end here. Anatan's numbers are falling, and Anatan falls in game number 1. Marine Lord is starting his path of revenge.
GG comes in. Marine Lord taking the first victory here, and the total resources count, and actually leading in the resource count, but looking at that military value lead, it seems like just one fight maybe taken a little bit too early, snowballed insanely out of control, and that's kind of what we're used to seeing when it comes to the Byzantines. Give them a finger and they'll take the whole hand. As that mercenary scaling that's coming in, it's just relentless how many military units you can push out there with those longbows, and we truly just saw an absurd amount of longbows just streaming out there from the Byzantine player's base.
Yeah, Anatan felt like he had to do something when which I'm not even sure if he knew Marine Lord was going up to castle, but felt like he needed to do damage, but took the fight under the emplacement on the outpost and just threw away so many Yumi early on. This is the fight we were talking about here, and the outpost had already taken out 4, 5, 6 Yumi at this point, and it's just one that it's so hard to take the fight here when your units just aren't as tanky as what they should be.
Yeah, you can see in the destruction value, even though Anatan was the aggressor here, actually losing like 800 more value worth of units compared to what he killed on Marine Lord's side. Definitely didn't feel that good, though in the end the trade-out wasn't terrible, and he did reach the castle age relatively fast afterwards as well. I think it was the fight afterwards where here, right there, when Anatan was on the retreat, where there was just too many cataphracts, and like this initial big wave of cataphracts, that is something that you really have to respect and worry about. And just Marine Lord, this many cataphracts, you can't just go 1-to-1 with mounted samurai up against cataphracts. They're just too good. They're just really good. They're the best knight. Almost-ish, I want to say. Like, cost-wise, okay, maybe, like, the Japanese mounted samurai might be even or a little bit better. Maybe the Rodari as well. Like, they're okay, Rodari is on another level. But the rest of the civilization is not that good. But Cataphract as a whole, like, they're pretty good. they're pretty good. Like, you're a normal knight, you're looking at a cataphract, you're like, okay, that's the guy my girlfriend told me not to worry about, but you're worried. You're very worried.
Definitely worried to say the least, but that was just game number 1. This is a longer series, and Golden Heights will be the next map to follow up here. Anatan, you know, picked Tuklak, and Mongols had Tuklak sniped on out. Meanwhile, Marine Lord with the good old House of Lancasters in English, and will end up playing House of Lancaster.
Yeah, House of Lancaster here up against the Mongols. I mean, Mongols is just a classic pick that we do see for Golden Heights all the time, and I do like the play from Marine Lord with like the English and the House of Lancaster, because one way or the other, he's gonna have access to short bows. And short bows kind of like can win you water, like when you want to go for the water play here. But Mongols have the option, always have the option, of going for Dark Age Horsemen. And that like has been, I want to say, meta on this map years ago. Whenever like people used to like constantly pick English on Golden Heights, Mongols was like the niche counter against that, because they could go for the Dark Age Horsemen. In a situation though where English can't make Dark Age Spearmen, but House of Lancaster, they're the English that can make Dark Age Spearmen. So this is where the entire like sort of like rock paper scissor system that we had there with like the little Mongols versus English on that map kind of changes, because House of Lancaster, they can make the counter to those early horsemen.
Yeah, I feel like Golden Heights is already such a mind game map at times, especially starting out. It's like, all right, is my opponent going to send 1 villager? Is he going to send 2? Is he going to send 3? It's like, you know, and a lot of times once you secure that water, we all know how strong deep sea fish is in Age of Empires 4 in general. So it's so crucial to secure up that pond early. Although I will say this is one of the few maps that I do feel like I've seen the land come to play a little bit more often and actually be able to, you know, stabilize and maybe have a timing to win comparative to some of the other maps that we've seen.
Exactly. All right, 20 seconds dividing us from this game number 2. We're about to be jumping into it. Golden Heights, it's been a while, hasn't it? Like, since we've last seen it in competitive play, just in general, outside of this tournament. We've already seen it before in this tournament, but outside of this tournament, I feel like it's been a while since we last seen Golden Heights. It's such a nice and dynamic map in the way that, like, the games just play out on it. But enough of that, we're jumping right into it. Our game number 2, Anatan, right now 1 point on the scoreboard behind Marine Lord. Now is his chance to even it out yet again. We see an early Uvu opening up from him. Also a lot of villagers on gold. Moving over, we get Marine Lord playing as the House of Lancaster in the color pink. And what is his game plan here? I see 2 buildings, and I do see Dark Age Spearmen.
Yeah, had to respect the horseman play like you mentioned, and Anatan going ahead, gathering up enough gold to go up to feudal, and I think it just might be a straight feudal play and maybe try to get a dock later on. Marine Lord, though, he scouts out the villagers. They are not on gold. They are on that sheep next to it, but he needs to get the information on the Uvu. Needs to see if there is a production building next to it at all.
Did not get that information. I mean, he does kind of have to hurry up with the scout at the moment, because he's just been going for the straight line towards Anatan's base, and that can kind of hurt him in the sheep scouting. As well as we see Anatan. He's already went far around the shoreline here. Finds a good amount of more, a good couple more sheep here.
Yeah, and more importantly, sees that no dock has been dropped, no villagers on out here near that side. Spearman will disrupt this little bit of sheep gathering next to the Uvu, will force those villagers on back, or at least to pull the shivs out until the second spear arrives.
The issue now is that this sheep, it's gonna get taken down. Yeah, it's not gonna get brought back. And now he's only got 3 sheep next to his TC. It's gonna be tight. It's gonna be tight. Actually, never mind. There are sheep next to the border of the map that Marine Lord... Oh no! Marine Lord! Okay, Anatan is a gentle soul.
Doesn't garrison.
Yeah, Anatan could have definitely taken down 1.5 of these spearmen.
Yeah, sometimes though it feels so bad garrisoning all those villagers that are gathering because it's so important to get that food income in to try to be able to go up to feudal age sooner. It doesn't seem like much, but it still just disrupts those early timings. Anatan, though, he has done an unbelievable job at the sheep gathering, like you said. That aggressive scouting pattern for Marine Lord having to gather that information means that he has now lacked, you know, it's 17-8 in the last 4. It looks like the Khan is on the way to cut through again back home, back to drop off more sheep.
Exactly. And also the Gur picking off one of the sheep here. And that is just an amount of sheep that you would love to see if you were playing as the House of Lancaster, but alas, that's not the case here. Marine Lord realizes, okay, I'm not getting these sheep, neither will you.
It feels like we're watching Anatan on Prairie over here with the amount of sheep that he's been able to pull back in here. And no water taken yet by any means. Both of these players are just going up straight to feudal age. Anatan does have to be very careful with that Khan with the 4 spearmen hovering.
He's just wait, no, Marine Lord, is he actually just patrolling? Okay, he's not. It looked for a second like he was just gonna patrol there with the spears, but yeah, Additant, he's playing this one a little bit more cautiously. Oh, actually, the way he returns, he's gonna see this villager as he's moving out. Yeah, he sees him. He sees him. He sees that one villager.
And not only that, he's going to see this villager right as feudal age is coming through. We'll get that little bit of the con bonus, and the spearmen are nowhere to be found near. Anatan had the perfect information of where all of those spears went. Will this villager be able to get this dock up in time?
Oh, he's fast! He's first!
Anatan's already there!
Oh my god. And he's actually forced back! No, he wants to go for... This is so much delay!
This is such an important timing early on. Not to mention, a wolf there might be able to help a little bit, but the spear are close. The spearmen are very, very close. Will Anatan, what will be his first ship that he creates?
Archer ship immediately. There we go, drop off, and archer ship. There we go.
It's in queue, 20 seconds. So important.
It's gonna be in time. It's gonna be in time. There is no way that Marine Lord is getting that dock up if Anatan pays attention to this.
Dock is on the way, almost starting to be built here. They take so much time. And a second dock being dropped already for Anatan. There's the archer ship. He says, oh, he does at least fire a few shots out on the spears, but the more important thing is to deny the, and he doesn't.
Wait, Marine Lord
had to cancel it.
And he's replacing it? He's replacing it. Anderson doesn't know that he's replacing it. He's going for... Okay, he's looking. He's looking.
He's got to have an idea.
No, he did see it. He does see it. Oh my god, that is so clutch.
So
you
important
cannot
for him,
let that go up. You can... Like, that is a genuine win condition for him to choke Marine Lord out of food.
And now the second dock has already gone up, so even if the first dock does get burnt down, the second one will be able to start producing here in a sec once Anatan gets the resources to do so.
And it looks like Marine Lord realizes that this game, he is... Wait,
Khan?
He's building it again. Oh, he sees it again. Oh,
the second archer ship, I think, has come out now, though.
That was a close one. Yeah, second archer ship is there. Dock is on fire.
Oh, it's actually a fishing boat.
Oh, it's on the other dock. That's where it's coming out next. I think he cancelled and put it on the other dock.
There's a scout. Okay, look at Anatan being a little bit greedy too. Able to grab a few fishing boats out, at least for the time being. Archer ship about to pop out of this secondary dock, and those spearmen are going to be in trouble here. A lord is on the way though as well. One spearman down.
And now Anatan, I love this move. He's sending 5 villagers out to gold. The second... Oh, actually gets a little bit of bounty there as well. But the second, like, Marine Lord moved away with his spearmen, he's sending 5 villagers out to build a... Okay, he's not building the outpost with all the villagers. That is too greedy. That is too so greedy for Anatan.
There are some archers here at least, but the Lord is so tanky. We'll have to kite this back exceptionally well. Spearman does run on away, but villager, first villager, giving the time, though, for the outpost to finish now. Getting closer. Anatan's committing. He might lose one villager here. But does it?
These lords do not feel like feudal age units.
Even after the nerf, not by any means, but 2 double sets of archers have been produced. And more importantly, Anatan has secured up the water, at least for the time being. 4 fishing boats out, just sitting there next to the dock, grabbing that shoreline fish for the time being.
Anatan now doing the wise thing and also investing into some Keshiks here as well, which you definitely will need. Marine Lord, he's going into Hobelas, he's also adding in some Yeomen. So the Keshik play, especially since Anatan has been banking up that stone, it's going to be coming in quite quickly here. He's going to be able to almost immediately double produce 2 packs of these Keshiks.
You know, he can always double produce some villagers if he wants.
I think right now, situationally, it's good. But right now, like that, against House of Lancaster, there's such a threat. There's such a, I want to say, like, fiendish civilization when it comes to feudal age all-ins. You have to respect it 100%.
Yeah, and not to mention, when you have the water, you already have the eco bonus. You don't need... Oh, is that one single...
He's
Khan's
letting him
hunter?
See. It is one single Khan's Hunter just to be annoying here. And the thing is, the Khan's Hunter can also summon the Eagle. So with the Khan and the Khan's Hunter, he can have 100% uptime almost on the...
Oh my gosh, yeah, Khan almost just gets absolutely shredded with how many villagers are there.
Yeah, better go back again. Like, the strategy is nice. The strategy is very nice. Especially since Khan's Hunter has more range than a normal Mangadai. But when you get peppered in the face by like 20 arrows at once, you start to reevaluate your life choices.
And Anatan did double produce those sets of Keshiks, so we'll be able to have his military numbers stabilizing, and we'll have that better food income with the fishing now slowly getting more and more online to be able to support more and more of this production.
Yeah, at the moment, Marine Lord, he's not reproducing any more Spearmen, but now the Keshiks do get revealed, so this should be the moment where Marine Lord might want to double tap back into the Spearmen. We do see the Spearmen now in queue at the same time. Siege Engineering also coming in.
He's going to try to go for a ram and deny this fishing, deny these docks.
He still has the villager nearby. He's been making, he's made a
lumber
lumber camp nearby, yeah.
Yeah.
He's just waiting for this opportunity. And this would force Anatan out in order to, you know, just...
Quick wall coming on in. Villagers, will they have enough time? He doesn't see it. They're not going to have enough time here. And the Keshiks at least picking up one here. Spearman is close, so just one villager gets taken down. Wall should be able to get finished on up. Sends 5 villagers over to commit to it. And more importantly, the ram is on the way.
Yeah, another dock is actually coming in for Anatan, or at least the blueprint has been dropped, but doubtful that that's going to go up anytime soon. Might need the villager there, though, just to rebuild the dock after the first one gets taken down. And we... Actually, where's the ram going? Okay, never mind, it's now...
He sends the low-health villager out to build the dock.
That's how confident he is.
He does have his military mass heading that way, and... Marine Lord does need his second group to get there faster, or else this will be a fight that Anatan can win, but another couple set of Keshiks are running on through to distract more and more of that army.
Oh, this might be the chance now for the villager to move out, and the villager does indeed move out. There is no more archership here. Marine Lord, he's waited for this opportunity, for this moment, but the ram got left alone.
It gets taken down. Oh,
and some crucial arrow volleys.
Shots of the galley, not the craziest. Actually, looking at the damage, feel like most of the damage got delayed. But the dock, it's only a quarter of the way up. Will Anatan be able to see this? Will he be able to react to this in time?
He's going there. He's looking for it. He is looking for it. He does realize what Marine Lord was up to, but I think it might be too late.
So close. The villager's low health, though. If the galley does get a good set of shots on this, it could be it. No.
No!
It goes up.
And at the same time, fight gets taken. There aren't that many spearmen in here. Anderson, he's got a good enough army to take this fight if he snipes down the spears. And he will do so. First spear goes down, second one down. Third and fourth.
Down. Great focus here by Anatan. Once the spears are gone, which they are, he's just going to full commit to the fight, snipe the backline with his archers, let the Keshiks do their job on the front line. But those lords, look at how tanky they are, even after the nerf. First lord taken out, second lord taken out, but the Keshik, now they get to roam free. Now they get to do anything that they want. So while Marine Lord did get the dock up, Anatan already has the ships to try to deny more and more of that. Ooh, Springled ship immediately.
Oh, we got distracted. Doesn't have any more archer ships. Actually, it still has one, but there's a demo ship coming out from... Never mind, he cancelled for an archer ship. So Anatan, with the double dock play, still
has a
the
demo already.
Superiority, yep. Oh, the archer ship isn't going to be in time.
So important. Now the archer ship comes out and it's absolutely worthless. There's a Springled ship already there to take this down, and Marine Lord is not in a good position to win this water and deny it from the other side. Now Anatan has a demo ready and waiting, so it's one of those that Marine Lord, he can't make ships at that dock anymore, and it will start to get burnt down.
Villager is starting to be unsure about this position here. So he does decide to evacuate the position. Looks like Marine Lord once again rebuild a lot of the military. Still doesn't have all 4 kings up again. But still wants to go for the engagement. This is dangerous. Without the lords, you lack a significant amount of damage, or not really damage, but like survivability in your army.
And he's only got 2 spears on that front line. Villager, though, is trying to build this dock.
Cobblers are legally blind, though, while in the stealth forest.
Finally, they see it. Villager does get picked up. Archer ship, Springled ship here to help the fight as well. The few spears that are there aren't actually in position to do anything. A ram starting to be built again, but Anatan's still getting that crucial food that he needs and has his next set of reinforcements on the way.
It's kind of crazy when we're looking at the overall income, right? Because, like, one of these players has 11 fishing ships. There's a 400 resources gathered difference between them.
Somehow, some way.
Sure. I'm sure the math is correct behind this, but yeah, fight gets taken once again. Anton, great job microing down the spearman yet again.
Only a few spears left on this front side. So many Keshiks here to be able to take the engagement after the spears fall. 1 single spear left, and now it is Anatan's fight to do with what he wants. Marine Lord, he throws in the towel. Anatan has tied up the series.
Even though the income was still very close at the end, Marine Lord, he just lost too many military units. And once you see just how many Keshiks there are up on the field, you just realize, okay, from here on out, I lose my army. There is no way back in this one. GG comes in. Anatan in the second game, evening out the series. So this is just far from a one-sided set here so far.
Yeah, I mean, what a solid game plan there from Anatan. It's crazy to see, you know, neither player went for water. Marine Lord had to respect the early horseman play, so went with the spears, wasn't able to get much denial other than pushing some villagers away from the Gur. And meanwhile, Anatan got all the sheep on the map, moved out, and got that dock in just in time to have an archer ship come out and deny the potential dock play from Marine Lord.
It's such a big back and forth here, and so much value just being put on the water here. Marine Lord definitely recognizing the value of just stopping this water expansion from Anatan. And it's crazy, just Anatan, the awareness there, because I would have definitely just, like, stopped looking at one point, and yeah, Marine Lord might have got, like, if it was against me, there would have been, like, 3 docks up from Marine Lord at that point in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's so easy, especially once the ram comes out, to get distracted, to full send it and try to defend, and that's where Marine Lord, he had the plan, he got the dock up, but Anatan was able to react in time with what he needed and as well win the big fight on land. He did such a good job with his archers, just focus firing the spears down during this fight. It's easier said than done for sure.
And next up, we're gonna be getting the Golden Horde. So we just saw Mongols coming in. Now we're getting the Mongol variant. Mongols, or rather Golden Horde up against the Abbasid on Lipany. And Anderson, he already once tried to pick the Golden Horde here today. Got denied earlier by Marine Lord. Instead had to pick the Sengoku, which did end up as a loss. But Abbasid versus Golden Horde. That's an interesting one. No, now like Abbasid, like Marine Lord, he's got a soft spot for Abbasid, I want to say, because with the Abbasid, he can manifest his inner Archer Lord, one that we love him for, right? Like. He loves making those archers, and Abbasid, it's the civilization to do it with. And Golden Horde, on the other hand side, though, up against archers, they got one specific age up that crushes archers. +2 armor on armored units. Suddenly, your archers go from doing 3 damage in castle age per shot to just doing 1 damage. That can make all the difference, because typically what we've seen is that Abbasid, even with just archers, in Castle Age, can trade out against pretty much any unit in the game. Not the case when that age up comes in.
Yeah, and we've seen Marine Lord specifically be, like you already said, he's Archer Lord over there. He just always seems to be massing archers, and that also, allows him to float some wood once he stops making them, go into farms, go into more production buildings, anything that he needs. But it will be so hard to do it against this variant civilization that came out here. So Anatan has a game plan in mind, but we all know Marine Lord as that player that, forces his opponents to make mistakes. He will be able to play that defensive natured game of Abbasid, and if their economy still gets online, it's so hard to stop as well.
Yeah, it most definitely is. At the same time, like, Golden Horde has a very interesting relationship when it comes to resources as well, when it comes to economy. You got the stockyards, and the stockyards actually are great gathering. Just the base gather rate on them is pretty good, Can't complain about that. But more importantly, once you get to Castle Age, there are these upgrades that you can get on your production buildings, where of course the Golden Horde, they produce 2 for like 2 units, like in batches of 2. But with the upgrade, you can start producing batches of 3 for the cost of producing in batches of 2. So you save 50% of your investment pretty much there. It's it takes a while to get, it's difficult to get to that spot in the game, but once you get there, man, do you save a ton of resources on making units. It's crazy.
Yeah, and those stockyards, not only are they more efficient, than your typical Mongol economy with their sheeps, they also have a cool look to them as well. It's always nice seeing, a bunch of those played on out. But enough of talking about this game. Let's get into game number 3. Tied up series, Marine Lord on the Abbasid versus Anatan on the Golden Horde.
And this might just be a matchup made up in hell here, because this, yeah, we mentioned it, right? Like Golden Horde, they've got some impressive tools when up against the typical army composition, the typical game plan that the Abbasid love to go for. So I'm very interested to see just exactly how this one is going to play out. The most important thing to look out here for is going to be the initial age-up choice for Marine Lord, because that can kind of dictate what his game plan is going to be. Are we going to be seeing an economic wing where Marine Lord signalizes, okay, I'll be going for a macro type play here, and I'll just, boom up multi-TC and make units defensively behind it? Or is it going to be a military wing where Marine Lord is going to try and dictate the pace of the game?
Yeah, and sometimes it's even that military wing to be able to go with a second TC in a safer, in a better, or not necessarily safer, in a more aggressive location, a better location that will be good for the long term. So we've seen Abbasid do that quite a bit, but like you said, if it's economic, it is signaling that boom, signaling that early focus into the all economic.
Do have that Golden Horde tent up here in the base of Antan. This is kind of interesting, right? Because on a level, these two civilizations, when it comes to their landmarks, they're very similar. Neither of them idle out their TC while they're aging up.
Yeah, it does feel nice when you're able to do so, and both of these players getting close to that age up now. Marine Lord will be a second ahead as far as when he's able to click, and let's see that decision that we were just talking about. And it is the economic wing choice from Marine Lord.
Respect. Okay, economic wing. Do we already have any villagers moving over towards stone anytime soon, though? That's also something to look out for.
Not quite. He actually still has 6 on food, which is a little bit more than you need for constant TC production. And so that's usually one where you want to build up a little bit to be able to, you know, click on fresh foodstuffs, click on some of these extra upgrades, Fertile Crescent as well. But usually you'll see down to 4 to be able to just get that quick and most efficient TC as possible.
There we go, first couple villagers now moving out to stone, so we'll be getting that second TC in very quickly. And there it is, Khan and Torgut upgrade is coming in, or rather A-jump is coming in for Anton. It's kind of weird how the A-jumps are named, I want to say, for the Golden Horde. It's very, like, how do we call it, like, the name is what they do. Khan and Torgut is, you just get a discount.
Straightforward. Just tells you exactly what it's going to be doing.
It's in the name.
You don't have to think too much. It makes our job a little bit easier, you know?
Can we go over, what was the other option in Fuel Age? It was the one that gives you, like, the additional buildings that you can unpack. What's the name on that one? Building class.
See?
There it is. It's so simple. Honestly, we should name all of them like that. I mean, they kind of are economic wing, right? Like it's economy.
Yeah, but
some civilizations have some unique names.
Yeah, Anatan throws the Khan scouting arrow on out, circling around as well, so knows exactly what Marine Lord has in store, has the plan. Fertile Crescent already immediately clicked up. Next drop-off should be able to allow him to click fresh foodstuffs as well.
Age of the Golden Horde does take a lot longer, so it needs 30 seconds more until that comes in.
And there's the fresh foodstuffs clicked up. We talked about this the first game with Anatan just being annoying with the scout. Makes it to where this first drop off a stone, Marine Lord's forced drop, he'll have to, you know, repair that mining camp a little bit, which if you were on the straggler trees, this is exactly the timing. If he didn't have Fertile Crescent would be annoying, but second TC looks like it's already being dropped in a very aggressive location. It is not going to be connected to the house. It's just going to be out and on its own because he wants to secure the deer.
Yeah, so it's going to be having a very economically stable position there. Snipes a scout with the TC. It's going to deny a lot of vision, and now Anatan going up with the archery range as his first production building here.
And honestly, if you see this second TC out on the deer, is this just, you know, an all-in play on the second TC? It won't have that extra fire resistance. It's kind of out in the middle of nowhere, so villagers that get produced from it have a long way to walk unless they're just all going to be sitting on the deer, which means that's some easy kills if you get a military mass.
It is a prime location to harass. We already see the first archers in queue now as well. Anatan with the Torguts already queued up as well. Means that he's going to have that very solid army composition of cavalry and archers. And there it is, Khan coming in. Might commit, but nope, does not commit on that villager kill.
Stables is the reaction here from Marine Lord. Anatan just going to circle, just going to be annoying as possible, get that information that he needs. Start to do a little bit of burning on the mining camp as well.
Might be getting barracks in as well. That is the appropriate reaction when you're up against archer and cavalry army composition. Spearman and horseman does do a great job against that.
Yeah, kind of can dictate when you take the fight with the horsemen with that mobility, but it is one that Marine Lord will just need to position those spears in a nice safe spot to allow this economic boom to continue on. You can already see villager number starting to creep up, starting to climb. And the nice part about Abbasid is it feels like you really don't... You're able to continue to make military units because of fresh foodstuffs. It makes that economy just so efficient when you're not having to spend as much on that second TC.
That is true, and just, yeah, in general, being able to produce villagers for so cheaply, yeah, it's significant savings here. Okay, that deer in particular.
It looked at him the wrong way. He, you know. So
it had that look in
around.
the eyes. I told you, okay, better take care of it now than later.
Has Anatan scouted the second TC location? I feel like he hadn't actually circled around to be able to see where this is.
He must know just because, like, the deer have disappeared off the map. So I think he's got an inkling. He should have a clue of where that second TC has come up.
And instead, he's just going to mass those few units, do a little bit of delay, and he will be clicking his age up here soon. One horseman though will just delay it a little bit. Looks like a surround oh, doesn't quite get the surround in.
Also makes it out alive. Gets ignored for the most part. The horseman doesn't really like that. Villagers are getting microed back. Rest of the army is also moving over here, or at least 2 Torguts are, in order to deal with this nuisance. Sanatan trying his best here not to get delayed too far from the age-up. He knows that once he clicks it, it's already going to take him a long time. But Marine Lord, he just saw this. Of course, he noticed just how many villagers were in gold, and he just pulled an additional 10 villagers over to gold in order to try and match the age-up timing.
And there was the surround done successfully. Not only does he pull the 10 villagers, he focuses, builds an outpost, has his spearmen rallied there as well, so will not be easy to deny that gold. Abbasid, though, they take time for that age up, so he will have, you know, Anatan will have a slight bit of timing that he can do to try to do some damage as Marine Lord, getting closer to clicking up, but will have to wait on that House of Wisdom.
At the same time, yeah, you have to wait, but the age up from the Golden Horde is just so slow baseline that, like, you don't even have to wait that long, right? Like, it's 40 seconds. The age up has been started, like, a good minute late, and he's only gonna be, like, 40 seconds behind.
Yeah, and it feels like Marine Lord isn't too far delayed, does have that bigger economic bonus already. 10 more villagers you can see, but look at that, the deer have run out. All of those villagers are over on that second TC like I was talking about.
Don't want to run the Torguts in quite yet. Those do get auto-upgraded, so you want to keep them alive. 1 villager, that's the first pickup here.
Those archers are going to fall.
It's an Abbasid villager, they're already plenty malnourished, so it's not too big of a loss.
Villagers had to run away from that second TC location, had to go to a safer spot, which is most likely the woodline as the choice here. 5 seconds until Castle Age will finish for Anatan.
It looks like Marine Lord is very aware of the age-up choice here from Anatan because he hasn't made a single archer yet. That kind of does go against, like, his main principles in life, but yeah, it's a rough situation not being able to make archers here in Anatan. He's actually just going straight up into men-at-arms.
You can see Marine Lord basically had to evacuate the second TC location like I was talking about. Now it just feels out in the middle of nowhere. Does need to grab food for himself in Castle Age, secure a couple food spots. So moves out to the west side deer. Or not deer, west side berries. I think he has an outpost on the way up there.
We do have
Anatan's circling again. Diving the main TC, but they're
He doesn't take damage from the arrow fire, it's fine. So much armor on these units. But now with the camels nearby, something that he will have to respect.
Just trying to do as much raiding as possible. Mosque prioritized there from Marine Lord. Wants to start getting the relics in. Outpost doing its job, but Anatan, again, able to just dive whatever he wants right now and just outrun the spears. Isn't worried about the arrow fire with the upgrades that he has. And wants to do damage, wants to cause idle time, wants to just have some sort of turnaround here because he has to match the economy somehow from Marine Lord, and his way of doing that is putting pressure and making sure that economy cannot work efficiently. Men-at-arms on the wood line, but look at his own wood line. Horseman able to take down 1 villager.
Raids are coming in on both sides, but Marine Lord able to deal with these raids. Already has so many knights on the field, more in queue. A lot of cavalry from him that is able to take these trades, and I just love that he was aware of the army composition that he needed to go for, as he just couldn't go for any type of archer unit in this game. Because of this, means that Anton, he's going to lose out on a lot of his men-at-arms. They're just getting countered out completely by these knights now.
Yep, so a lot of those early military units that Anatan made are falling. He's able to pick up one, maybe two villagers here, but we saw the return damage on the other side. Good thing for him, first relic at least being brought back home.
A lot of stone is being gathered up here at the moment by Anatan, and we've already seen Kipchaks on the field. Kipchaks on the field.
Close enough.
Potato, potato. Chew up, Chi-Chi, something like that.
Anatan's starting to mass up the spears now, and needing to defend his dear location. The nice part, it's always one of these where like he has so much food in this location over to the west side, which is nice because if you're able to defend that location, great. But as you can see, Marine Lord is headed that way with a lot of lancers. The spears are there. There's not enough crossbows massed up.
More spearmen coming in as well, though. Marine Lord realized that he probably can't stick around here for too long, though he does have a significant number of knights. But there's a certain timing looming here, I feel like, because Anton, the more and more of these Kipchaks are coming in here, the harder it's going to be for Marine Lord to just try and kill him quickly with these high-value knights, as the bleed damage does stack up. And we did just see Anton using a lot of the stone that he had banked up. I wonder if that was for the triple shot or the upgrade to triple produce units out of one of his production buildings.
Marine Lord, though, able to secure up 2 relics for himself. He's starting to bring back one of the ones from Anatan's side of the map, and will have one safely behind his TC that he can grab. So 3-2 relic play is what it should be for Marine Lord here.
Yeah, just was a little bit faster when it comes to taking that relic. At the same time, Anton still trying to do damage here with those Kipchaks, and you can tell like the bleed damage. Okay, we didn't just see him die from bleed damage, but it does stack up. But now is the moment Marine Lord, he's starting to add in archers. He sees a chance for his archer play to make sense. Just have to still worry about the bonus armor.
Anatan, he's not kiting back here. Lancers are able to get so much damage, and 3 of those Kipchaks fall.
Big losses there. At the same time, more idle time underneath the TC. Stockyards need to be evacuated. Looks like it was indeed the upgrade for the triple production on the archery ranges for Anatan. But the units just being found out of position. These little raiding groups that he tried to go for, not able to find the pickoffs that he needed.
Yeah, it just feels like Marine Lord was a step ahead this whole game, and at this point he's up 30 economic units here and has the military lead as well.
And there's still the win condition with the Kipchaks going for him, though. He's already got so many of them, and with the triple production, he's about to be getting 9 more of them in once the production finishes. You can really pump out a crazy number of units there, but the archer count, it's also just climbing higher and higher. Anton might need to also add in a couple more men-at-arms in between, or tall goods, just anything armored. With all of the bonus armor and
front side, so Marine Lord can't just A-move those archers. 16 Lancers, though, that have been massed up at this point for Marine Lord. Well, make that 15.
Maybe?
Oh.
Bleed? Is he gonna... Does he even take damage from the bleed? Like, it feels like the health bar isn't moving at all.
Did not seem that way.
Upgrades coming in behind this. Veterans here on the Spearman as well. I don't think the archers have been revealed yet, so this is a big number to unveil at once, and he does see it now. That, yeah, there's already 30 archers. The Archerlord Saga prophecy. It's coming true.
Even more importantly, Marine Lord walling up his side of the map, so that massive economy he has will be protected behind walls. One
So
of
we're
the
getting burned
Ubers
down.
getting denied.
We're getting more men-at-arms in the queue just now. Yeah, the Kipchak's just not able to really find any major value here at the moment. Another Uber going down.
Kipchaks arrive. Should be a few Lancers falling, maybe just one.
We'll see
Ubu
immediately.
outline rebuilt, and Marine Lord's moving out to the mid-map to gather the berries there. Look at the army mass, though, that he's been able to produce here with that economic boom he has behind this. You can just see the income per minute is just...
population.
Yeah, look at the income per minute. It's just absolutely crazy for Marine Lord in comparison.
I think Anatund, he's trying to get the upgrade on the barracks in as well for the triple production. He's saving up more stone yet again. Either that or it might be the double shot on the Kipchaks. Not sure if that's been grabbed up so far. Sure does make its way through, but Marine Lord continues pushing now. And then splits up his army.
Looks like Marine Lord was trying to secure the sacred sites with some outposts, but Anatan has bigger problems to worry about. This army is knocking on his front door. There's so many villagers exposed, so many villagers going down. If we thought Marine Lord had an economic lead before, it's about to get a whole lot worse.
Yeah, Marine Lord, he's just testing the waters at the moment, you know, just every now and then sniping out a couple of villagers, but just making sure that he continuously applies this pressure to Anatund. And there it is. Double shot upgrade is coming in now. Or rather, triple shot.
With that many units, it needs to be the difference. Anatan needs something to get himself back into this game. Marine Lord not only has the villager lead, has double sacred site, has triple relics. It just seems like everything is going for him right now.
Looks like Marine Lord might not be giving him the time that he needs, though, for this upgrade to come in. He's pushing in more and more, and Anton, he's taking the fight. Might be a little bit too early.
Double shot, triple shot, so close to finishing here now. But that's not the only upgrade he needs. Oh no, and the three barracks are on the front side. An Imperial! This is just, I mean... This just seems like Marine Lord's just been able to play his own game without any worries at all.
It's just Abbasid, unharassed, right? Like, they're a pretty big threat, and now the Kipchak's coming in. Doing a good amount of damage, but there's just so much infantry there as well from Marine Lord. Maybe on the retreat, could get a couple more pickoffs here.
Yeah, some pretty good trades on the backside.
Yeah, as the H-Up's coming in, Marine Lord probably doesn't want to fight right now, but he looks pretty forced into it. The Ruse bounty here as well. These units also come with the additional armor on them. So Marine Lord needs to snipe down the Spearman instead.
Full engagement is going on. Anatan is fine with taking this, has to take this, needs to win this fight to be able to punish this Imperial Age, but Marine Lord, it just seems like he's got enough here to be that front line. Archers did a great job of sniping out almost every single spearman here now, and the fight ends and Marine Lord still has more numbers because of reinforcements.
Anton's very far away from potential H-Up on his side. Ubus are still gone. They haven't been rebuilt behind this. So not like he has a lot of stone at the moment to transition into anything else. There is, of course, always that chance with the H-Up into Imperial H-Up of his own to like go for the mass target play or rather the mass stone army reinforcement play. Without the relic H-Up, you just don't have that much stone to play around with in the first place. And now the H-Up comes in. What's the reaction going to be from Anatund?
I feel like that's just so deflating when you hear that happen. You're like, how does he have that much army? How is he this far ahead? And we know how. It's just a second TC that has gone unpunished.
He's already at over 2,000 food per minute. The food bank through the roof at the moment here for Marine Lord. You can just click all the upgrades now. He's waiting. He was waiting for the knowledge upgrade to come in, so now all the upgrades that he's gonna click are gonna be very cheap as well.
He's got 2,700 food in the bank, can just keep producing for as much as he desires. Stockyards upgrade coming through.
Couple of arrows getting exchanged.
Marine Lord, he's just waiting. He just knows once those upgrades come through, once he has that Imperial Age advantage, it is going to be all but over.
Main economy, it's all in his main base, but Anaton just hasn't been able to find an entry point so far. Now Marine Lord, just rotating around with the knights, or just a couple of knights. Just to take down the couple of men-at-arms that have been harassing the right-hand side, but now all the elite upgrades are coming in. Anaton does have a lot of kip checks.
Third range damage finishes for Marine Lord as well. This just feels like, again, it's the all-archer play. Even with the extra armor that Anaton has, it's not going to matter when it's all kip checks over here. Villagers that walk to the front side starting to get taken down as well.
At-arms reinforcements coming in. They still have a lot of ranged armor. Equal to elite men-at-arms at this point, just with how much ranged armor they do have. Almost equal. For the time being, Anaton managed to stabilize, and looking at his resources, he's not too far away from his own age up. If he can just hold for a little bit longer, but now we're also seeing a big mass of camels being mixed in as well. And those are going to debuff the kip check significantly.
Biology is getting close to finishing as well. It's just one that Marine Lord, he's being patient. He's playing it slow, getting an extra set of ranged armor in as well. Anaton, though, moving forward, wanting to take this fight. But can he actually take this fight? Villagers on the front side, he needs to protect them. They have to back on away. Marine Lord, his trades are just more and more efficient. Finally, Imperial Age clicked up for Anaton, but does he have the time to let it come through?
It's still 1.5 minutes away. This is going to take forever, or what feels like forever. Also, without enough Ubus, how's he going to get the stone for the stone armies? The age up does also get noticed by Marine Lord. He does see the symbols over the Golden Horde tent.
And even if Imperial Age comes out, he has to wait for those upgrades, just like we saw Marine Lord do, and he has 0 on gold, 0. I mean, basically just a minimal amount of stone production over here. Market taken out as well. Marine Lord is looking to end this game right now.
Vulture's jumping inside of the outpost, jumping inside of the TC. Anaton doing his best to out-kite. Still producing a lot of kip checks behind this very actively. Villagers, though, are in trouble. No real place to hide, and GG comes in.
Anaton's in trouble as well.
Ah, man. What a game. Like, on paper, this initially felt like Golden Horde kind of had all the tools that they needed in order to make this a very difficult one for the Abbasid, but Marine Lord with just the, I want to say, like, very, very good call on the army composition initially, not going for the archer play, not setting himself up with like tons of archers, only to find out that they don't transition nearly as well in Castle Age against the armor upgrade age up from Anaton. Yeah, he just set himself up in a way better way as the game went on.
Yeah, I mean, it was just, I feel like going fast castle works against Abbasid when you can actually go fast castle. But Anaton, he had to wait so long for it, and by the time he was finishing castle, Marine Lord was 30 seconds away with a stronger economy. So just a tough game here for Anaton, but Marine Lord played it exceptionally well. Just leaned into that defensive nature of Abbasid, didn't allow any of the pressure that came early to do much damage at all, and just executed it to perfection. So up 2-1 on the series now, and we are going into another hybrid map, which is where Anaton was able to get the dub on Golden Heights.
Yeah, so this one's going to be on Kawasan. We're getting the Knights Templar in up against the Order of the Dragon. Now, Knights Templar, they did receive some nerfs, of course, as well. When it comes to their water play, they're no longer as insanely overtuned on water, thanks to their insane wood gathering. So, because their docks are now a lot more expensive, it is less feasible for them to just put up a lot of them. But they do have access to a sprinkled naval emplacement, which is pretty good. Pretty good. So when you get a dock up and you get to Castle Age and you still have the dock up when you're in Castle Age, you can make these docks incredibly threatening for your opponent on that pond.
Yeah, and on Kawasan specifically, it's one of those that, you know, if you get a dock in kind of the middle, it's basically will deny all of the deep sea fish there. And, you know, a lot of times this is one of those maps where players will have docks up on the pond, will be fighting throughout feudal age for quite some time, but those docks are quite a bit more expensive. I laugh. I was playing a team game yesterday with someone who didn't realize it, and they were like, wait, what? My whole macro is messed up. What am I supposed to do now? And it definitely changes things up. You gotta adapt. You gotta learn the new build orders and how to play it correctly.
Exactly. So a lot of remacroing needed to be done there. Meanwhile, on the other hand side, Order of the Dragon, they're, what do we call them? They're like the old people civilization almost, I want to say, just because you have like less units to play with, you know, need less APM as in regards to that as well.
Are you saying they're better for lower tier people?
That is what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying. So like, they're better for me as well. I just genuinely think that like Order of the Dragon. I mean, the devs I think also mentioned it at some point, right? Like it's a civilization that's meant to like sort of be like for these like lower micro intensive or like micro focused players as well. Just you know, have stronger units, have fewer units, don't need to micro around as much with them. That's the theory, but in reality, you do also just want to be very, very active with Order of the Dragon. Like the skill ceiling, I want to say, on Order of the Dragon as a civilization is also very, very high. Like you can make some insane plays with their unique units as well. Like their archers, they have a lot of attack speed, like significantly faster attack speed than any other archer in the game, to the point where sure, you don't want to kite with them, but you still need to actively decide on which unit they shoot at the same time. And you need to be a lot faster with it because they attack so quickly.
I'm always surprised. Yeah, I'm not saying we'll get to Imperial Age, but I'm always surprised that the hand cannoneers are more like machine guns over there for Order of the Dragon. But I heard you call Marine Lord a low micro player, and all these things.
Wait.
I heard it.
I was referring to Order of the Dragon player. I'm not saying Marine Lord is like an Order of the Dragon player. He is here, but he's anything but low micro, right? Like that just doesn't fly.
Not by any means, but we are not too far away from this game number 4, and you can see a lot of the kind of like we saw, the same bands on either side from these players. Anatan has been picking a lot of the newer civilizations, still couldn't get Tuklak again on these hybrids. They are one of those civs, even after the little bit of nerfs that have come through, that just people are not allowing to get picked when there's any sort of hybrid water map.
Yeah, Tuklak. It's weird. Like whenever you see them lose, it's like not even close. But whenever you see them win, it's also not even close. Like they're not in the middle of the spectrum. They either win incredibly hard or they lose incredibly hard. One thing's for certain. That's something that I found out after playing Outback Octagon. It is impossible to snipe their kings. Oh my god. They just the forts don't die, man.
I was shocked yesterday when Marine Lord was playing against Louis. It seemed like Louis had the game in his hands, was up in military, was scary, had a bunch of JD Knights, and then all of a sudden Marine Lord in Imperial Age was just untouchable there. But enough of that. Game number 4 beginning. It's Kawasan with Order of the Dragon versus Knights Templar.
We do have the early dock play coming in. Similarly, though, from Anatan. He's even got the villager out already and just going to be, chopping a little bit of wood that is going to get beamed straight over towards his base. We're even seeing some early walls. Looks like he wasn't sure if maybe Marine Lord was going to be going for some sort of early spearman play here. He's not finishing them up though, just leaving the foundations here, so if he notices that Marine Lord isn't going for this play like so, he's just going to delete them and get the wood back. Good play.
Here we go. Docks going up on either pond over here, or on the same pond, I should say, over here. And first fishing boat already out for Marine Lord. A little bit of a short wall going in next to the wood line as well.
Just gonna make the pathing a little bit more annoying for Anaton there. At the moment, both players just playing it calmly. We don't have any early Dark Age Spearman shenanigans going on right now. So that player's just investing into the water play. Marine Lord even moving the fishing ship a little bit further up ahead, just wants to get the vision in. Wants to know, okay, is my opponent also on water? He doesn't see any fishing ships yet, but he is gonna see them in a little bit.
Yeah, it won't be too long at all before that knowledge, before that information comes in. Not to mention, scouts will be circling around. Scouts will be gathering that important information as well. No jump inside the TC there, as you know, the sheep handoff would have been funny, but I don't think it would have happened.
And Anton, actually, is he actively trying to deny the information? He's not going for the deep sea fish. Granted, Marine Lord Scout should have gathered all the information that he needs in order to deduct that Anaton is on the pond, but Marine Lord doesn't. He might not know exactly which pond it is yet.
Yeah, he still has not scouted it out here yet. Is trying to see which pond he's on. He will be looking at this far side one. After seeing this spot, I think he knows, okay, we are on the same pond now. Plain and simple. The question is he actually going to confirm this information?
But what if he then thinks, okay, I still don't see him on the deep sea fish, maybe he's on the other side of that pond that I've already scouted and we just missed each other.
I guess that is true.
Could also be.
No more fishing boats being produced as of now from Anatan, just going up and gonna try to get this quicker feudal age timing.
Knights Hospitaller is gonna be the choice here from Anaton, so he's gonna be getting that additional little bit of help on the villagers as well as that movement speed. A little bit more economy efficiency there, and the Archon Chapel coming in for Marine Lord, and wait, that's barely touching the gold. That might actually just be in range for the villagers. Yeah, that's going to be in range for the villagers when they drop off, so they're going to get inspired there as well.
And have both wood lines as well for like the whole future of the game, it feels like.
So it's a lot of gather speed there for sure, but you better pray that he's going to be able to keep control of water, because imagine like you lose water and then you're forced to build farms in front of your base.
Yeah, that wouldn't look too good, but it is one where I feel like if you lose water, you don't expect yourself to win the game anyway, so it's more of not necessarily an all-in play, but it's one that, you know, might as well get this efficiency, get this prime time location when you can.
That's true for sure. Age Up has come in. We immediately see Anaton queuing up a Springle ship and an Archer ship follow-up. Marine Lord already with the second dock on his side. It's just something that Anaton can't really afford with the Knights Templar now, courtesy of those higher prices that need to be paid in order to get those docks up. Inflation, man.
First military ship on out. Villager, you know, while he's there, he's not too worried about the scout there, so just gathering that deep sea fish needs to stay out there.
This is a little bit of the fishing economy.
Now it's the Springled ship trade-off. Scout, though, for Anatan. Almost gets taken down, but not quite. Anatan trying to snipe out a fishing boat.
Yeah. Both players, because they have fishing ships here, they're always going to be able to just repair their Springled ships as well. It's gonna be a while until this conflict on water really starts to evolve, but at the same time, Marine Lord already with another dock on the second pond. Not something that Anatan can mirror at the moment.
Oh, but Anatan does have an extra military ship out on this pond. Has a second demo that's in queue as well. So has double demo. Just needs to be able to focus down that galley. Splits the demo ships.
Yeah, he's going for it. This is a nightmare to micro.
I couldn't imagine trying to keep up with this as well and deal with your economy at home. The second dock has been dropped for Anatan, though. Has another Springled ship coming out. And this is one of those that, while Marine Lord did take the second pond, it's so hard to actually start producing on that second pond without losing the first. So it's such a delicate game. You can't all of a sudden just start massing fishing ships, or else you lose everything you invested into early. Galley almost taken down. Demo ship has been taken down. Galley, though, is out of position. Demo is able to get
the micro!
Huge demo explosion by Anatan.
And
the
another!
One to follow.
Oh my god. And just like that,
every
he wins
single
water.
thing taken down.
Oh, he's not pushing in further, though. He waits for another archer ship. Risk of demo ships now too high for him. Marine Lord has another ship out now. Is it going to be enough, though? We're already up to triple Springled ships.
And I did just mention the thing about the second pond, too. And we look over, Marine Lord has a fishing boat, has a galley on the second pond. Imagine if he had a little bit more. Could that have been the defense? Could that have allowed him to be able to live here? Next galley, gonna get focused in. This will allow the demo to run rampant. And perfect connection again.
Looks like Marine Lord has given up this pond now. He is no longer microing on this one. He's now fully focused on that second pond that he's already on. Anton, he was just about to drop a dock there, but did get denied by the archer ship that Marine Lord has out there.
Another villager, second dock going to be dropped for Marine Lord over on that eastern pond, so it will just be a split up on that. But Marine Lord lost so much on that initial pond, and now Anatan is going to go into some production on the land. Marine Lord already has a horseman in queue though as well.
Gilded horseman at that, so really it's more like a knight in a sense as well. Just with how much damage it deals, how much health it has.
Yeah, with those Order of the Dragon units, it's so important to actually fight with the counter units. That a third dock being dropped, Marine Lord is making sure he does not lose the second pond.
Archers in queue and the horsemen, as we mentioned. But just the Gilded Horsemen are going to be able to deal with both of that. I think it's like 3 hits from a Gilded Horseman to take down Archer. Oh. And it looks like the first Pilgrim is going to fall victim to the archer ship.
Needs to just start sending it out to the west side, sacred side instead.
Yeah, hopefully the next pilgrimage is going to be on a safer route. There it is, Gilded Horseman. 2-3 hits are going to be enough to take any archer down.
Going ahead and going for that next archer. Archer going to be able to jump inside the TC, but look at how much health that Gilded Horseman had. Shivs get pulled out, not quite able to do enough damage, but Gilded Horseman able to take some solid trades there.
Yeah, solid trades indeed. Marine Lord, is he going to be further investing into military on land? We did see the archer range getting dropped, so maybe now also some Gilded Archers could be on the menu. We do call them the Archer Lord for a reason, but we mentioned it earlier, Dabson, that in a situation where you've been pushed off water, that is not where you want to be when you've put the Archon forward like that. Still has access to 1 pond, though.
There is a boar over there by that wall that's being built, although no scout near for Anatan to be able to pull it yet. And the villager that was trying to build the wall on the west side for Anatan gets taken down by another Gilded Horseman. Pilgrim, though, able to at least arrive at the sacred site. Villager walls himself out.
He does have a lot of gold. Yep. Might want to drop a little opening there, little gate. Yeah. Open the door.
But we mentioned that aggressive chapel spot. Will Anatan start to punish it now that he is massing units and starting to move across that map as well? You can see the yellow stream of units. Villagers could be vulnerable on that side. Looks like there is one horseman. There's 2 gilded archers there, 3 gilded archers there.
It's always so difficult pushing into an Order of the Dragon base, just because it's always rough to like try and judge how valuable the army is. But Anton, he's about to hit Castle Age now. Kingdom of Castile. Okay. Wait. Why? Again? There's like never any fights around the sacred sites with land units. Never. It is just for the janitors? Maybe? I mean, it's good, but
He's
I guess
going
it's
with
situational, because like Order of the Dragon units are just like so few and far between that you can actually like stomach microing a unit like the janitor that just feels so... I don't want to say mean words, but it just feels bad to micro. Like, the janitors just feel weird when you try an attack move with them. It feels like the attack should come out much, much earlier, but yeah.
And now that forward gold is being taken by Marine Lord. Builds an outpost there for some safety, but he is still quite a bit a ways from his own castle age. Men-at-arms starting to be produced as well from Anatan. So let's see if this timing is actually going to work a little bit better for him on this map comparative to what we saw against the Basset.
So we're getting Templar Brothers, Janitors, Men-at-Arms, Monks as well, a little bit of everything.
Villager able to jump inside the TC in time. Anatan does spot out that that front goal is being taken. But here comes Marine Lord with his gilded horsemen, with those gilded archers, forces Anatan back from the forward spots that he is. One of the monks just says, all right, I'm going to go grab a relic, and will get punished for it. First monk immediately denied right as he comes out.
Now, the units might be a little bit out of position. Luckily, Marine Lord, he put in a backdoor.
And there's the Burgrave.
In order to get out quickly. Burgrave, okay. The janitors, for a second, they almost looked exactly like the horsemen. Unlike the horsemen, though, they don't do damage. At least against anything that isn't ranged. They identify as a ranged unit-only killer. As long as the enemy unit is not ranged, they do 0 damage. Templar Brothers.
Fight being taken, wants to just take out a few of those gilded archers. Tries to, grabs one, but will lose the rest of these units as well. But Anatan's pushing forward. Here's the Burgrave. Outpost doing its job for the time being. The rest of the units arrive here for Anatan. Starts to burn the outpost. Probably will run by the outpost as well. Wants to get a little bit of damage in. Sees more of the villagers on the wood line. So much idle time here from all of those villagers that are on the wood line. One does look a little bit too close for comfort.
Oh my god,
here.
the janitor, they're just getting absolutely mowed down. The one unit that can take down both the Templar Brothers and the janitors with ease. It is just those gilded spearmen. While the archers aren't upgraded, you know what? The gilded spearmen deal with them too.
Villagers jump on out of the outposts, try to do some repairing. There are some men-at-arms here to fight against those spears. But the rest of Anatan's units starting to get taken down. The numbers
they're disappearing,
just don't quite seem here for him.
They don't feel so good, Mr. Stark.
Not by any means. Anatan still hasn't grabbed any relics as well. The horsemen at home. Anatan, is he pulling out the shivs? There's so many gilded horsemen here. Messes up the pathing though.
There's some... Okay, we're getting some Knights Templar Spearman, gilded Spearman action. And
big benefit, at least for Anatan, is
just...
Yeah, the idle time that he's causing is crazy right now.
But is it worth it? Because at the end of the day, he's not able to get a big army count up, while Marine Lord, he's able to build up his army more and more. This is a wild situation to be in. Like Anthony just made the game very messy, very messy. But
maybe that's the type of game he's looking for here.
It might be, because this is buying him relic control, right? Like, he's bringing one relic back. Granted, like, 2 of the relics are actually right behind the walls from Marine Lord, so it's very difficult for Anton to get those. But just getting 3 relics in and forcing Marine Lord into a Burgrave play might set him up for a longer type game here. I think that's something that we've seen before as well. He went for an outpost on the woodline.
Outpost.
Oh, man. People might hate me for this opinion, but I would love if we could chop through woodlines again with villagers and drop outposts inside of woodlines. I love that meta.
Honestly, that was such a funny meta, but don't know how great it was. Is another villager moving up for an outpost? I think delayed by a wolf for a sec. Oh, 2 wolves. Oh my gosh. Not friendly wildlife over here. This does mean that Marine Lord will have less and less gold to be able to take across this map. Anatan forcing some of those military units back and in a more defensive position. But it's about to be 1-to-1 relic count for each of these players here.
Now also seeing some men-at-arms for Marine Lord, very tanky. Anatan adding in some crossbows as well. The Templar brother count is rising, and we don't mention this a lot just because it rarely happens, at least not in competitive 1v1 pro play. But the one upgrade that Templar brothers have, which, you know, buffs up their charge damage depending on how many heavy cavalry units are charging at the same time, in these numbers can be kind of insane. Vodka, can we quickly like check the stables? How much was it? Was it +4 or +2 damage on charge? I think it was +4, but I'm not 100% sure for the Knights Templar on their stables. The upgrade says on the X button +2. Okay, it's +2. So if just 30 knights, that's already +26 bonus charge damage.
Fight being taken. Archers able to start sniping out some of these spears, though, so pretty solid trades, even though he's under the outpost for Anatan, because of those units are so expensive for Marine Lord. Emergency repair utilized on that front side outpost, and almost all the spears are now gone on the side of Marine Lord that were forward.
You know what's hilarious? We've had this exact same matchup between Anatan and Marine Lord. I remember that we saw this before. I just wasn't sure if it was Marine Lord versus Anatan, but it was. They played this exact matchup before, and Anatan did win it in the end with Knights Templar here on Kawasan.
He is actually securing the 3rd relic for himself, and was able to deny one of them for a good bit of time for Marine Lord, but Marine Lord should be able to grab the other one as well. Sacred Site has been secured for Anatan.
These random outposts are a certonified certain strategy, by the way. He's famous for these random outposts on minerals on the map.
I mean, it makes it nice. You get to, you know, have extra information just for, you know, a couple hundred resources as far as an investment goes. Another attempt at denial on gold. Marine Lord doesn't have a lot.
Gold in the bag. It's just not in the range.
That was the initial gold, right? So it should be somewhat low, I would think.
I don't think he gathered too much of it. There's still 3,000 left.
3K.
Yeah. He went immediately to the middle one. Oh, that's a janitors. Let's see what they can do.
Yeah, they're just circling. They're running. Fortress being dropped here in the center for Anatan. Wants to be able to secure that mid-map control.
That's what they're doing. Oh, split up. Let's see how many villagers that one janitor can take down.
I guess a whole 0.
Is he gonna start? Oh, get ready for it.
Nope.
At the same time at the front side, though, we get another attack here. Might be more eventful, but Anatan's being forced back. Oh, the janitor in the back! He's attacking. Okay, actually against archers, it doesn't look that unimpressive.
It's 3. Yeah, I was about to say this is a fine trade for Anatan. He's good with
Oh,
that.
and the rest, the backup is coming in. Okay, okay. Value. Big value.
He's just going to continue to
now
circle,
to the villagers.
idling gold now.
Look at how much damage they do to village. Okay, maybe not.
Hey, you already mentioned their weird, like, wind-up timing. It took a while, and they didn't even get the throw off here. The rest of the military mass for about half health with
They
7
got him
of
to
them.
half a... Yeah. That's pretty big. It feels so weird microing them, man. It's like you want to hype them up. They're a cool unit in general, but it just feels so trash to micro them. Trebuchet's out now. Oh, actually, Marine Lord might have overinvested on the janitor front line.
The Trebuchet that pops out immediately gets charged in and taken down. The second Trebuchet
second one as
That's
well.
so many
Big
resources
losses.
thrown away.
Over 1,000 resources down the drain for Marine Lord in an instant.
Anatan's going in.
Yes. And
Not gonna be burned.
the Slaughter Cavalry is like one of the strongest units to make up against Order of the Dragon. The attack speed debuff on it. It's brutal.
Anatan's done such a good job too of denying gold over time, so this imp play can really pay off here.
Also seeing more unique upgrades coming in for Anton. We're still only on Pilgrimage level 1 behind all of this, by the way. But we are getting the upgrade in for additional gold if we, you know, put relics nearby the fortress. So maybe we'll get some more fortresses soon.
2 more Trebuchets in queue, so Marine Lord's just having to invest so much to try to take down this mid-map location, take down this fortress in the middle. Meanwhile, he's about to have that eye-opening factor that Kingdom of Poland is in 3, 2, 1. Imperial Age for Anatan now.
More Trebuchets being massed into at the moment by Marine Lord.
Look at the upgrades. Anatan immediately 4 queued up Imperial Age Elite upgrades.
Archers, Templar Brothers, and all the ranged upgrades as well. First Slaughter Cavalry also in queue. Meantime, Fortress just being repaired. It's interesting, by the way, that the fortress is considered a landmark, but you do repair with stone instead of wood.
Marine Lord is starting to run lower on that front side gold that's inside the chapel. And Antan, he's ready to take this fight. Imperial Age upgrades close to coming through, but triple outpost investment from Marine Lord. Not fun to fight under that.
He wants to take it while the fortress is still up, though, just so he can kite into it with the additional buffs that are coming out of it. Elite upgrades are in now. Even though the Guild and Spearmen taking significant damage.
Trebuchets.
It's not that many archers, only crossbows. Marine Lord's front line, it's shrinking rapidly.
There's the fortress taken down. There's not as many spears left on this front side. Anatan yet again doing a great job kiting back, sniping the spears as best he can.
A lot of back and forth here, but now the men-at-arms front line, they're not going down as quickly as the spearmen. Anton does switch up, though, in order to try and... Oh, that's very far forward.
Oh,
Fight gets taken, though.
he's taking the rest of it, though. Feels like he's killed enough of the spears to dive in. And it seems like he's taking down the front line rather quickly. Trebuchets fall
line
back.
still holding
Archers
up.
moving forward, sniping down the back line now.
Front line is
Still
still
a few
existing, but the
spears,
crossbow's
though.
going down. Crossbow, the Springleton placements are taking down the archers. Question is what's going to be remaining good enough here?
I mean, Anatan,
Archer
I'd be fine with this. He's Imperial Age. He's got more upgrades. The longer he makes Marine Lord reinvest into Castle Age units, the better for him. A lot of those units taken down just fall back, remass back up, and Marine Lord cannot move forward.
Yeah, we see some walls coming in. Anton, though, quickly dropping a little palisade wall in order to stop that from coming in. Outpost also getting
It's
reinforced.
gonna be more gold denial. Another outpost up. Marine Lord does have a backside gold and another gold by the sacred site, but still proving to be, you know, his kind of long-term game plan here.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Marine Lord took down one of the landmarks from Anton. There's only one remaining, the TC. Just snipe out the TC and you win.
Easy enough.
Yeah.
Hide Barnes on the way for Anton.
Anton used all of his stone to repair the first fortress that did go down.
He was buying stone to be able to repair it too, even.
Yeah. He put a lot of work into that. And Marine Lord, he's getting closer-ish to potential age up. In the late game, it's very important to note that fishing ships become kind of trash. They're not that good long-term for food income. You do want to have farms. And if you do get the Elsbach in, suddenly these forward farms are no longer as vulnerable. Might want to delete some of the buildings though, but yeah, this is gonna be tough for Anton to push into, though he does have the best trebuchets in the game.
Looks like he's circling around, gonna go for a raid here in the east. Spots the army moving over to the left side as well, so kind of a battle on two fronts here. Fire arrows upgrade on the way for Anatan as well. And there's really not much, there's no men-at-arms left here for Marine Lord anymore, so these archers actually going to be way more effective in this fight in general. Isn't really even needing to kite back because it's crossbows, it's spears, it's efficient trades here from those archers.
He didn't even need the transfers to beat the army back. Getting incendiaries next in as well.
Or gold denial. This is the plan for Anatan. There's going to be one single safe gold right now because the one on the north side, Anatan can easily raid with that mass he just sent forward.
Marino's just sending villagers out there. Needs to immediately get some outposts in there as well. Relic inside of the docks.
Oh, this is such a huge pickup if Anatan can actually circle around at the gap in the wall. It just disappeared. It fell into the water. The relic fell into the water.
You know, this reminds me of what Drongo said the other day. You know, there's a lot of, you know, alien activity that we know exists, but we haven't quite figured out. You guys should watch the Age of Disclosure. I can really recommend it. It opened my eyes. Drongo recommended it to me. Dude, it changed everything, man.
Oh, and look at the backside villagers on the gold. They did immediately get spotted out. So just more and more gold denial. The outpost up on the edge of the map, I don't think has gotten spotted either. So Anatan about to be able to finish that up in a second.
Villagers moving forward to the other gold vein. It's a little trade out.
Oh, the villagers are still building it. Oh my gosh. Crossbows are there though. Gonna be able to defend.
It's a lot of cavalry though. This might be dangerous even for these crossbows, even though they are gilded. Like with the Kingdom of Poland, these cavalry just have so much health.
Fire arrows taking down a wooden gate.
Very nice. And they're putting up even more pressure.
To circle on around.
And there it is. GG comes in. Instant GG.
Ties up the series, able to make that earlier Imperial Age play just work out for himself after securing the first pond and just playing his own game, taking the map control and taking on over. Series has been tied 2-2.
Just like that, as you mentioned, Sirius tied up yet again, and that means that Knights Templar for Anatan and Kawasan will retain their 100% win rating.
Indeed, indeed, and Anatan has taken Marine Lord on both the hybrid maps. Meanwhile, Marine Lord has been able to take advantage on the land maps. So let's see what choice Marine Lord's going to have as far as map number 5 in this series. We'll get the update in just a bit, but look at the resources gathered. You can just see over the course of that game, Knights Templar just able to continue to out-eco the Order of the Dragon slowly but surely after, you know, some of the damage came in. And there was so much early idle time forced during that Castle Age play.
Yeah, definitely a lot of idle time. I was honestly like just going through the motions of like, okay, it's a lot of idle time, but surely that's not worth it. Surely that's not worth it. And I think in the end, I think it really wasn't worth it for one additional relic here against the Burgrave play. But it's just like all the other things just stacked up so much. Getting the water control on the one pond and having the pilgrims the entire time. Yeah, this is... It was a wild game. Let's just say it like that. Let's just say it like that.
Yeah, and you could also see Anatan was playing for the long game play either way. Even if this game continued to extend another 10, 15 minutes, he had most of the gold denied from Marine Lord. So even with the Imperial Age, you know, matching from Marine Lord, he's not able to get the same amount of upgrades. He's not able to have that same amount of elite units that are popping out and high cost units popping out, especially for the Order of the Dragon.
Next up, we're going to be moving over to Pigeon's View, and it is going to be the Malians up against the Delhi. That's also like something of a classic matchup here, I want to say, for the Malians. Another matchup that I kind of have marked as a classic for the Malians is like Mali versus Ottomans, but Delhi comes in right after that, so this is one of those matchups that has just been thoroughly practiced.
Yeah, I mean, Delhi is really able to just start, you know, it takes them a little bit of time, but all of a sudden their military mass skyrockets on up. They love that map control with the sacred sites, and the real big thing is if they're going to be able to start denying those pit mines, burning down the houses, burning down that gold income that Mali needs so crucially. Still seeing some of these highlights. This was, I feel like, one of those game enders where Anatan's archers were just in the right spot and Marine Lord had nothing that were actually matching up well against them at that point.
Yeah. Do we see, where is it? Okay, we do already see the snipes out there, so Ayubids have been sniped out and Rus sniped out as well.
Marine Lord not letting Anatan play the Ayubids. We've seen Ayubids kind of skyrocket up as far as, you know, these pros and players have started to prioritize them a little bit higher, and we can see Marine Lord prioritizing not letting Anatan play them.
Ayubids in general, they're such a scary civilization when they do eventually get to like a... Well, not just eventually, they reach Castle Age super quickly and with a good economy right off the bat as well. And if you just, like, don't kill them early enough, if they get up to, like, 3, 4 Manjaniques, like, those fire attacks, like, they decimate infantry, no matter how you split your units.
Yeah, and it's, you mentioned the Castle Age. It's so hard to stop it when, you know, they get those cambulances just healing up the villagers on gold. It feels like you can deny it for a second, but not able to. But enough of a Ayubids. It is going to be Marine Lord on the Delhi and Anatan on the Mali. It's a tied up series 2-2, game number 5.
Game number 5 in a best of 7 here, and this really has been going the distance so far. Both players just fighting tooth and nail in order to stay in this tournament. Marine Lord, he's already lost once so far in this tournament up against Anatan. Does not want to make it a repeat offense.
Not by any means over here. Early game, just seeing some of that scouting, some of that sheep gathering, scouts circling.
We are here on Pigeon's View. So Pigeon's View, it's very similar to High View, map on the ladder. So we have a ton of stealth forests. The main difference is instead of 3, we get 2 sacred sites. These sacred sites, though, aren't biased towards any of the players. They're very far, or well, not very far, but they're even distance away from both players. And they also come with a point of interest with these outposts next to them that you can capture up. So we'll be able to get some very important line of sight onto the stealth forests.
Yeah, I mean, it's when you're playing the stealth forest seems when we're observing the stealth forest don't seem like that big of a deal. We're able to cast, we're able to see everything, but when you're playing, there's so many times where you have to be so delicate with your unit mass, so delicate with, you know, where you're positioning your villagers, where you're moving out to and expanding to. So, I mean, there's some of these plays where the point of interest can just be the game changer there.
We do have the standard 6 houses on the pit mine. So Anatol, sometimes we do see players like go for an additional straggler tree early on to get even more houses around the first pit mine. Not the case here in this one.
Yeah, upgrades starting to come through for the deli as well. Efficient production already finishing. And there are the feudal age landmarks. No surprise by any means. Dome of the Faith, Mansa Quarry on the way for either of these players.
The good old classics here, but yeah, we're in one of those weird meta situations at the moment. Well, not really weird meta situations. I don't think it has anything to do with the meta, but rather just the landmarks, where you don't really have a lot of choice, at least for these two civilizations, when it comes to your landmarks. Mainly for the Malians, because if you take the other landmark, you're immediately like 2 villagers down. It's like, you might as well just kill 2 villagers, right? And Dome of the Faith, similarly, you have so much savings in there because you want to be making scholars all the time as the Delhi. If you're not going for that, sure, you get some stronger units, but you might also just kill 3 villagers even.
Right. Exactly. Over the course of savings in the game, with how many scholars that Delhi makes, I mean, it might even be more than 3 villagers over the course of that timing. But landmarks will be finishing. Usually it's going to be an early stables drop. We'll see some Ghazi starting to pump out early on to try to take some map control, to try to put some pressure on that Mali that are... Oh, we already see Anatan actually moving out to get that second pit mine in the far side corner as well.
All right, yeah, this is a nice one because it's one of those gold mines where, sure, the other one, it's very far forward, but for this one, he has to move quite a long distance. But recently, in the Malian meta, what we have seen is players opting more and more in Feudal Age to stray away from the classic Donzo Javelin Thrower army composition and more into the Archer Sofa army composition. And with that additional mobility, it's actually not that bad to go wide for the pit mines. For one, of course, it makes it harder for your opponent to find the pit mines. And also, it's just, you have the mobility as well. Like, you can keep up with your opponent's units and defend your pit mines.
Yeah, and now with Sofa being the choice, being masked up, especially in Feudal Age, I feel like they transition so much better to Castle Age as well. Like, Mali has that weird position when it was Donzo Javelin, where you're so immobile, you felt like you could never really push up and out of your base until you're Castle Age with the Grand Fulani Corral. Well, now, you can actually split off some Sofas, you can do some raiding, you can circle around in Feudal Age, and then the Castle Age transition with imported armor, they just actually work so well into that.
Skazi Raider, first one now in queue with that efficient production. Those are going to be coming out super quickly. Anatol already has the first 3 cattle in here, so does have a very strong food economy scaling working for him.
Yep. Spots out that initial Ghazi too, knows exactly where it's going, but Marine Lord, he has already scouted out that pit mine location. Marine Lord knows it, or Anatan knows it, and pulls that villager back. So it doesn't get the full set of houses around, but does at least have a decent bit of extra gold gathering that he's going to have from it.
Oh, villager does get found. Only by a scout, though. No Ghazi Raider, but there is one nearby.
Oh, he ran through the TC.
Might still be able to get the villager kill. Does have low attack speed, but the damage is...
What was the other villager doing?
Moral support.
He's like, I'll walk you back, buddy. Let's hold hands. I'll walk you home.
Or body blocking. Genuinely, body blocking has become more and more prevalent recently in pro players, and pro players. Players have just noticed just how clutch it can come in certain situations.
And we talked up the no Donzo play for so long, and now all of a sudden we see Donzos moving out, which if Anatan's able to just get 2 over to this location, will force Marine Lord on back and away. Looks like another stable in production for Anatan. So he's going to have 2 stables, 1 barracks, no archery range in sight yet.
Yeah, also means that he's going to be even quicker when it comes to the Sofa production. Which I think long-term is, I mean, long-term it's always the main bread and butter for the Malians, is going to be those Sofa. Looks like the pit mine might be ending up going down here.
I think
it's going to be a sizable loss.
I think he's going to send a villager back out with these Donzo, with these Sofa that are on the way now finally. He was just waiting for that number to get a little bit higher before taking the fight. Tries to focus on the low health Ghazi.
Still trying to push it down. Villager not nearby yet. Yep, that's down.
And all this damage that Anatan gets, while it feels great, it's not really that great long term. You need to take down these units. If not, the scholars just end up, you know, healing all those Ghazis back to full.
Exactly, and we already have all 4 scholars getting pulled in order to capture up the first sacred sites. That's exactly where the remaining Ghazi are going to be running over to, so the healing is going to be coming in quite quickly here now.
Yeah, Sofa and Scout need to turn back away. They split up their spots that they're at. A couple more Donzo are arriving, but the first archer is there for Marine Lord as well, so Donzo aren't going to quite be as effective anymore.
Now archers coming in as well. So the Donzos, yeah, as you said. There needs to be another unit now from Anton coming in.
Now sits the scout on the sacred site, wants to be able to deny that, but might have pulled the rest of his... Nope, he's gathering the point of interest first. Meanwhile, Marine Lord might just move on over to the second sacred site, or might just double down, wait for some more archers, wait for some more Ghazis to full-fledged take this engagement in the center and make sure he gets that gold trickle coming in from sacred sites.
Decap from Anatant.
Point of interest gives him all the information that he does need, but immediately denied from Marine Lord and secured from Marine Lord. One scholar splits off onto the other sacred site.
It's chased by Fan Club. For the time being, both players just playing it safe. Marine Lord massing up units, not taking any engagements yet. Anatant, though, like the amount of sofas is starting to climb up quite quickly now.
Yeah, and I actually kind of love what Anatan's doing. He's not letting Delhi play their game. He's not just full-fledged investing into cows. He had those first couple and was like, all right, now that's a little bit of extra food. Let me equalize this military count. And oh my gosh.
My God.
Oh my, just barely scouted out by that archer. So not able to have too much damage in. Only picks up one archer and needs to turn back on away. Oh, almost gets another Ghazi.
Can't kill him though. Healing's gonna come in the end, but don't want to risk losing any of the sofas there.
A good amount of idle time for those villagers on the food, so will at least give Anatan a little bit of extra production. The scholar healing is not gonna...
The sofa just, instead of going around to the other sofa... Oh, another villager kill! Two villagers
and a couple
killed.
of the Ghazis go down.
And the sofa there as well.
Really good fight for Anatan.
Needs to keep running back though. Sofa.
Another Ghazi taken down. Sofa onto the archer mass now as well. Fight is being taken. There's not too many scholars here. They aren't healing the units that they actually need to. This is a pretty good fight for Anatan.
It's very good. There is a scout in there, but the Donzos were left untouched for a long, long time. And now the Reload, he just... they're all dead. They're all on the ground, lying in the stealth forest. Villagers not getting told out. GG comes in. Okay.
What a decisive game from Anatan there.
It just happened so quickly in the stealth forest. It was so difficult to micro down the Donzos. In the end, it's just the sofa winning Anatan that game.
And look at the total resources gathered. Anatan went for those 3 cows early, did not invest more into it. He said, I'm going to make sure I have my pit mines. I'm going to make sure I deny the sacred sites. I'm not going to let Delhi play their game, and just worked it to perfection. Found out the berry villagers right as they had moved out to that next food resource and punished Marine Lord heavily for it.
Absen. We're now in a situation where Anatan is on match point up against Marine Lord in the lower bracket. We're far away from even the semifinals for the lower bracket. And it's Tuklak versus English on Frisian marshes. That was not on my bingo card for the day, Babson. I'll say that wasn't on there. I just checked again.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Anatan prioritizing Tuklak on all of these hybrids. This is the engagement that just absolutely ended it. A few of the Ghazi get picked off early. A few more villagers get taken down. And look at the food income difference at this point. Because of all of those food villagers are idled, there's just not as much reinforcements coming in from Marine Lord either. And right as Anatan turns here, just so many Ghazi fall so fast. But Frisian Marshes... looks like Marine Lord sniped out HRE from Anatan, and Anatan did not let Zushi come out on Frisian Marshes either.
Yeah, an interesting one. I mean, what other choice? I could have seen French as well for Marine Lord on Frisian Marshes. Guess he might want to keep it for Kalorga though, but I think that would have also been a good other option. With English on Frisian though, what's the plan? Is he just going to try and Louis it? Like, go for a 2TC defensive play, or...
I forgot about Louis doing that. He just brought that out of nowhere. No one was playing English, and he was just like, "Look,
3 times in a row.
I'm just gonna 2TC it. I'm gonna basically not necessarily wall myself in, but essentially wall myself into the corner and just let that eco boom, break out of it later on, and just have that unstoppable economy, unstoppable mass." But Anatan, he has the ability to, potentially take these pawns, potentially deny these pawns from the other side, which with the way that Tuklak works.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting one way or the other, right? Like Tuklak, I think they're just weird. They're just a weird civilization. They overly rely on elephants in general. Like a lot of their landmarks are centered around elephants, and I think it kind of gives a message that, or rather portrays a weird image that these landmarks are the ones that are pretty much never being taken. So it just kind of means that the elephant play for Tuklak isn't actually that good most of the time. Yeah, I don't think you can make it work against English. Like the spearmen with the aura, like with the increased attack speed, like they just destroy elephants.
Yeah, I mean, it feels different in 1v. In team games, it feels very hard to stop when they can pair together with someone else. But in 1v1s, I feel like there are some easier counters to make work. So maybe Marine Lord has gotten the matchup that he wants. Maybe he's practiced this before. It is one that we'll be excited to see it. But nerves are at an all-time high right now. He's close to getting knocked out, and knocked out not in a grand finals, not in a finals. He's over here in the quarters losers bracket right now.
Yeah, back against the wall at the moment, right? Like, we're looking at the bracket here. This is it for Anatan or Marine Lord. One of these players, I was gonna say, has to go home, but they're already in the comfort of their own home at the moment. But they're not gonna advance any further in the EGC Masters Finals. Let's just put it like that.
And this is just the first series we were casting today. We got the winner of this is going to be watching Wham versus Beastie, waiting to play the winner of that series. So some super exciting games that we have in store for ourselves. And I mean, this one's already been living up to it. Anatan, we saw he was able to take down Marine Lord the last time 3-1, but before that it was 4-0 Marine Lord, 3-0 Marine Lord. Marine Lord had his number, but Anatan, he has something else to say about it now.
Yeah, getting promoted to viewer definitely feels nice, at least for one set. You get to hang back a little bit, watch what your opponent or what your future opponent has in store in terms of strategies, and just, be able to take a break. That itself, is pretty big value, because whoever wins between Beastie or Wham, they don't get that. They have to go straight into the next set, which in theory you could also make a point for. Oh, that's good. They're already in the... I want to say, in the motion of gaming, right?
Yeah. They're warmed up, they're ready to go.
I think players would disagree. Yeah. I would personally disagree. I would be like, nah, I'll rather take the break, thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those, especially in these best of 7 series, if it's a best of 5, I could see the argument being like, okay, they're in it. But in a best of 7s, especially if it goes the distance, you definitely want to break. You want a mental reset for a little bit. You're probably hungry. You need a snack, who knows what goes on. But this is going to be a big game here for Marine Lord. He needs to try to tie up the series yet again for the 3rd time, and game on now.
And We're jumping on in. We got Marine Lord in the color pink playing as the English here on Frisian Marshes, already on wood, so we'll be dropping that early Dark Age Dock Pond. His opponent in the color yellow, it is none other than Anatan. And what's his game plan? Already on wood as well. His dock is also coming along nicely. So early game. Looks like we're not going to be witnessing too much aggression. Instead, it is just going to be an economic play on those outwards pawns.
Yeah, just that early game that's not too surprising here. When there's water, people like to take it, shoreline fish, and usually, you know, sometimes people will drop a second dock, sometimes people will just go in more for the feudal age, because if they see their opponent dropping another dock, they realize that, hey, maybe they can take advantage in that earlier feudal age timing, getting some military out on the field. Shoreline fish being snagged on up.
Just have something for the villagers to do here while they wait for these fishing ships to get constructed. And maybe some more wood to come in to drop additional docks. Looks like Anatan might actually be going for additional docks. He's got 8 villagers on wood. Meanwhile, Marine Lord, he's still on the initial 5 that he had sent over to wood. And he's just sending more and more to wood, so it looks like he might be going for an even deeper expansion onto those docks in the Dark Age.
Definitely seems to be the case with the amount of wood income that he will be gathering. Wouldn't be surprised to see that villager start walking out to the next pond here in just a second. Meanwhile, Marine Lord already going over to the gold, says, all right, this is going to be a quicker feudal age for me, quicker feudal age for the English. And sure enough, there's the villager making the next dock expansion.
Now, the benefit, of course, with the faster age up for English is that they're going to be able to put a stopper to the dock expansion for the Tughlaq dynasty, as they're going to be getting that free king. I'm just going to, you know, I'm going to use my privilege here, and I'm just going to be like, okay, yeah, I already know that there's going to be an Abbey of Kings play from Marine Lord. I'm just going to not even think about the option of a council hall being made here for the English. Sure, it got buffed. Yeah.
I mean, the council hall seems nice, but these higher level players are just so good at actually making it seem worthless. It's like, yeah, okay, longbows, they're very scary, especially when they get into mass, but if you try to start, you know, making this forward play, they're so hard to make sure your reinforcements are actually able to move across the map without getting sniped out by, you know, the higher mobile units on the other side. And sure enough, there is the Abbey.
Abbey of Kings coming in. Anton still a while away from his own age up because of that second dock pond play. Marine Lord, he's sending villagers out to stone now, so it looks like we are going to be getting that 2 TC play off the back of an early pond play. Interesting strategy. Maybe an evolution of Louis' strategy.
I mean, it's nice having that little bit of extra food to be able to support that next town center from the fishing boats. Let's see when Anatan gets the knowledge, gets the information of this. But meanwhile, I mean, this is one where while 2 TC sounds great, Anatan's basically going to have 4 mini TCs on his other side when he continues to have dock after dock after dock. And it just seems like the second TC is a longer payoff. But if the game extends, obviously the second TC wins because shoreline fish run out.
And this is where like a lot of the changes kind of start to pile up, right? Because we did have a patch where the amount of food inside of these shoreline fishing spots has been extended from 500 to 650. Or was it just 600? Can we actually select it again? I'm not sure about the number. I think it's 600 or 650 on one of these shoreline fishing spots.
I believe it's 600. But, you know, we'll get it figured out in a bit.
650 would be a lot, so I was like, wait, was it 650? Because that just sounds like a lot. If we can just select one of the shoreline fishing spots. Yeah, it is 600, okay. Yeah, 650 would have been a lot.
And the 4th dock is getting dropped. I wouldn't be surprised to see a 5th one. I mean, actually, Anatan
eventually
now,
he's going to start dock dropping Marine Lord's ponds.
Yeah, he can circle across this whole map. He does, yeah, you mentioned it. He does need to worry about the king coming out through. Dome of the Faith will need to finish for him to be able to kind of retake some of the map control, because the king will force a lot of those villagers back and force a lot of military units to come out with the mobility and the healing that it has.
Dome of the Faith is going to be the choice here for Anatant. That play in itself, like, I think you only need just like a single heal elephant in order to be able to completely out-heal the king damage. You can, in theory, just if you have enough gold, park one heal elephant next to the gold vein, and the king is not really going to be able to do anything to your gold gathering.
Villager just getting annoyed by the scout over time, but you know, damage slowly adds up, and if he didn't pull it back, the king would have had an easy pick, an easy kill. Spears already being massed from Anatan, even in this dark age, because he's got the wood to do so. He's already got 500 food ready and waiting as well when the feudal age finishes too.
It's still gonna be a while until feudal age finishes. This has been a very long dark age game at the moment for Anatant.
I mean, he's not even
Spearmen
rushing
are
it down.
in position. Yeah, he's taking his time. He already respected it enough with the Spearman. And I mean, just looking at the resource that he has in the bank and the amount of villagers and gold, like, he's just going straight for the Castle Age follow-up.
Yeah, 11 villagers on gold. King can circle on around, so we'll try to have this Castle Age timing play come in. Upgrades coming through for Marine Lord, so that bigger worker economy will be working a little bit more efficiently for once those finish on up.
At the moment, yeah, not a lot that the king can do here. He's just watching.
Yeah.
Sightseeing.
Might try to circle around to the other side, but yeah, I mean, Anatan's just on top of this, even splits off 2 of the spears back on, just to make sure there isn't any sort of circling back and split pulling and whatnot. Scout being annoying on the other side, Doc as well. But Anatan, he's already over halfway to Castle Age resources. I just feel like this could be like almost like the same thing we saw in the Abbasid game, where all of a sudden you look and it's like, yeah, Marine Lord now, he's going to be able to try to match up a Castle Age timing as well, but he's going to be able to have an extra economy behind it in the form of the second TC. King is diving into the wood line.
He's getting a little bit of a body blocking situation there.
Yeah, Worker Elephant did a good job body blocking.
Oh, Villager's still going to be going down, though.
Oh, yeah, Villager will get taken down. Spear won't be able to finish off the king either, so good job by Marine Lord, able to find some damage at least. But Anatan, he's dropping castle. Marine Lord, he's already halfway there himself, though.
He's getting there slowly but surely, but still, there's going to be an interesting timing here. Not to forget, of course, the Tughlaq Dynasty. They do unlock their upgrades with a significant speed advantage. And he's dropping double stable. He wants to immediately put on pressure on Marine Lord. Marine Lord, he's adding in some production buildings as well next to his TC, it looks like at least. Nope, that's just a house. So no production buildings coming in.
Yeah, all the wood right now is going to farms too. King, he's like, I swear I can hit over that gold vein. Let me at him. So nope, we got the circle walls, and Anatan built those with his spears too, so didn't even cause himself any idle time building those walls.
A little Luciferan wall there on the gold vein. Yeah, behind this Marine Lord has caught up with the economy numbers, and the White Tower is going to be coming in at a significant timing here. It means that the timing window that Anton was going for doesn't really exist anymore. He's not going to be able to really do damage with these knights now, at least not to the main economy from Marine Lord.
Yeah, and the nice part about the White Tower is it's a production building in and of itself. Like, yeah, you're not going to be producing men-at-arms or things that need upgrades still, but knights can be matched as well. Galley comes out. Doc should at least get put on fire, and then Anatan can just make sure that a villager doesn't go over to repair it here soon. Oh. Scholar.
Out.
Jump in the dock? Is it gonna get there?
Oh yeah, you can do that.
Jumping in the dock?
He
He does it! It gets there in time! And the fishing boats even help to do a little bit more damage to the king.
What a funky mechanic, man. You don't think about it because it just never really happens. But yeah, Delhi and Tuklak, they can garrison docks scholars inside of the docks.
Oh. Lancer number is massing up quick, but look at Marine Lord's queue as well. 4 knights in queue. And the villagers do come over to be able to keep that first dock alive. Doesn't seem like much, but that's still 3 extra fishing boats working for himself for a good little bit.
There's a scout trying to take down the...
There's a king there.
Oh.
Take the charge.
He's trying to lure him away.
Oh, the praise!
The stun!
So good. And now a second scholar arrives to be able to heal up that. Nope.
No.
Never mind.
We're not about that type of support play. This is
He doesn't even want to grab the relic next to it. Come on now.
He's probably going for another relic, right? Like, yeah. Okay. Wait. He thought about it. You know, it's about the friends we made along. Okay, never mind. This is just like a Genji right next to Mercy asking like, I need healing. I'm just getting ignored.
And there's the monastery drop for Marine Lord. He's going to try to get some of the relics for himself. But, I mean, it might just be too little too late. There's one that's next to his initial pawn that he should be able to secure, but the other 2 should be free and clear for Anatan.
And behind this, still just massing up knights.
I'm assuming Marine Lord's dropped a barracks at this point. That way his spears can actually be upgraded to veterancy and not just produce it. Yeah, he has. Okay.
Yeah. Time being is probably just about numbers. 2 farm clusters, not fully kitted out, but actively worked on. Marine Lord, he's banking up a lot of resources behind this. Is he just trying to ignore relics and go fast in? Villagers.
Brace in on that initial Lancer. This is again where we see a ton of idle time, but is this actually worth it? Marino's just going to run over to the White Tower, try to get on out of here.
Break some ankles. Don't quite get away scot-free. Yeah, Lances, I mean, the idle time they're causing is real, but these are high-value units that are... Okay, that's a lot of idle time.
So much damage, though, on those Lancers now. And Marine Lord doing a great job of cutting off the escape path. So that's 3 Lancers now that fall. 2 are able to get away with, 1 eco kill. Basically did the same thing that the king did, but at least behind this, Anatan has grabbed 2 of the relics fully secured, it looks like. And then 2 of the relics he's brought back a good way home.
And this Marine Lord halfway up to Imperial Age, at least when it comes to the food. With the gold resource, he's already there. Never mind, spend some. Take it back.
Healer Elephant on the way for Anatan. He has 15 Lancers. Marine Lord is investing into men-at-arms now to pair together with the spears. Makes it hard if there's a range mass on the other side to actually, snipe down those spears as much when they're clumped together with all the other units. Knights now, though, are running across for Marine Lord, starting to stop the sacred site, but this gives Anatan a little bit of information, a little bit of vision there. Does have a villager trying to build an outpost on that sacred site.
I think Marine Lord didn't expect Anton to just have so many more knights available to him now as well. There's still 17 out there. He switched into men-at-arms.
For Marine Lord, though. He's going to that backside wood line. Is there going to be a reaction? He has the vision, it looks like. It looks like he's sending units over there. Pulls the villagers away from the wood line as well. So Anatan doesn't take any damage.
Yeah, he just gets away with just a single villager
One
loss.
villager dies.
Anatan just researched the only good upgrade from the House of Learning for the Spearman.
Second villager did fall, but this is where Marine Lord's economy is starting to get pretty scary. It will take him a good little bit to kind of equalize on those military numbers. And a good wrap around from Anatan, but Marine Lord just gets out of range in time for the charge.
Just barely, yeah. But Sacred Side victory, it's still ticking behind the 6.5 minutes. That is not really something that screams, oh yeah, I got enough time to go imp behind this. No, Marine Lord has to respect it, and looks like he is going to be doing so. Now adds in a lot more spearmen, lots of crossbows, good man-at-arm front line as well. Just a lot of infantry units, forward outposts as well for that aura, and he's pushing towards the first Sacred Side.
Yeah.
This looks promising. Looks like he's going to be able to get the decap in.
Anatan just wants to stall it out. He needs to wait till his Lancer mass arrives. Needs to get onto that Sacred Site soon. Does have healer elephants there. Does have melee elephant there as well. So pushes Marine Lord back and lets the timer keep ticking.
Such a dangerous fight to take. This is going to be a very decisive one, but at the same time, Lancers just return over to that other Sacred Site.
Every second so important right
again.
now.
Knights, they're all really low. They would love to go back to that, that Abbey of Kings and heal up.
Not quite.
The charge comes in at the same time.
Charge should have been coming in, and now Anatan is just going to be ready there.
The charge just doesn't quite hit. But yeah, Abbey of Kings healing would be coming in clutch right now for these 4 knights there. Behind this, Marine Lord, he's just continuously stacking up more and more of his infantry units. Not sure if he wants to potentially wait for an Imperial Age Berkshire drop, or if he just wants to mass up a little bit more. This time it's going to connect. He's going to trebuchet as well.
Yeah, wants to just deny that outpost, deny that Springleton placement and annoyance on the defensive side. 5 minutes left to go. But Marine Lord, he's slowly starting to equalize these numbers.
Yeah, we're up to 25 knights at the moment. Most of the ponds have been cleaned up now by Anatan. Did have to delete those fishing ships. Trebuchet is going to start taking some shots at that outpost. Getting up to a lot of these heal elephant numbers, and just raiding elephants now being added onto it as well. Oh, Springlets now too.
Outpost
no range units at all from Anatan.
I mean, look at how quickly the numbers equalize for Marine Lord. Obviously not quite the same value-wise with all the elephants that Anatan has, with all the lancers that Anatan has, but 42 spears is nothing to slouch out about. I'm tripling up on the outpost.
Again. Upgrades him as well with Springleton placement, so he's got some really nice backlines to fall back to. Now that the military count is even, and with the aura, this fight is going to be a tough one for Anatan.
Looks like Anatan's taking it. He thinks it's now or never. Springlets are there as well. Trebuchet moving up to be a melee frontliner.
Are we seeing trample coming in? Not yet.
No trampling yet from those elephants. Healer elephants doing the best they can. Scholars even there to help heal as well. Full circle, but Marine Lord, his numbers, they're just climbing. Anatan's, they're slowly falling, but the front line, spears, there's still so many spears there.
Still 30 spears with 8 more in queue. But Anatan, he's continuing to push forward. He's not really letting up at the moment with this push. But it's, you can't push this any further.
It's over, and
the army's disintegrating.
Yeah, and I mean, this is where Marine Lord, he's got 40 extra eco now, where the timing, he didn't quite have it. Anatan, there's still 3 minutes left on the sacred site, and Marine Lord just has plenty of army, plenty of military. I love this from Marine Lord too, because he didn't feel pressured as we see him wipe the rest of this mass.
Yeah.
There we go. I see so many times where, like, people feel pressured to stop the sacred victory at 7 minutes or 8 minutes, and it's like, no, just give it time. He has a stronger eco. Just wait until he knows he can win the fight decisively, and that's exactly what we saw him do there. The military value lead didn't matter because Marine Lord had so many of the counter units and was fighting under the outpost, so giving himself the aura. So game number 6 goes Marine Lord's way. It is a tied up series, 3-3.
Going all the way to a game number 7 between these two, and you can really tell the nerves right now for these players. They're being stressed quite a lot because there's a lot riding on this match. Whoever wins this is going to advance further. Whoever loses this is out of the tournament for good. And of course, he does have I want to say, in this tournament, a positive win record up against Marine Lord. Lord, obviously, like, the Titan in pretty much any Age of Empires 4 S-tier tournament. And having that under your belt, I think it gives Anatund a lot of confidence. And now we're going to be moving over to our final game in this set. It is going to be the Holy Roman Empire for Anatund up against the French from Marine Lord.
Marine Lord getting his French, a classic civilization on Kurlager, a classic matchup that we see here that we have seen so many times throughout the Age of Empires 4 history. It will be a exciting one for sure, living up to the tale. Game number 7 in just the first series of the day.
Oh man, yeah, this has been a very exciting one so far, just overall. And we've seen the French on Kurlager before. They're pretty good there. They're pretty good. Just being able to utilize your keeps, not just for, of course, the production cost decrease, but also just to secure resources. Because on Kurlager, there are a ton of resources out and about strewn across the map, and those are very important to secure if you just don't want to make farms. We know the French, of course, they are allergic to making farms within the first 30 minutes of a game. They do get there eventually, but they want to delay it as much as possible. And just all these separate food resources out there on the map definitely help them to do so. The HRE, they're a little bit of a, do-it-all civilization. They don't say no to resources out on the map, but they're also not against adding farms underneath, let's say, an Archon Chapel, for example, just in general with the Scholar, or rather Prelate inspiration that they do have. They're not opposed to that. Additionally, they do, of course, get the fastest infantry. Well, not the fastest, but like they get faster infantry in the game as well. So they're able to maneuver a little bit more evenly in regards to Spearmen up against Knights. This is a tough one to call based on the matchup. Ayubids have been sniped out. Shushi has been sniped out. Yeah, it's gonna be... It feels like it's gonna be setting itself up for a pretty even game, but we do, of course, know that with the French, with the Guildhall, eventually, once the trigger gets pulled on that landmark, it is a scary situation when that Imperial Age hits and you don't suspect it.
Yeah, it's all of a sudden you're sitting there and you're fighting and you're fighting and you're fighting, and then they click the Guildhall for 2,400 food, and they just have been on to gold like French always love to do, and it's just such a scary instance. But you mentioned it, if French are starting to drop farms early on, they are in a problem, but we shouldn't see that at all this game, especially with some extra water potential that we'll have for food income, especially with the map control that they typically get from their knights all across. And Ayubids, again, third time sniped out, and Marine Lord not letting Anatan play that, but at the same time, Zushi sniped out for the third time as well. So you can tell, the prioritization of civs for either of these players and who they don't want to be playing against.
There's a clear theme so far when it comes to civilizations here that have been sniped, of course. Ayubids, yeah, we're not going to see them today, at least not in this set. They've been sniped out 3 times so far. Tuklak did make it through eventually on the 3rd attempt.
Still can't believe English is starting to be a thing on Frisian marshes, or maybe not starting. Louis was the first one we saw do it, but 2TC English, it's nothing to slouch out about. Yeah, they give up the map control, but I feel like English has always been that, hey, I'm going to play my own game and you're going to have to stop me type of thing.
Yeah, exactly. And especially with just how many resources you can get out of those farms, because eventually, like, Frisian marshes, it's been nerfed in the sheep count, in the sheep department. Eventually you are going to have to add farms, and when you're playing 2TC as the English and just are able to run around with the king, delaying your opponents like a dock boom as well, that type of situation, you can feel really good about that second TC very early on.
Yeah, and it's one that, you know, Marine Lord waited. His economy was so strong, and it's kind of the same thing that happened with the Abbasid, where Anatan went castle, wasn't able to put any punishment on the second TC, and then, you know, decided to play the Sacred Site game, and Marine Lord did not rush it. But enough of that. Game number 7, game decider here. One person will get promoted to watching the next series of games, and one will be sitting at home in misery over there. But French for Marine Lord Anatan on the Holy Roman Empire. Villager already moving out to build a dock here.
Hey, saying it with such malice, I would say they're getting a more permanent position offered as viewer for the rest of the tournament.
Oh, there you go. A Twitch chatter, some might say.
Promote to Twitch chatter. Yeah, I mean, Twitch chat is Kong 4 at the end of the day, so no, really, can you complain about it? It's an increase in rank as well. We don't have Marine Lord actually going for the dock opening. He's just straight up on the deer. No dock play in sight for him. Looks like he already researched survival techniques.
Wants to get that really early night coming on out, and with being on the deer early, it's just, you know, the dock payoff takes timing, and that night can just do so much damage when you go get it early on.
Ooh, we have another village. Oh, never mind. That's just for the gold vein. Villager now moving out for the gold for Anatan. So Marine Lord, he's going to have a not insignificant timing advantage when it comes to the feudal age. The question is what he's going to be making of that timing advantage. Whether it's just going to be an immediate night, or if he's going to be trying to drop a quick dock and try and take control over water that way.
Yeah, that's when we're usually on this map, though. You can always see kind of the wall out go on the river, or it's just 3 fishing boats produced where they have enough room to jump inside, and then you have your ships to heal up comparative to the other side that shouldn't have fishing boats to heal their side. So there's kind of a couple different ideas, a couple different strategies that can come into play. Also allows Marine Lord to potentially just dock the other river if he wants to just slowly match up the economy on the other side with his own.
School of Cavalry now coming in for Marine Lord. No surprises there. Oh. Sheep does get sniped out.
There's that third fishing boat. I would not assume... Yeah, I was about to say Anatan's already pulled off of the wood. It wouldn't see him producing anymore, as that leaves a little bit of vulnerability, especially with night circling around the map as well. Also should see that villager starting to head home in the near future to prevent a villager loss here in Feudal Age 2. Anatan, though, about to have his own age up coming on through.
Question is what he's going to be going for. Minework Palace is going to be on the menu from the looks of it. So that's going to be having a lot of... I mean, this makes a lot of sense, especially on this map. Reason for it being, already spawn-wise, there's not a great spot for the Archon Chapel at all for him. So you're probably going to be forced into making multiple prelates anyways in order to buff up your villagers. And Minework at least gives you a tangible increase there as well for your economy, as in you have to spend a lot less resources on your blacksmith upgrades. I think also most importantly you get some really strong upgrades for your spearmen and your knights as well. So you could in theory actually make a point here for a knight play for the Holy Roman Empire up against a knight civilization like the French.
Scout just being annoying as possible still. Marine Lord opts more for the villager damage compared to Anatan, who opts more for the annoyance on burning the camps. But Marine Lord does go for the dock. Yeah, dock on the other side. Just wants to get some economy scaling of his own over there in the wall. Finishing up for Anatan. Doesn't quite finish it, as he is scared again of losing that villager from a Royal Knight.
Yeah, Royal Knight that isn't even in queue yet, does come in now, but yeah, so far there hasn't even been the threat of the early Royal Knight yet from Marine Lord. Anatan does see that shot play now from Marine Lord, and yeah, I mean, he has to feel really good about himself right now, because he, of course, does have that dock, and is ahead in the economy for it at the moment.
Yep, and starting to produce some spears of his own. Gonna be dropping a stables as well to get his own cav out on the field so he can use that movement, use that mobility.
Getting to the point where he should probably also start adding in an additional prowler. Typically, you do want to add them for every 9 villagers, but then again, we rarely see pro players actually add them for every 9th villager. It's more like, okay, you just go up to like 2, maybe 3 in feudal age, and once you get the regnants up, you can just make however many you want. Don't want
and it's nice there too. I always find it nice going into castle age when you actually do have a few more prelates, because then you're able to spread out, especially if you've taken out map control, and get those relics very, very quickly.
Scouts.
Spears ready and waiting, at least on one side. Marine Lord spots it out with his scout. Yeah, we'll try to go around the other side. There is a spear on the other side, but a villager. Okay, not quite in range of the risk. A lot of times you'll see these pros kind of like change their allocation of the villagers more to the center of the wood line, chopping through the center, and kind of leave this pocket for themselves where it's hard for the knights to get in. And if they do, they get cornered and surrounded.
Horseman and Scout looking for some damage to do as well. Second stable, so might be either additional horseman or maybe Anaton is going to be looking for potential age up with the eventual Night Pump. Rainlord really fortifying his base here. One outpost now also closing that little gap there with a palisade wall.
Scout and Horseman just decide to put some torches on the dock for the time being. Want to be doing something, causing some pings, causing some annoyance. Marine Lord though is circling around with his knights, and Anatan quick reaction there.
3 knights at the moment. One charge does connect. Anaton adding in a couple more fishing ships behind this. Hasn't added an additional dock though. There's still one more, I want to say like school of fish at the back of his river that he could opt to expand towards. For the time being, it's just a little back and forth between his army and the army of Marine Lord. Marine Lord now also adding in some archers as well. Oh! Have to be so careful there with these horsemen. Don't want to lose any for no reason at all. Now Marine Lord even adding in an archer ship in order to make sure that these harassments are going to be kept in check.
Archer ship, and has added an archery range, starting to mass up a few archers to deal with the spearman mass that Anatan has built up for himself. We'll start running low on those deer that he initially started with next to the town center. And there's the archer ship out at the perfect time as the spears move forward. They wanted to deny that dock play, but not going to be able to do so with that archer ship there.
Looks like he is trying to add in his own dock on that river now as well. So Anaton, yep, he's just added that. But that does get spotted out by Marine Lord. He is sending the archer ship over there at the same time. Now that the archer ship is out of the way, the spearmen do return. So Marine Lord is forced to send the archer ship back over there. Spearmen also deter the knights now, so that means that the dock is going to go up.
Yeah, good play by Anatan to, make sure that archer ship has to react to something. And that's not the only thing that has to react to something. Starting to burn down that outpost on the gold. Has so many melee units here. There's only a few archers so far. But it looks like Anatan can't take the fight. Just causes some idle time. Loses a spear or two for this. And you got to be so careful with your spear number once the night mass starts to build up. You really almost want that 2-for-1 mass. And if not, those knights just will take down spears without a worry in the world.
Yeah, it's one of those situations at the moment where he's got to be quite careful with his spearmen. You can't take any detrimental fights at the moment. Looks like he is still paying attention to the knight movement from Marine Lord. Obviously can't take any fights still with the horsemen up against the knights. So just gonna have to use the information to instead maneuver his spearmen around.
Spearman moving from his home spot over to that dock to be able to help it. A sprinkled ship is about to pop out. Hulk, I guess I should say.
Be able to at least do some damage. Looks like it only hit the scouts so far. Those are going to heal back up. Marine Lord has actually added in a good bunch of scouts. Is he thinking about pro scouting behind this as well? He hasn't so far.
He is up to 3 scouts. Not sure if it's just for the vision, but pro scout's such an expensive upgrade, and I feel like it's not really 100% like it's. I guess it's always nice to have safe food at home. Horseman though, able to connect into the wood line. There's only a few knights here though. Anatan's taking the fight. Oh, and more knights are there.
Getting a good connection. Running away from that one. He does have all pikes, so he does a good amount of damage to those villagers, but yeah, with enough knights in there, it's difficult to take these trades, and might lose horseman or 2 to the archer ship, or the springle ship there as well.
Galley's starting to get focused down, but fishing boats do a great job repairing. Who's surprised there? There's a galley ship of Anatan's own, but it's getting focused down. Doesn't have the fishing on his side to be able to heal that up. Needs to be careful with that. Pushes the nice mass away as well.
And still no real engagements being taken here. Marine Lord, though, he doesn't have that much food income at the moment, at least not compared to what Anatan has. So the army from Anatan.
39. What? The 390 had to move out into the berries.
We are up to 3 prelates now at the moment, and Anton looks like he might be getting ready for a potential age-up play now.
That's what it looks like, but gold might be denied at the perfect time. Isn't quite reacting to this. A couple of the vills jump inside.
That was a close one.
Just in time to not lose any villagers.
Needs to keep paying attention to this. Cannot afford to really idle out too much longer. Oh, never mind. He does have a second. Okay, second expansion onto another gold. That is actually coming in kind of clutch for him at the moment. So he will be able to get that age up in eventually. And the submarine. He's got a lot more villagers at this point, just courtesy of that faster producing TC. 7 villagers ahead. There's a single... Oh, we're getting the Burgrave Palace.
A demo ship? Oh, not quite there.
Close one. We're getting a Burgrave Palace in now. In the back of the base as well. Hides it from Marine Lord. That means that he is going to be getting additional charge damage on those spears. A significant amount as well.
And while the archer mass has built up quite a bit, it's just nothing that is, you know, crazily scary, yet does have enough to one-shot those spears for the time being. The guild hall, though, has been queued up. 5 villagers on that front side gold still. Outpost giving him the vision that he needs. He just pulls those villagers back fully here. Outpost going to start being burnt down. There is emergency repairs, but that thing's going to go down fast.
Gonna use it? Yeah,
oh,
does use it. It's gonna stay up. Marine Lord, he's got a single knight next to the little fishing extension there from Anatan to make sure that there's not just gonna be like a random villager coming around for mill drop, so those fishing ships, they aren't gonna be able to drop off anytime soon. On the south side.
Looks like some villagers are trying to move out that way now.
Yeah, they do get found out. Good play from Marine Lord, able to shut that down entirely.
Taken down. Wood line. Healing up. Oh, not quite enough healing.
Osman still trying to find some raiding avenues here. Now have veterancy on them as well. Villagers from Marine Lord are going to have to get pulled from the wood line. They don't want to get taken down. Splits up the army as well. Able to get a couple of pickoffs here. Shivs are getting pulled.
Pulls the shivs out. One villager gets taken out, but so do a few of those horsemen.
Pathing. Just runs the army around for the time being. Anatan, what happened to the food income?
It's the fishing. The fishing's gone. He needs the quick drop-off. Has a relic there to drop into the dock as well.
It didn't just decrease, the food income just completely evaporated into thin air.
He moved over to the deer on the east at the same time, so is starting to expose himself into a couple different spots, which can be very, very dangerous here for the HRE, especially against someone who has 15 Royal Knights and 5 more kills. Oh no! Running into another set of Knights.
He's not reacting!
Hasn't reacted yet. Hasn't reacted yet. All these horsemen.
Oh no! That is such a big
7
loss of
horsemen
military.
fall.
That is devastating. So
We'll
running
be
around
able to
with a couple of
spot some
horsemen.
villagers on the food. Will has spotted the villagers out onto the gold, but this just feels like one of those times where Anatan's starting to throw away some of his military and not the greatest trades here. Attempted Wololo, not able to be successful. One relic has been
Great
fully
awareness from
secured for
Marino.
Anatan.
Yeah. Now the Knights also moving forward. We're up to 18 archers, so definitely enough to one-shot the Spearman with every single volley.
And it's an attempted Knight swap from Anatan. It's just going to be so lacking in the numbers for the time being.
Outpost has been taken down.
villagers.
Oh, miss
Hello?
rally on the TC. Spearman raid.
Spearman, 2 villagers down, almost 3. Good bracing. Good connection.
Oh, he's
they went for
trying
the
to go for the
villagers
villain set.
instead? Oh, he's distracted at home, that's why.
Russian comes in. Archers focusing down the spears.
Spears are
Not
able to
trying to go for
connect
the
here,
Knights.
doing a significant amount of damage to the cav. Archer numbers starting to
Is it
thin out
enough?
just a little bit. Rally point is coming here as well, so decent fight for Anatan, but there's so many more numbers for Marine Lord, it just seems like this is not going to be enough.
Chain bonding also isn't in, so these Knights don't have any additional armor now. And this trade out at the end of the day, Marine Lord still has 17 Knights, Anton down to 3.
And 2 spears left, it just feels all but over almost. This is the position you can never let French get into. Spears come out and almost immediately get sniped down. Couple more Knights out on the way.
Chivalry also on the way now. Marine Lord, he's just standing his ground and taking these engagements. 9 more archers in queue, so all the army that he lost so far, he's just going to be able to rebuild entirely. Anton behind this, only a single relic gathered up so far. Same for Marine Lord. But is trying to pick up more now in the middle. Second one about to be coming in, third one about to get picked up as well. Might be just tripping over the sacred side, so triggers that message.
Yeah, but has more than enough army to go defend this. Anatan's done a decent job of being able to remass due to the Burgrave, but Marine Lord, his army's much bigger, much healthier, even though I say healthier. There's a lot of those Knights at like one shot, but Chivalry's just now finishing, so slowly we'll be able to build back up. And that food spot that Anatan moved out to, he's on the last few deer, so we'll have to get even more vulnerable, even further forward, or back on the berries, which isn't as good as deer.
And still just running around with these cavalry units. Chivalry, of course, also now going to be healing them up. Chain barding about to be coming in. Atten still just pumping out a lot of these spearmen. His food income is looking good again. And he did, I want to say, decrease the archer count, at least for the time being. It still doesn't feel like it's quite good enough yet for him to take any significant fights. Marine Lord, his food income has plummeted a little bit as he did re-macro or reassign the villagers to different sources of food. Can we take a quick look? Actually, never mind. The UI is telling us he's at 900 food in the guild hall at the moment.
Anatan at least is giving himself some time with his attempted night raids. I mean, that food income difference, because those boar villagers were building a wall, just allowed Anatan to not necessarily equalize in numbers, but there was a point where it looked like it was about to be all but over.
Keep is now coming in at front side here, so Anatan isn't going to be able to really dive into the base, at least not from the front side anymore. At least not for just some few unit raids.
Good raid onto the
Marine Lord is
gold.
going to get a significant discount on his units, and we're about to be seeing Imperial Age drop for Marine Lord, I feel like. He's got the gold. He only needs a little bit more food, and in combination with the bank and the guild hall, that's gonna be enough for him.
More raids from Anatan onto the berries, onto the woodline. Spearman raid, classic.
Classic Spearman raid. Archer's in position though. That victory has been locked in. The Spearmen getting taken down without even being able to take down a single knight here. Marine Lord just switching out the weak knights every single time. Knight count is also building up for Anatan behind this, but we're getting to the point. Absent by Marine Lord, he now has the option to take the food out of the guild hall at any point. There it is.
You can already see villagers moving forward.
Switches it over to gold. And in the middle of the map, next to the large 8k gold vein, all the knights are here to protect this as well. So many villagers that no matter what happens, this red palace is gonna go up.
And that's really one. We're taking the 8k gold, taking the map control, the vision, the knowledge, the information. Anatan's trying to go deny some food, but he has much bigger problems to deal with at hand.
About to be seeing another Spearman raid. Knights are getting pinched as well. Looks like he does see the red palace there now. Isn't too far away from his own age up, but this does not feel good because, you know, your opponent, he didn't invest that much into the age up. It was just off the back of that guild hall.
This is one, when that happens, you feel so pressured to do something. Good job splitting off one of the knights that was getting chased by the Knights of Marine Lord, but he cannot take this fight. Imperial Age upgrades are on the way.
Behind this, TC now also gets that red palace emplacement in on it as well, so the Knights, as long as they're just running around in the base, they're taking significant damage there from it as well.
Textiles just doing such a good job of allowing those villagers to stay alive, not die to these raids. Meanwhile, on the other side, Anatan taking some damage. Spears trying to run and go help, but there's so many archers there, it's not going to matter. Palace of Swabia on the way, but this just feels too little too late here.
Archers now with the Imperial Age upgrades as well. Spearmen, they don't look that threatening at the moment, not anymore. Anton on 29 military units up against 50, an age behind. Palace of Swabia now coming in for him. But realistically, what is the plan now from this point on?
I mean, the income difference just is significant. There are 15 villagers obviously building the landmark instead, but Marine Lord has full map control as French, which just feels so bad.
Now the archers are moving towards that Palace of Swabia as well. Potentially find out the economy from Anatan that's hiding over there.
Bye-bye to all the fishing boats. Relic in the dock, probably taken down here as well, so a little bit less gold income. Swabia spotted out where that's at. There is a Springland in place, 2 Springland in place towers. That's just not going to be enough. There's so many villagers here. Where's the military from Anatan? It's nowhere to be found. Villagers just have to run, but there's so many archers, so many knights.
Chain botting means that the Knights are going to be able to tank up a significant amount of damage, but now that the archers are getting focused out, there's just no way out. GG comes in. Marine Lord able to win against Anatan in the best of 7. The last game in this series means that he is going to be able to advance onward in the EGC Masters Finals.
What a close series. What a great job there. A great attempt by Anatan, but a good job by Marine Lord to just not lose focus, not be worried that he's down 3-2, and just lock in and take game number 6, game number 7, and move along now to watch Wham and Beastie and take the winner of that.
Oh, man. Yeah, this was a seriously incredibly close set between the two. And I mean, just knowing that they already, matched against each other in the group phase and the way that ended, I think this was a very important win for Marine Lord. Even more important than, of course, just getting the being able to not get kicked out of the tournament, of course, or rather not like end the run there, but just also for the mental. After losing 3-1, like you keep winning against this guy time and time again, suddenly you lose 3-1, and the next set, if you lost that again, that could have been quite upsetting potentially.
Yeah, just what a great job. Great series here, and excited to see the next one. But I think first we're going to be trying to set up the typical winners interview.
All right, so let's jump into it. Everybody, here is your winner of the set, Marine Lord. All right, Marine Lord, congratulations for this victory up against Anatan. How are you feeling after that one? You went all the way to a game number 7 against Anatan.
Yeah, I mean, it was feeling very hard, especially like the last 2 games. I believed my draft was terrible, and I felt like I would lose. But after beating Tugluk, or Tuglak, I'm not sure how you say, I was decently confident because we practiced this matchup actually, H3 French, so I knew it was pretty close, and I had my chance. But yeah, I don't know, it was very hard. I think 2 of the games I played so fucking bad, it's fucking disgusting. Like sometimes I disgust myself so badly. The Daily Malian game, I can't macro, I can't do anything. I have no hands. I'm terrible. And the House of Lancaster game, I'm so stupid. Like I see he has so many more ships than me, so I'm like, okay, I'm gonna deny some ship with my spear, so the can cannot go this way. And then I just forget that my plan is to deny the dock, and then he goes for a dock and I'm dead. I was so stupid. I don't know. It's crazy.
Things like that do happen at times, but
yeah.
Let's go over it one after another, because of course we did have the first game on Gorge with the Byzantines up against Sengoku. Sengoku so far, they've been hailed as a very strong civilization in general. Byzantines, of course, like the good old. How are you feeling about them? Because, like, hasn't he put on a lot of pressure on you in the feudal age, right? Like, he dove kind of deep and then gets the follow-up age up in as well. But then with the cataphracts, like, he just kind of, like, caught him out of position. Were you, like, aware of just how badly you hurt him at that point in time?
I mean, usually when you reach age 3 with this Steve, and you don't take any damage, normally you kind of win. But Sengoku is obviously very strong, and I think Anatan is playing pretty well, so I was not sure 100%. But when I saw that he was not in time to deny any relics, and I could get 3 relics pretty easily, I knew it would be a slightly favorite for me, and then it's pretty easy to play, I think. You just try to attack the food from both sides. I mean, he's gonna attack my food, I'm gonna attack his food, but I'm gonna get more free units, and normally I'm gonna snowball at some point. But it was pretty hard.
After that, we did have the Malian versus Delhi game. You mentioned that one already, like the lack of hands there for a little bit. Yeah. I think in general, like with the Stealth Forest up against like Donzos, for example, it becomes incredibly tough to like micro up against Donzos inside of Stealth Forest. It feels kind of difficult to hit them out there. But yeah, like the Sofa play, we've seen it more and more at the moment with Mali, that they don't go for like the Donzo Javelin combination anymore. But instead, we see a lot more investment into Sofa nowadays. Is that something where you were like, okay, you got the Ghazi Raiders, were you feeling confident before you took that fight, or were you already like worried, okay, this could be going south for me?
No, I was already worried because I missed macro a little bit earlier on, and my macro was so bad. I was going from food to wood, and I was not sure how to balance my economy, because I was not confident in how many spears he will make or how many sofas. So if he make like 5 spears to bait me and I go mass archer, I'm dead. And if he does the opposite, I'm dead too. So I think I was most likely missing some scouting information, and also I put way too much on food at the start of feudal age.
We then went over to the Abbasid versus Golden Horde game. I really liked what you did there, where I believe at least that you had in mind that, of course, there is the double armor upgrade for the Castle Age play from the Golden Horde. You didn't make any archers until way later into the game. That was on purpose, I'm guessing, right?
Yep.
Because typically we see you making archers all the time. Like, that's like your main unit.
I mean, when you reach castle, normally you make knights, but I've played a few times in practice against Louis and Anotan, playing Golden Horde. And the only time I died was I was making archer and trying to push them. So this time I was just like, okay, I'm just gonna try to scout well. If he all-ins feudal, I'm gonna defend, and if he doesn't, I'm gonna fast castle. And then Golden Horde takes so long to age up, so you have quite a lot of time with Abbasid, and then it's pretty easy. I think once we reached castle, it was already pretty much over.
Yeah. That was a rough one.
Yeah.
Of course, we got to talk about Kawasan because that is the second time that we had you versus Anaton in this tournament with that matchup. We've seen Genitors again. Granted, this time they didn't like get mass that much into, and I don't think that was like the main play there, of course. But your take on the matchup overall, because like this one, genuinely at the moment, like from what we've seen, I'm not quite sure how Order of the Dragon can really approach that. Do you have any like ideas after this one?
Yeah, I think it's pretty close. It's just I'm stupid. Like I think you shouldn't play the second leg. You should just all in one leg because we are all of our economy is on the same leg. So just a water fight, I think, on one leg. But since I'm spending so much money on the second leg, making a few, I made a galley and I made a dock and then I made some fishing ship. Then I just have like 2 less ship than him and I just die. So I think I was not too mad at myself for that, but yeah, I think from this position, then you just lose a lake, you have like 4 or 5 less fishing ship, and then you're just dead because he cannot do whatever he wants. He just has a better economy. I think Templar, if it gets going, it's very, very strong. Like it's one of the best snowballing Steve. But in theory, I think they shouldn't be able to have a snowball position because they are not very good, I think, at the moment. But they're decent, right? It's a pretty close matchup, I think.
Yeah.
OTT, Templar.
It's just trying to get into that position. It's kind of tough. Once you get the fortress up and when you have the pilgrim secured, it's a pretty good civ. But to get there, that's the challenge. Of course, we already mentioned the Mongol versus House of Lancaster game. It is one of those maps, right, where just taking water control is like one of the main key parts, just because water scales so well. Actually looking at the game back, or just during the game, your income just with a single manor was actually really, really comparable. Do you think that maybe you could have played it in a way where you just ignored water, or is that something where you think, okay, nah, it's the you have to absolutely go on water every time?
It depends, but his base, like his wood line was very good, I think, since it makes a wall with the cliff, and then it's the TC defending it. And then he had a fast tower on the gold. So once he locked his main base, I knew I was dead. I tried to go for a ramp push, but I knew like my economy is gonna be on the same caliber as his for like maybe 5 or like 4 minutes. But once my first mana runs out, I'm dead. And also I didn't get, like, since I went for the base instantly, I got destroyed on the ship count. So obviously the House of Lancaster is very strong with ship economy. So yeah, when I saw that, I was like,
live and the ship count was
it was tough
very
one.
devastating there as well.
Also, he has the mistake of making sorry. Yeah, the mistake of not defending the lake with my spears when I have the advantage of H1 spears. It makes no sense. And I'm stupid, but it happens. I was pretty mad at myself for this one because House of Lancaster was my first pick, obviously. And it's very strong. So it's not the best one to lose.
Then, of course, we've seen a lot of the like overall newer civilizations in this draft as well from Anaton. Like, he picked 3 out of the 4 new civilizations. You mentioned like Tuklak being like, you felt a lot better after winning against Tuklak on Frisian Marshes.
Yeah.
Did you like already like have the plan in mind that you might be seeing English into Tuklak on that map?
I was really not sure what I wanted to have, but I felt like Ayubit will be way harder than Tugluk. Actually, like both Echery, Ayubid, and Tugluk felt terrible in my head. But I was like, maybe my plan was to bait him to make spears with English, and he didn't take the bait. So at this point, I believed I was dead. I look at the harvested resources, I'm getting ahead just at the end of the game. But also, English army is a bit better. So, I don't know. On paper, I was like a little bit not confident, but also I could see myself winning with some tricks, some good multitask. And also the fact that for now we are not the best with new civs, obviously, especially Tugluk. It's very hard, I think, to play. I could see myself. Also, one thing from Tugluk that is pretty bad, I think, the fact that they have no normal keep, I think is pretty bad. So to deny Sacred Sites, you can actually like always pressure Sacred Site. He has to make a tower plus fortify and 3 golden placements, which is pretty good. But sometimes having a fast keep can be very nice. I think maybe they should change that for Tugluk. Maybe they should have like an upgrade where they can make their normal forts into a keep, and then if you do that, you don't have a governor, maybe. But it feels very weird right now, I think.
It is one of those more weird civilizations, of course, of the new ones that did come in. All right, closing things out. Of course, you did win against Anaton. It was a tough one to get there. You did face off against him in the group phase early as well, where he did manage to beat you 3-1. Overall, your stance at the moment, do you think like we have a lot more, I want to say, like, at least this is my perception, a lot more competitive play in Age of Empires 4 Pro play? Like previously, it used to be like the top 5 were just a good bit ahead of the rest. But now it feels a lot more even. I think Anaton now is also like getting to the point where we can like see him or like confidently call him a top 5 player. Like I think he's earned that position now.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, he's made mostly. I think on the last 3 or 4 tournaments, it's his worst performance, maybe top 6, and it's not too bad, obviously. Maybe at Steel Series he did top 6 or top 8. I'm not sure. But recently he has been doing pretty well.
It's also rare meeting you in the lower bracket that early on, right?
Yeah.
Like...
yeah, but he almost beat me, so it's not like I'm very strong this tournament. I feel like I'm a little bit slightly under-practiced. I don't think like people are playing way better than usually. When I see people play and when I see myself play, I'm kind of disgusted. Usually I just play very well and I play a little bit worse, and it's enough for me to dominate. But since right now I'm not playing very well, I'm on the same level as everyone pretty much, and it's giving close series against the world top 8.
Next up, we're going to be looking at Beastie versus Wham in the next set. Obviously, you're going to be facing off against the victor of that set. Who do you think at the moment has the upper hand between the two?
I don't know. If you asked me before yesterday, I would say Wham, but Beastie destroyed Lucifron, and Lucifron is pretty good, so I'm not sure. I would like to face Wham. I want to take my revenge, so I would like to face him. But I think it's going to be close. Hopefully it's a nice one, alright? Like, we only have 3 games today, so if it can be 3 fun best of 7, it will be nice.
Yeah. All right, we're going to let you take just a short break, and we'll be back after a short break as well with the next set between Wham and BC. Congratulations, Marina. See you later.
Thanks.
Alright, and we are back, everybody. Hope you brought some snacks because we're about to be going straight up into another banger of a set here. It is Wham up against Beastie, and we're starting right off Dry Arabia, and it's a English mirror of sorts, as we see English up against the House of Lancaster.
Yeah, we will not be seeing English on Frisian Marshes in this series. It is English versus House of Lancaster on everyone's favorite map, Dry Arabia. And actually looking at the maps in general, a lot less hybrid picked in this series, more just kind of a lot of the generic standard land maps.
Indeed, so we won't be seeing any pure water maps here. Kalogger also not being picked here. Instead, Coastal Cliffs is going to be making its debut here as well in the lower bracket, and King of the Hill coming in as well. I gotta say, King of the Hill, one of my favorite maps in the game.
Yeah, it's been a fun one this series. We've seen some very, very exciting games. I still remember watching the Beastie Lucifron one that seemed like it was all but set for Lucifron to win it after some feudal age play, but Beastie showed that Roos is a menace and hard to be dealt with on King of the Hill, and sure enough, he's got Roos under his fingertips again. But enough of that. We see the timer down. Game number 1 of Wham versus Beastie starting. It is the English mirror, English versus House of Lancaster.
Yeah, not really a matchup that we see too often, and it's going to be interesting to see just how they are going to be playing this one out. You, of course, have both players right now just looking to grab as many sheep as possible. Beastie with the House of Lancaster. He can take his time because the House of Lancaster, of course, spawns with an additional 4 sheep straight off the bat.
Yeah, nice and easy there. We've also, you know, we don't expect us to see any council hall from the English. The king play should be happening yet again, but you know, we've been surprised by plenty of things overall in series going forward. So we'll see what Wham has in store for us.
Looks like Beastie did find one of the sheep here around Wham's base, though at the moment he's actually kind of trailing behind Wham's scout. So even though he's found a sheep here now, he might be misled into thinking that Wham didn't scout around this side.
Yeah, you can really get baited in at times. We do, you know, it's one of those that when you don't see your opponent's scout in immediate view, you're just kind of assuming, and then that's one that I think Beastie will pick it up after all of a sudden he's like, I haven't found any sheep in a good little bit, and he'll be able to see Wham scout patrolling behind his base now.
Yeah, so he is cutting back through towards the other side there. Note to cow, similarly to the Minecraft sheep, could we get the same for like scouts and have like a line drawn by them on the map? That would be cool.
All right, so we might have that in the works down the road. We'll see a nice little potential idea of the scouting patterns. Abbey of the Kings is on the way for Beastie. And
So
Abbey of the Kings should be on the way. Yeah, here we go. Abbey of the Kings on the way for Wham.
3 villagers working on that. Is he going to go for a 2TC play, potentially? And yeah, he is. Villager moves out to stone. So we'll be getting that Lord versus King matchup here.
Lord versus King indeed. And it's one that King early on, it can just provide so much annoyance. It makes you kind of be on the back foot for a little bit and might give Wham the time he needs for have the second TC play a little bit more. But House of Lancasters, they got those manners. They have their own economic bonuses. We just saw the Marine Lord Anatan map where Anatan had water, and the Manors and House of Lancaster still were able to kind of have the same footing as far as the economy goes for the first couple minutes.
Yeah, indeed. Having the mobile healing always be a factor is very nice, but looking at how this game plan is forming at the moment for Wham with that 2TC play, I don't think he's going to be making too much use of the mobility healing, more just for his king, just to harass a little bit.
Yeah, just cause your opponent to be on the back foot a little, force a reaction, you know, force a barracks drop with some spears, even though, you know, House of Lancaster is going to be massing up those units anyways, as they typically love to do in feudal age. But The English economy is not the easiest thing to harass and do damage with the extra TC fire and with another TC that's gonna be being dropped.
Also, of course, having the aura is going to be super nice. Sure, the House of Lancaster, they get bonus HP on their units with the lords nearby, but just having additional attack speed on your units as well can make a big difference in big mosh pit fights, where you're able to just get more volleys out with your archers and thus take down the spearman line a lot quicker.
Question is where is the second TC going to end up being dropped? You know, a lot of time you're wanting to protect up a second resource. You know, what is that second resource going to be? Is it going to be the front gold? Is it kind of going to be the wood line and where you have the farms tucked in between them? Let's see in just a little bit, as that second TC English timing usually comes in right around 5 minutes.
Seeing as just how aggressive House of Lancaster typically is, I would personally drop it more towards like the side instead of the front. It could be that Wham might be thinking about just dropping it right at the front. No, he's actually going for the deer.
Oh, this is so risky.
It is
the Lord's
not just
already there.
Exactly. And now the TC can't get dropped. King's coming in.
Villagers got a little bit of damage on out. He's still gonna go for it.
Yeah, the thing is, the lords actually have very comparable stats to the king, but there's more of them. The only stat that isn't really too comparable is the movement speed, and the second lord's just gonna go straight for the TC as it's being built up. Ooh, this is not looking too good.
King needs to be pulled back. Villagers starting to get hit. It's, what, 4 hits for them to end up dying. Good micro there by Wham to circle that one around. The King's on its way back, but we just saw how much damage those lords can actually tank up. TC, 3/4 of the way. I mean, great micro by Wham here.
There's another lord on the way now as well. But the
TC's
TC
about
will
to
go
finish.
up,
Villagers will jump inside. Don't even need to jump
always
inside.
get healed back up. Do have few late healing for the English here at the end of the day. Yeah, and the king can just like run after for quite a while. Oh, this is annoying. This is so annoying. Oh my god.
Great pathing. You gotta love this.
Oh, again. Oh.
One more hit.
Oh. Gets it.
And the king is able to pick up a lord, able to get back and get some healing on in to where he will not fall. Barracks is already on the way for Wham as well. That TC, it's going to start being idled quite a bit.
Yeah, it's already a lot of hobblers out at the moment. We do get an archer range now follow-up as well. Makes a lot of sense. So, Wham, is he going to invest into his own stable now? Does have the option for it. Would make a lot of sense considering that he does have a lot of villagers on deer now, so food income isn't gonna be looking bad for him at all. Already with the +1 pierce armor, he's soon gonna be able to just consistently dive this TC.
And Wham knows that. He knows that he needs to drop another outpost here. He's gonna get his own longbows. Spears are starting to move over that way. Villagers need to jump inside again. There's not enough room. Great micro again by Wham. One villager does fall. The next villager pops out, though. It will die immediately as well. But, I mean, look at how tanky those hobblers are. The ranged fire just does not do much to him.
That was without the pierce armor. That's just now coming in. It's not gonna get better.
Going ahead, sending some of those villagers over to gold. Can get some of those precious upgrades himself. The spears will do a significant job because now the TC fire can, you know, not just focus the hobblers over there. He can re-macro it to other units.
Villagers getting forced off the gold vein there. Yeah, Wham at the moment, he's struggling with getting units out at the moment. Beastie already 8 higher in the population count. It's now just going to be able to start burning buildings as well.
Another spear comes in. King is going around to force those units on away, but you are right, Beastie. He is ready to end this here and now in feudal. That second TC location's an easy choice, but also so is the forward side Abbey.
The wood line is getting harassed now as well, and the barracks. Just when you start investing into longbows, losing out on your wood production, or like just in general on your production buildings, is not something that you want to see.
Villagers able to jump inside that second TC, able to jump inside that outpost. Hobblear's just hanking up that fire without a worry. As they get low, he just Beastie micros him back over to the Abbey. We will see maybe one go down.
Wow. Single unit doesn't even
Nope,
go
it
down.
didn't even down. It didn't even fall. Really needs that longbow number to start massing up so he can start sniping out some of the lower health units, just start being even more defensive and not relying on just idling vills inside the town center.
Really needs that pierce damage to come in, but it's now going to be over a minute until that comes in. TC helping out as well, but yeah, I mean, he's just
gonna
able
have
to
to make
burn
another
the barracks. Yeah.
Which means
This
3 less
hurts.
longbows. Man, Beastie's just done such a good job of every single low health unit he's just pulled back, goes right back to his Abbey, and goes and heals on up.
Yeah. So many units out on the field at the moment. Wham, he's really struggling with the count. Of course, he did invest into that second TC, but with all the idle time caused here so far, it feels like Beastie is actually ahead in economy. We also have to deduct like 150 food per minute here for Wham, just in order to have uptime on that second TC, of course. Now villagers, once again, getting idled here.
Wham
Yeoman
really
actually
needs to
pushing
change that
far
over to the
in.
Yeoman. Yeah, here we go. He swaps it over to the Yeoman. So the Yeoman actually take a little bit of damage. Spears got to be able to fight in this choke point really well. Yeoman under TC fire. Villagers healing up the TC as well, but the Lords, they are choosing to dive on in. Villagers don't jump inside the outpost. This looks all but over here as the TC should fall. Villagers are falling. BC actually just leaves the TC. He knows if he kills the army, this is all but over. He's on the main army mass. He's on the main villager line. No more army's going to be coming out for right now either.
2 TC just does not look like an option when you're playing up against the House of Lancaster. Villager pulling out the bows as well, the short bows here. The TC going down, and this has to be it, right? Yeah.
Where's
with
the army
TC
for
going down,
Wham?
it's just
It's all
it's
gone.
non-existent anymore. Torture's dying left, right, front, and center, and GG comes in. Beastie, 11 minutes in the first game, is gonna take the first victory here.
I mean, he came out with a flurry there. He was ready to go, ready to fight, and fight he did as House of Lancasters. You could just see the resources gathered. You know, the 2 TC did not play out. He was able to cause so much idle time, so much eco damage, and great, great execution there from the all-in from Beastie.
Yeah, we can see the economy count just going up once, and then going down very quickly, and the military value lead just expanding further and further and further here. 4,000, not 4,000, but 3,000 more resources gathered here while being on the aggressive against the 2 TC play. Manners are
Yeah,
pretty
I
good.
mean, it just showed, just like Marine Lord had said, it's like the first couple minutes with House of Lancasters, you still are able to kind of, I mean, obviously not only outmatch the 2 TC eco, but even if it was fishing, even if it cost less resources to get into, able to kind of be on that same footing, and same footing he did. But now Byzantines, the first choice civ by Wham is what he gets to utilize on Gorge. Meanwhile, Beastie is going to be playing Delhi.
All right, so a classic Byzantines versus Delhi matchup coming in here. Okay. I'm not liking Gorge no less. Now, Gorge, I think, is very good for the Delhi, especially when they get just a little bit of map control, just putting up that little wall layer in the middle of the map, you know, just separating those, or rather combining those 2 cliffs. It's going to make it very difficult for any player to maneuver around the map, especially when it comes to decapping those sacred sites.
Yeah, and I mean, what a nice execution on the first game, and now Gorge is the one to follow. I think Gorge was the same second map in the previous series that we saw before, and Marine Lord utilized the Byzantines to perfection there. So let's see if Wham can do the same thing, get this series back on equal footing. Last series was back and forth, constantly tied up. Or is Beastie coming back with revenge as far as the lower bracket goes? A spot that he's not used to being in too much.
Yeah, that's gonna be the question here at the end of the day, though. Byzantines versus Delhi. It's one of those matchups that we've also seen time and time again recently, and it's one that can really go both ways. It's not like a one and done matchup, but the same rule still applies for Byzantines as it always has. If they get to Castle Age and they haven't taken significant damage yet, they're pretty well set up for win. That Golden Horn Tower just producing units non-stop, having the mercenaries with you. It's a lot of free military value in the end. Delhi, they get most of their value through these free upgrades and, of course, the optional Sacred Site capturing here and there in Feudal Age as well. But as Delhi, you can't just go Castle Age and spam War Elephants against a civilization like the Byzantines. They got some of the best spearmen in the game with Limitani.
Yeah, I mean, Delhi really can get that first foot forward. It does take them like a little bit longer than some civs, but once they get that stables down, efficient production's already in queue, well, already finished at that point with the Scholar inside, the Ghazi will be coming out with a flurry, and they're going to be trying to, you know, maybe deny some of that cistern expansion, deny some of those berry bushes on the outside. And Delhi's not quite as vulnerable as some of the other civs as far as arrow slits go and tower fire and things like that, as they can always micro back the lower health units, heal up with scholars, just like we saw Beastie just pulling back the units in this game before to heal up with the Abbey of the Kings.
Yeah, Feudal Age healing, it's pretty good. Pretty good. In general, just being able to heal up units, of course. It gives you the option, of course, of having, like, infinite value. Byzantines, they don't get that. But it's obviously, like, a big micro play. Like, you have to have the ability for it, and even with that, like... I think just pulling the Scholars, like, for military fights tends to be the better option, because Scholars, they don't take any bonus damage at all whatsoever, and yeah, just being able to have them as a frontline and heal during combat as well, instead of pulling the units back. I think that's where Delhi just becomes really threatening in, like, these large mid-feudal age battles that, you know, when you get there as Delhi with like 12, 13, 14 scholars, it can be quite difficult to take any unit down just because the healing is so potent.
Yeah, I mean, the healing, it always seems easier said than done pulling back those lower health units, but that's one where these players have been playing this game for years and years, and all these little small points are just slight ways to get yourself that little bit of edge advantage over your opponent. So that is one that, you know, Beastie will definitely be focusing in on that. If he's able to get those sacred sites ticking for him early, if he's able to get that gold income in, Delhi is going to be right where they want to be, even matching, you know, the olive oil income that Byzantines will end up having to, you know, boost their military numbers. It's always shocking seeing them go untouched or even take a little bit of damage and still be able to outmass so easily.
All right, it is time now for us to jump into our second game of this set. Wham! Spawning in the color red, playing as the Byzantines here on Gorge, his opponent none other than Beastie in the color yellow, playing as the Delhi Sultanate. And as is typical in Gorge, we can take a look. We got those 3 sacred sites and a nice line in the middle.
Yeah, no unfair spawns goes with these sacred sites on this map at all. It's always just dead center. Easy spots to know, easy spots to focus. We're seeing those Minecraft sheep locations, seeing, you know, who's going to potentially get the edge advantage over the opponent, but either person chose one of the sides and going to the other, and should be somewhat even by the end here.
Something to definitely take note of is the sheep spawn here on this map, because Gorge actually has fixed sheep spawns on the EGC version, so the sheep are pretty much always positioned in the same way. They spawn in the same pattern, so to say.
Yep. That's where these players are grabbing those sheep from either side, getting the information on those outside resources that, you know, while it might not be that important right now, it definitely comes into play a little. That sheep is trying to be a deer. He's a deer sheep.
Yeah, you see, that's a downside of having colored sheep now. We get the pink sheep, we get the black sheep, we get the brown sheep, but suddenly they're the same color as the deer, and you can't tell anymore which is which.
Yeah, not the easiest thing to differentiate from some of the other things, especially as you're clicking through so many different locations. You're, you know, looking at your scout, you're looking at your base, you're re-macroing, you're looking back at your scout and clicking into newer locations, and it is just one that's so easy to just barely miss that spot. Wham! Just continuing to gather up that stone. We'll see those cisterns coming into play. We'll see that water level start to raise. Second one will be finished here in just a second, and he is planning on at least a third, probably a fourth here coming before Feudal Age finishes.
Gem of Faith gonna be the age-up choice here for BC. No big surprise, and we are gonna be seeing the Grand Winery coming in for Wham here on the front side.
Grand Winery is on the way now, dropping those sheep off, gonna circle back around, get some more information, wants to see, you know, that first military production building that Delhi drops, which is, I feel like 90+% of the time, a stables.
It's always the exception to the rule, but especially in this matchup, I feel like most of the time, this is like the one matchup where you can really like reason going for an archery range early on instead of the stable play. Just because the Mitanni are such a key part to the Byzantine army, you will pretty much never get any value with just immediate Ghazi Raider play.
Oh, we will see that in just a few seconds. The Grand Winery getting closer to finishing. Nice, another cistern. Can already see is planned and prepped from Wham.
Moves not far with the third cistern here, next to the second berry patch. It's kind of already paints a picture of where he wants to go.
Yeah, 3 berry patches in a very close location, so if he's able to, you know, protect that spot with an outpost, it kind of secures him all 3 berry patches there, nice and safe.
Yeah, also gives BC a very clear target to attack though.
That is always the truth. Ups and downs. There's always pros and cons.
And it is actually going to be the stable opening here. Stable almost finished. We are seeing the Scholar now hop out, getting ready to jump into the stable with the efficient production. Should be coming in any second now.
All right.
Stables
Well,
up. Scholar's not inside yet. There we go. Jumping in now.
there's the Scholar inside. Like you said, constant Scholar production coming on in from Beastie. No surprise here. Just pretty typical openings, and like you mentioned it for the Byzantine, Limitane are the typical path that they take, and Wham is already producing those up and starting to draw some pictures here with the cisterns.
Yeah, we're getting a little question mark on the minimap.
Question
Like a Greek
mark indeed.
question mark. It's a little bit more jagged, that's why I'm calling it a Greek question mark.
First couple spears just gonna sit there, protect up his potential villagers that, you know, the first focus of Beastie from the Ghazi, but that is one where there is a villager out building. Oh, finishes just in time, won't have a worry. Beastie will pull the Ghazi on back, again without any worry. Just kind of this initial standoff. Oh,
Oh, at the same
villager
time,
though.
Mitanni might be able to find a villager kill. Body block,
one
not
villager does
successful.
fall.
First villager going down.
Solid pickup there from Beastie. It's one that, you know, it's easier said than done. It seems so bad, you know, when there's so many Limitane out and you have just Ghazi and the unit that counters you is out and about, but was able to split those up, split the focus to Wham, and just take advantage of that lower health villager.
Mercenary house now also put up, so we'll soon be seeing some mercenaries joining the fray.
And as you say that, the triple scholars starting to move out for all 3 sacred sites. So Beastie's just saying, I'm gonna be greedy, I'm gonna be aggressive, try to take every single one of these, it looks like.
Yeah, also means that Wham, he's gonna have to really just think about, okay, which one am I gonna try and defend here? He is moving towards the middle one. This gives Beastie an opportunity, though, to go for the raid on the side. Is Wham gonna react to this? He does react in time.
Oh, quick reaction there. Limitane in the center. Gonna try to chase down that scholar and pick him up, or maybe get some damage on a Ghazi. Splits another Limitane out towards that western sacred site, and even has a little wolf helping him out.
He's still roaming around with the Ghazi Raider. Horseman does make its way out. Never mind, does turn around. Gets a couple of maces to the head as a reward for it. Looks like 2 of the 3 sacred side captures are gonna get stopped here.
Yeah, and I feel like this is one of those things that, like, you know, you can choose to make sure you have one, or you can be greedy and take all 3, and sometimes that means that gold trickle's delayed, that damage, that income is delayed as well, so not a position point that you want to be in. There's still Limitane nice and close, but there's 4 Ghazi there with Scholar healing. That should be a pickup, and that should be at least the first sacred site secured.
Second sacred site now also being picked up. Wham, he did just get his first couple of mercenaries out. Second batch already in queue as well on system level 4. That should be coming in rather quickly. Already has the resource for system level 5 as well, if he's so desired.
Yeah, has moved out to the 2 different...
rush out to.
Yeah, moved out to both different berry patches as well, so plenty of olive oil that is coming in for him.
It's now posting as well. Only on 1 though. Oh, this is greedy.
Oh no. No outpost there. Outpost was canceled. He's moving out with some longbows.
He doesn't go for it though. Instead wants to go for the other berry spot. From the
he probably sees Wham on that one berries and is like, okay, I know where I need to focus, but hasn't yet seen him move out to the other one. And a lot of times you don't think your opponent's going to be on both of them.
This should have rung the alarm bells for Wham though, but he hasn't built the outpost over here yet. Oh, this could be devastating. His army's moving out as well. And now Beastie sees the target.
Oh, that's 6 villagers that should just all go down. Oh, good reaction.
Oh, good pull.
Villager
Wheelbarrow.
speed up too. One does get
Isolates one of
surrounded.
them.
Oh my!
Oh
none of
my
them
God.
fall.
He gets
That
all
was
of them out.
That's crazy. What a good job by Wham there. Shows that formation speed up too that happens at times. And now the Ghazi could be a little bit out of position. Don't have a ton of room to escape. Might have to run back all the way around. Could take some extra pot shots.
That is crazy. Being able to get out there with all of the villagers. Oh, decap has been stopped by 2 archers here.
And the longbows are trying to cut off this Ghazi mass as well. Just not enough damage. A little bit,
Trying to hide some of the
One Ghazi
Raiders.
does fall.
And now we see a little Wham wall coming up here as well, the foundation of which at the very least.
Yeah, Wham does love his walls, and this is not the easiest map to wall on either. It just is... there's not a lot of things to connect to, so it's just essentially just going to be a wall fully across that northwestern side.
And there's still just a couple of raids with the horsemen.
Big archer mass, but there's horsemen and longbows on the side of Wham, so is able to, you know, have his 1-1-1 army mass a little bit better, which could work out well, but gets taken advantage of over onto the gold. 3 villagers down.
Yeah, these numbers right now aren't looking too good for Wham when it comes to the eco count. There was also a little bit of TC idle time for Wham. 20 seconds mean he's down an additional villager in theory.
Yeah, but will be denying all 3 sacred sites here in a second. BC doesn't feel like he can take this fight here in the center. He's just sitting back with his army waiting.
Is that another aqueduct there next to the berries from Wham? That straight line? Another raid comes in as well.
That
Fight is being taken
longbows,
to the
though.
front side.
Scholars not the hardest to just snipe on out. There's no spears here, so the horseman able to wrap around, able to try to get on that archer mass. Ghazi, though, being that front line, doing everything they can to defend this on up.
More longbows coming in yet again. Another batch is in there. But the horseman count, it's falling. The scholar healing, man, it's just too much here.
Scholar healing.
Without the spears as a straight up counter. Actually, oh my god, this is disgusting how well these scholars heal up.
Yeah, you'd think that, you know, the longbows would have tried to snipe down the scholars, but it was more focus on the archers, thinking that they can one-shot them, and all of a sudden, wham, he's left with just the mercenary units left. Meanwhile, Beastie, he's got 9 Ghazi and 20 archers now.
Yeah, it's a rough situation at the moment now for Wham. Let's find another scholar to snipe out, though. It takes so long to kill these scholars, just with horsemen as well. 130 health on these guys. Will eventually get the kill, though.
Barely gets the kill. I think that 5th cistern didn't connect fully.
Yeah, it's not connected.
Oh, that such a feels bad. Takes you a good bit to notice too, as you're focused in on so many different things, such as sniping out this archer mass, but a good little couple picks as Beastie's trying to build this wall, trying to make it a little bit harder to move across this map.
One random Limitane has a little death wish, pokes one of the archers, but does fall back. He's only just now sent out villagers over to gold again. Looks like he might want to transition into maybe a Castle Age play now behind this. Would make a lot of sense, as he's taking a good amount of eco damage, at least with the Golden Horn Tower. He can make up for it with free military units.
Does spot out some of the villagers moving out to berries again. Outpost, though, forced up, or focused up, I should say, from Beastie. So not too much damage, and Ghazi are being chased down. There's villagers out on the berries. Yet again, running on away, just getting out in the nick of time. None have fallen yet. Longbows are there to start sniping out the Ghazi and force them on back. So again, good reaction there by Wham.
Tani following up as well, so the Ghazi can't really remain for too long. Osman getting forced back now as well, though. And Wham is getting close to an age up.
And he's still continuing to chase down these Ghazi. With, yeah, the horsemen, you know, might not be the greatest thing, but the 2 Limitane really make the difference here. And the longbows, even able to just snipe out a little bit of extra damage. Every unit you pick is so, so important here.
I think PC knows that something's up here. He's massing up a couple more archers. More Ghazi raiders as well. He's getting ready for a push now, just as Wham is about to be able to click up. All 3 sacred sites locked in. That kind of already paints a picture that BC has taken map control and that Wham might be up to something else. So Golden Horn Tower now comes up. BC is pushing right into the base.
Is there going to be enough to defend this push? Olive Grove on the front side. Villager immediately sniped out there. Second villager sniped out as well. A little bit of a late reaction to jump into the TC.
Looks like Wham didn't expect BC to go for that deep of a dive. Only 5 villagers building the Golden Horn Tower at the moment. That is not that many. Still looking for raids. He just lost a lot more vills. It's 1 there now. Loses both.
He's going over to the other berry patch as well. Beastie moved out to the other deer and didn't end up building any outpost over there, but Wham just keeps focusing on the berries, which makes sense.
Yeah, Wham actually did manage to get a decap in. And sure, Wham at the moment is down 10 villagers, but with the 26% bonus gather rate on his villagers from the cisterns, as well as the Golden Horn Tower, that makes up for it.
Yep, and still kind of keeping Beastie on the back foot a little bit. Beastie did not, you know, follow through with that push. The Golden Horn Tower is about to finish. Beastie has still been reinvesting his resources into Ghazi, into archers. 20 Ghazis and 42 archers out on the field, and Wham, he just doesn't have too much to defend this. Will immediately get the mercenary upgrade, comes in pretty quick, comes in, is pretty cheap to get, but will be at a huge risk with these gold villagers, with the deer villagers, kind of everything here. Beastie might just be able to end it with his mass that he has out.
Yeah, now the gold is getting harassed.
Oh,
Wham
double
doesn't
arrow
have the
slits
village
is
set
so
up outposts.
important. Doesn't have the... Oh no. Just
Villagers
quite
are gonna
barely
run.
misses the reinforcements there.
Villagers on the wood line in danger. Not getting pulled away. Oh, now they... Oh my god, no, there were more villagers there! No way, he
The
found
gold
them!
villagers ran over to the corner to hide.
But that also means that doesn't get all of them, but man, that was a lot of damage. 3 more. No, he's going back for it with the second group. No survivors, he says.
Oh my gosh, so many villagers just fell, and Beastie still has a standing army that's quite scary, and about to be able to age up himself.
Cataphracts need to be careful. Needs to trample out. Doesn't quite get there. Wham, 18 villagers behind. Sure, you get a lot of military out from the Golden Horn Tower, but these have been heavy, heavy losses for him.
Yeah, Delhi does take a bit of time to get those economic upgrades or military upgrades once Castle Age does roll around, but Beastie's going to have plenty of time to do so. He's been reinforcing into walls on the outside sacred sites. House of Learning's about to finish, and he has more scholars in queue ready to jump into buildings, ready to make sure that his economy's rocking and rolling, and able to try to go grab some of those relics early on too.
Behind this, some Cataphracts trying to make their way through, trying to do some damage to Beastie's economy as well. Beastie hasn't been pro-scouting this game with the Delhi, so he has actually had to move out onto the map for resources.
I mean, those archers are as
great.
good as dead right now. They don't have the upgrade through. Those are still feudal age archers, not able to do too much. Villagers on the deer, a second outpost was invested into, so crucial for BC to keep these alive. Can this timing push just be enough?
Yeah, Wham needs to be careful though with his longbows. Doesn't want to get caught out by the Ghazi. There's still a significant number of them out on the map. Cataphracts are doing a great job up against the archers here as a front line. Cluster Pierce damage is in, Pierce armor not so much.
Good bit of idle time going in. Wololo attempt onto those two Cataphracts. Wham just runs on by, will circle right back, and should kill that Scholar.
Scholar does
Also
not make it out alive indeed.
Yeah, villagers on the berries that he spotted out earlier might be focused down in just a bit.
He's sending the Cataphracts over there.
Head for the main economy. Another Scholar falls. One relic does get secured.
Yeah, but he killed a lot of Scholars there, so that does help out a lot, and the villagers do get found out.
This is a huge find.
He can't get the other Cataphracts over in time, though, or the longbows. Cataphracts have been upgraded now to veterancy, so the longbows need to be extremely careful about their positioning.
At least starting to equalize
Speaking
these
of which,
numbers a little bit. Cataphracts, good trample to try to protect the longbows, but longbows still getting surrounded by the Ghazi, and the Ghazi, I mean, they're just able to do so much damage when they're getting in between, in the middle of those longbows. Wham doing everything he can to protect the longbows up for as long as he can. Ghazi number falling and falling fast. Those Cataphracts, they're
Very
so
quickly,
tanky,
yeah.
they're so scary, and now the archers have
Lombos
nothing
are
to defend
so
themselves.
easily replaceable. Yeah, the Lombos are so easily replaceable for a civilization like the Byzantines, especially if Wham is now able to collect 2 to 3 of the relics. You can put them inside of the Grand Winery and just pump out Lombos like there's no tomorrow with the free olive oil.
The elephant is out. Wham's still trying to circle, trying to actually circle around the elephant, trying to finish that one off sooner. Beastie able to pull it back. Another scholar gets sniped on out, so a lot of BC scholars that have been trying to secure these relics just keep getting denied. Still only has one single relic in and secured.
Yeah, time and time again, these relics have been sniped out, but they are getting very close now to the base of Beastie, so it looks like it's going to be a 3-2 relic game. Still 2 relics here for Wham. I don't think he's going to be very unhappy about this, and once again, Cataphract finds some villager kills. At least one.
More villager kills. Farm transition attempted at the corner of the map. Usually not the most prime spot, but it's okay when you got 2 outposts there ready and waiting. And more villagers spotted by outpost. This one has a spring on emplacement though, so deters Wham away. And Beastie's on stone now. 52 villagers on wood for Beastie though. This is the crucial point where he's starting to run out of those food resources out on the map. So he's trying to make a bigger farm transition, trying to give himself some more food income because he has 0 villagers on food right now.
Yeah, no villagers on food. That doesn't really bode well for him at the moment. Wham, he's got 40 villagers on food. Granted, his food income is still shit, but that should be looking up soon.
Oh, it's because he just moved what, 12, 15 villagers over to the deer, so that should be able to skyrocket. And he already has that initial olive grove transition. I think we saw 10, 12 olive groves already around the winery.
So food income is going to skyrocket in a little bit.
Look at the farm transition BC just did behind that keep in the north side.
That's a lot of farms, yeah.
Oh my
The economy is
gosh!
starting to boom up for him. Must have been
so
having
crucial.
like a marine lord wood bank for this.
Yeah, he has 1.7k wood per minute because of how many villagers he sent out that way. I mean, Wham did a good job of stabilizing here in Castle Age. Was able to, you know, change that eco difference from down 18 to just down 11, and the Golden Horn Tower makes up for a lot.
Crossbows being added for Wham. BC already has a bunch of them. But yeah, these raids are going to be hard fought now that the keep is up, and Wham's about to see this economy now from Beastie here. On the corner. Actually doesn't see all of it. Only gets a glimpse.
More and more farms, though, coming on in for Beastie. So just a second ago, he had 0 on food. Now all of a sudden, he's got 30 farms in play.
We got a single trader from Beastie, by the way.
Okay. Interesting, interesting. Spots out some of these archers. They're just going to run through the wall now. Yep. Burn coming through.
Totally. Is he just going to build another gate?
Well, then you just, if you're Wham, you just split, right?
Yeah, you do, but it would still be annoying. Oh, is he going to make another wall? Is he going to make a wall and connect it to Wham's wall? Oh, he is
he's already got another gate.
Split.
He's just going to run on back through.
And Wham didn't split up.
And there's the main master Beastie is able to get a nice crossbow number, so the Cataphract only composition that's up front and forward really can't keep raiding, or else it will just be throwing away high cost units here.
He's kind of stopped making units, so this kind of looks like he's just going for an Imperial Age play now. He's got 15 scholars. If he just keeps on adding more scholars behind this, once you're at 20 scholars, like Delhi Imperial Age is honestly a menace on a whole nother level.
Is he able to start producing bills from the keeps already?
Harry didn't see the upgrade come in. Yes, he does have it in. Oh, that came in so quickly.
I figured he clicked it immediately when he dropped that first keep, and that keep's been up for a good little bit. Wham, though, starting to attack that front side, but at the same time, Beastie, he's circling around with a few Gazis of his own, wants to get some damage in. Wham does have the military number.
Doesn't want a garrison. Why? Oh, hello. They're outposts.
There he goes. Finally, garrison's on in. Another outpost being burnt down.
Yeah, Wham still pushing behind this.
Wham still has a pretty good composition to match up against beasties. If his longbows can just snipe out the crossbows, the cataphracts really can do a great job being that front line, although there are 4 elephants from beastie out on the field.
The elephant in the room, yeah. Looks like he's also starting to secure up the sacred sites.
Yep, outpost on every sacred site. He has 2 of the 3 secured already. I'm assuming the third in the southeastern side will be the next one that he sends a scholar over to, or a monk.
Usually Species most certainly about to just try and go for the Imperial Age play. Like, he's got no villagers on wood at all. He's not even remotely thinking about adding in more Ghazi or more archers or anything like that. He just wants Imp now.
Yeah, it's more scholars, and then use the Ghazi to just keep Wham on the back foot just a little bit.
Oh, that's the traitor.
He's doing his thing.
He's vibing. Cataphracts splitting up from the main army. Want to react to the couple of Ghazi raiders that are now trying to raid. And there it is, Palace of the Sultan.
Yeah.
Wham's also about to age up.
Not too far behind as well. There's more room in the outpost, but again, opting not to utilize it. Running towards his cataphract mass to allow them to clear up some of those Ghazi, but you know, movement speed's a heck of a thing.
Just sending a couple of Landsknechte in the late game into the woodline is such a, you know, volatile move, where if that actually happens and they find a lot of villagers, that could be an easy 10 to 20 villager kill.
Wham does have enough for Imperial with the next drop-off of food. He might just buy it here. And there it is, Foreign Engineering Company on the way.
Oh, you don't want to throw your ranged backline away now. I may be a little overzealous with the age up, but Beastie made sure to have enough defensive structures for the age up. Also, just vacuuming up the stone on the map behind this.
Yeah, I mean, this is one, I've seen Beastie do this so many times, where it just keeps, and more keeps, because they all act as town centers, but they're also so hard to take down.
Yeah, now the House of the Sultan is going to start pumping out those hand cannon elephants.
And look at all of the upgrades coming in for BC. This is one of those things where it's like, give it 5 minutes. It used to be like, give it 20 minutes. now it's give it 5 minutes, and sometimes even less than that. I mean, some of those are just flying for 1 minute for Armored Beast. They're oh my gosh. So basically,
Power
1
of
minute
20
Beastie has all the stuff.
Yeah. This is fine.
Yeah,
right?
Not a big deal here, surely.
Yeah, who cares, right? Wait,
Beastie even sent
Beastie
villagers
taking
to the
gold from Wham?
Yeah. He's just trying to take everything he can.
He's doing that every time. Yeah, he's just vacuuming up. Oh, this could be backfiring a little bit at least. Just a little bit. He didn't get that much gold out of it as well. Okay, Wham just taking his time to position himself. Yeah. Now you see him, now you're done.
So solid pickup there, but BC knows that, you know, Wham's going to be a little bit more gold heavy than he is, because his Wham needs gold for
separate win condition. Yeah, that's a separate win condition, as BC is just... He just received roughly 20,000 resources worth of upgrades for the low price of 0.
And that's when
I think that's pretty good.
started. Yeah, we've now started to see some of those come through. All the eco ones are at about halfway, so that economy he has is going to be that much stronger, and he's got 19 extra vills there.
Cap hasn't come in yet. We've got some emplacements this time around on the gold vein here. Still, villagers are getting taken down. No second TC yet from Wham. Wham does have some royal cannons though, courtesy of the Royal Industry Engineering thing, landmark.
Royal Engineering Company? Foreign engineering company. You said, yeah.
Foreign. Yeah, royal cannon, but it's foreign.
Starting to push through. Making sure he keeps that sacred site. I don't know if Sacred Victory is the win condition Wham's going to be going for, but maybe that's his idea here.
The walls at the moment that he has don't secure the sacred sites. They secure the base, but not the sacred site. I think that's one of the main issues here at the moment, that he's going to have to really react hard to whichever sacred site BC is going to try pushing. BC is just
keeps
continuously
getting idled off of this gold.
being a pain here. Yeah. There's a couple of Ghazi Raiders every now and then.
He just needs to be able to go finish up that wall on the eastern side, but instead, Wham has other ideas. Starting to move forward a little bit. Has that royal cannon moving forward with it as well.
And the wall isn't quite walling anymore now that the gold has been taken. Bombards are starting to do some damage in the base at least.
Oh, that's gonna be one of the blacksmith techs out of the way. No melee armor.
At least not for the time being. EC is preparing for mass Ghazi Raiders from the looks of it. Wham has 10 Landsknechte in the mix.
I mean, that's so devastating in these massive engagements here. If he's able to get on top of that range mass. 5 scholar. Oh, okay.
Being able to reduce the scholar count would be nice, but they are just going to be jumping out and zooming across at lightning speed. As you know, when scholars research enough technologies, they do unlock a light travel speed.
That is 5 less scholars in a Moss, though, so those Imperial techs are coming in just a little bit slower. BC, though, he's just sitting in a corner. He's like, look, you're going to have to come to me. I assume Palace of the Sultan's up in the north behind his, behind some of his stuff, because if not, he could be at a risk for... Yeah, okay, it's behind a lot of it. So in order to get a landmark victory, I mean, honestly, Wham can take down a lot of production here. The triple relics also. Yeah. But this is also...
Being able to take the triple relics would be huge for him.
I mean, he could just take down 3 of the landmarks and then just go for a mass cav, go for the 4th landmark type thing.
Mass cav is dangerous because BC at the moment has 3 additional war elephants on top of the 5 that are already in, like, out there in queue, and now also switching to mass hand cannoneers at 2,000 gold per minute. BC is not sparing like any expense at all at the moment. A lot of royal cannons, but now BC is moving out.
See the army. The outpost gives him full vision, gives him full information, but I mean, Wham's up 35 in pure numbers as far as military goes, because he doesn't have as much in the economic count.
Cap is in progress at the moment. Lombo's doing a good job, but Wham, he needs to start taking care of the decap. A single crossbow's moving over to deal with that.
More villagers falling. BC has plenty of resources in the bank. This is one of those bait and switch situations where you don't always want to be taking down the economy because he has so many resources in the bank. It's just going to allow him to all of a sudden have 120, 130 military units. Royal cannons need to be careful, but cataphracts are ready and waiting.
Wrap around, at least attempted wrap around.
Oh, that wrap
cannon's doing a great job.
Did not work out too well. Front side of elephants now going to start getting swung upon.
Time to charge. Charge coming in. Big charge. Right through the center line. All the elephants that can take down. Just disintegrated.
It seems like Wham just had too much military. Beastie had too much in his economy. He was not ready for this. And now those Royal Cannons are knocking at the doorstep, knocking at the production, knocking on the keeps. And this is not a good situation for Beastie all of a sudden when it seemed like he was so far ahead this whole game.
Yeah, Cataphract's just proving to be a little bit more valuable than the elephants in this one. Just the trample ability, being able to run through BC still with a ton of resources in the bank. The collected resources are pretty even between them. Destroyed ones, though, not so much. Wham having destroyed 10,000 more resources worth of buildings and units. First keep now gone down. Decap is coming in.
Is he gonna go for landmarks
I think
now?
at this point, Wham, he doesn't care about the sacred sites anymore. He's just going for the landmark snipe.
Ghazi wraparound attempt. There's not a ton. Scholars have been pulled out now that most of the techs have been finished. Trying to do healing, but there's so much damage here. Is the healing actually going to be effective? Wham can basically just overkill everything. The elephants are dying in the blink of an eye. Another trample on through into the back line.
Mods going back through the army.
The healing's just not enough. There's not enough units here for BC to be able to take down enough of this, but it all is about the reinforcements. If he can keep reinforcing this, slowly take down these units, it might just be enough. Wham's numbers are slowly dropping, and the reinforcements are so much further away.
And the Lombos, they've just been focusing the elephants for the most time, and that's not a unit that you want to focus. They have so much ranged armor.
Few more cataphracts arrive. Royal Cannon, only one single one left on this front side. It has been taken out. Military numbers are dead even now. Beastie's bank, though, is quite low. He has a lot more in queue than Wham does.
Behind us, Beastie once again still going for these raids. So many villagers yet again just vacuuming up the resources on the map.
It's friendly. They're friendly.
Yeah, a little cooperation going here. The thing is, all these villagers are about to die, though, for Wham at least, as BC, he's moving over. And yeah, it's behind the wall from Beastie, so Wham can't get there directly.
Seems so good for Wham for a second, but then he just oversteps a little too much, and then in the blink of an eye, Beastie, he's going to be back up max to 200 here in a second, and Wham, he is struggling on the resources.
Now with all of those Ghazi Raiders coming in, more outposts getting pumped up. Well, not coming in time. That is just heavy losses now on the economy for Wham.
Cataphracts trying to do something, but those war elephants are just so strong against them. Reinforced outpost came through on one of them, allowing the Mangonel emplacement to do enough. These Ghazis might just be cleaned up before they're able to fully take down everything.
Like that, Wham able to stay in the game for the time being. He's got a lot of olive oil per minute at the moment, and he needs that. He needs that desperately, as the goal at this point for both players is running dry. He needs to somehow get rid of these 5 war elephants before his Lombos can really get any value in.
I mean, look at the population difference again, though. BC's 200, Wham's at 118 to 200.
He's just taking all the stone on the map. It's pumping out those keeps. Like, how is Wham going to be able to take those down?
And Wham was never able to deny the relics. Wham was never able to really kill enough stuff because BC just had so many resources in the bank from sitting there and being defensive.
And now BC's marching across. Mass hand cannoneers, mass Ghazi Raiders, a front line of elephants. Doesn't really need the scholars anymore, has most of the upgrades in now.
Cataphracts
maybe out of position. Oh, never mind, there's an opening. And now inside of the base of Wham.
Oh gosh.
Siege. It's unprotected, gets the body block in. But nothing to take down the elephants with.
He's trying to do what he can with the cataphracts as the front line, trying to let the crossbows do some work, but just not going to be enough. Elephants are just clearing everything in their path and not taking any damage at all. One elephant getting closer to going down, but Wham's whole army is getting close to going down.
And elephants in the late game. I tell you what, that's a pretty good unit right there. The entire economy from Wham, at least food-wise, pretty much idled out completely. Another charge comes in, desperation charge at this point, trying to get him out of his base. And Cannoneers trading out well effectively against the cataphracts as well. That has to be it.
Wham
Continuous stream of 3 elephants.
The game ended up a lot closer than what it seemed to start, but Beastie able to hold, able to play that late game deli and just take it all over. Once Wham over just a little bit, Beastie goes up 2-0.
Building up that lead, yeah, Wham. He now has to be really, really careful. 2 more losses like that, and Beastie is going to be able to advance in the series, and it's a lot riding on this one still. Might actually potentially set us up for an El Clasico when it comes to a Beastie versus Marine Lord set, though not in the grand finals as we're used to. I say used to, like, it didn't even happen that many times, but it's come sort of a meme.
Look at the stone difference. Beastie almost 10,000 stone gathered. You saw how many keeps he had,
crazy.
all those outposts and placements and things. It's just absolutely crazy with what he does with Delhi at times.
It's funny that we have the maximum trader count there just because Beastie misclicked into 2 traders.
See, everyone misclicks a little bit, you know? Or maybe it was just the game plan. He's like, look, this is going to be a long one. I'm going to get these 2 traders. They'll pay off. Don't you worry. But an exciting game number 2, to say the least. It was definitely a back and forth one. And we are going over to Pigeon's View. We didn't get to see Zhu Xi at all last series, but Beastie able to have it as he had both the Chinese options on his side, and Wham opted for the lesser of 2 evils in his eyes.
And it's going to be up against the Golden Horde here for Wham. Wham gave Beastie the option of Sengoku or Golden Horde. It is going to be the Golden Horde. That's going to be an interesting one, I feel like. Just because, like, we already saw Golden Horde today. It was against Abbasid. Didn't work out too well in the end for Golden Horde, but there's still so many different avenues to explore with that civilization. I honestly think that in Castle Age, like in a fast Castle Age scenario, against a slower civilization, Golden Horde can be kind of obscene. But then again, you're not up against a slow civilization up with the Shushi.
No, not by any means. They're actually, I would say, one of the quicker ones if they want to go fast castle. They probably have one of the quickest fast castles in the game that they can do. But we'll see what Beastie has in mind here. Pigeon's View is a map that usually people like to, take a bit of the map control. The stealth force definitely proved to be quite an annoyance. We saw a very quick game on it earlier today when Marine Lord just overstepped, or as he said, he didn't do as much scouting as he should have, so he kind of made a few too many units on one side versus the other.
Golden Horde here up against the Shushi's Legacy. I'm not quite sure how he's going to approach this. Now, something that is very nice, I want to say, for Golden Horde as a civilization, of course, that, like, when it comes to auras, having auras in the game, when you're up against Jugenu, just being able to have the +1 Pierce Armor with the Courage is incredibly, incredibly potent. You don't necessarily need the age up with the the Roost Shield age up with the +2 ranged armor, because armored units in general already take very little damage from Jugenu baseline. But being able to extend that to other unarmored units with the Courage is actually pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those things you don't always think about, and it might change Beastie's mindset there. We saw Marine Lord, he opted for 0 ranged units at the start of Castle Age, or even in Feudal Age as well, but then made that transition later on as he forced Anatan off it. So we'll see if Beastie kind of has that same idea, swaps up his unit composition, especially in early castle, where things I feel like are so important. I feel like a lot of these games are decided whether, you know, the first person hits castle, it's like, are they defending an all-in efficiently? As we saw last game, Beastie was able to have so many Vil pickups when Wham went up to into castle.
Yeah, I mean, it's these things where if you get a couple of really good raids in, these things just kind of compound on and on as you scale with the duration of the game. It's kind of interesting just like looking at Golden Horde, right? Because they produce everything in batches, but at the same time, their villager batch production doesn't scale 1-to-1 when it comes to production speed. So as the game goes on, they actually have a nice little villager bonus there when it comes to just having more villagers out at the same time.
Yeah, I feel like the batch productions, it's a blessing and a curse at times. It's like, it's nice because you're like, oh, I got you know, multiple units coming out, but it also means that sometimes you're waiting quite a bit for those double units to come out when you need more units out sooner. So we'll see what Wham has kind of game planned here. A lot of the new civilizations, while I wouldn't say they're like figured out all the way, there's still a lot of different options and kind of a lot of different things that people can do with them that you know, the opponents might not expect. It's hard to practice now against all the civs because there's so many of them out there now.
Yeah, it's a ton. So many new matchups, and you kind of have to have like at least a basic game plan for every single one of them. And it can be kind of difficult. This one is going to be one of those where chances are you've never played this specific matchup. It's probably not one that you've practiced before. Golden Horde versus Shushi's Legacy. The one thing that we can take here just from like basic stats is that Shushi's Legacy has an insanely strong tempo play. Like, we're getting to the point where by the time Golden Horde reaches Feudal Age, Shushi's Legacy is ready to click up to Castle Age.
Yep, and then the Golden Horde will have quite a bit of timing to wait until their age up comes on through. So it can definitely get sketchy here for the Golden Horde. But let's see what is in store here for this game number 3. Beastie leads the series 2-0, playing Zhu Shi versus Wham on Golden Horde.
In we go. Player scouting for those sheep. Beastie is spotting out the base here from Wham. Looks like Wham has been able to take the majority of the sheep on the left-hand side. Granted, it looks like there weren't even that many spawning in on the left-hand side in the first place. Yeah, actually, never mind. The left-hand side is just completely barren of sheep. It's all on the right side.
I mean, that's so weird looking at... Oh no, and this is gonna feel so bad for Wham. He's circling around the left side still, and Beastie, he is just going to mop up the map with sheep, and it feels so good with Zhu Shi. Oh yeah, Wham is actually. Yeah, you're right. I was getting my colors mixed over here.
Yeah, Wham. Oh my god, Beastie is gonna go the entire distance and not find a single remaining sheep on the left-hand side. This is frustrating.
Oh, this is such a feels. I feel like this is one of the things too. The you know, there's plenty of tilting things in AoE 4 at times, depending on, you know, how you look at it and stuff. But I feel like this is one of the things that can get players tilted the most and early on in a game, which really can affect your mental.
Yeah, most certainly can. It's just incredibly frustrating because this is something that you can't really influence, right? The pattern for scouting is like pretty established at this point. And look at Beastie, he's really being thorough. He's like, nah, I know where my opponent's scout went. I know that they're like, Wham as well, he hasn't found that many sheep yet, but like, this is just crazy frustrating. Actually, no mind, he dropped some off already, but yeah, it's
13-6 with 10 more on the map. Wham circling, you know, up forward. BC will definitely be able to grab the few behind his base if that's where he ends up pathing, but Wham's still going to get the nice benefit here of having a more significant food source that's safe and secure for a good bit of time here.
It's crazy, man. Sometimes I feel like with these map spawns, like everybody probably has had this, where you're like, oh my god, my opponent has map hacks, surely. How come I am not trailing behind a scout and I have found 0 sheeps? and then you just look at the replay, and you see that all the sheep spawned exactly in a way so that you did not find them. Like in the worst way possible.
And actually,
This
it
is kind
seems
of
so
the
bad,
situation
but
this is.
BC's going to be able to pick up the next two, and 11 to 14 isn't actually the worst. Oh, he passes by him. Never mind. Even still, 14 to 9 isn't the craziest. There's 2 left out on the map, 3 left out on the map.
With the ones that are left out on the map, like BC can still get somewhat even if he finds the remaining 2.
Keep thinking
why
those
didn't
right in
Stealth
front of the
Forest,
base.
though?
They must be
They're-
hiding nice in the
they're
stealth
hiding.
forest. Nope. Nope.
Oh,
they're-
wait. Oh no, BC. This would have been such a grand meditation garden spot, but he went for the much worse one. Oh my god. No, he saw this. Wait, why did he not go? This is so good. It's a large berry spot, stone and gold and woodline. Why did he go for the other one? Did he see it late and he scouted the sheep and he still didn't go for it?
He must have been distracted. I don't know. The Khan and Torgoods is the age-up choice for Wham. We got 40 seconds till it's going to be finished. Nice and patience here.
You don't really care for the safety of the meditation garden because, like, if it gets taken down, that just gives you more time to, like, get units out in Castle Age if you go for fast castle play. Like, at this point, I would have legitimately... It was so much better, I would have just cancelled even at halfway and just build up with, like, 4 villagers instead.
This is also so nice for Wei. He decided to go out onto the back deer pack too, so all the sheep he does have, he's not even really gathering from yet. Not even going to need at this point in the game here. But Horseman spotted out from Wham, so knows that his deer villagers might need to move here in the near future, or he might just need to have his own reaction here in a second.
Horseman coming in. Is that Torgood first or Khan? I think... Do we already have the Khan in at this point?
I think it's the Khan.
It is,
Oh,
it
it's
is
the
first
Torgood.
Torgood and then Khan.
The Horseman spotted out villagers, starting to pull back on away, but BC says, no, I'm not falling for this. He knows that there were...
about the...
Yeah,
he
he
knows
saw
about
it
the
earlier
deer
with the
villagers.
scout.
Yeah.
There's so many villagers there, though. They just pull out their shivs. They should give them enough time.
He needs to wait for the Torgoods to come in before he's able to finish off the barracks.
And this is what I was talking about, the blessing and the curse. It takes so long sometimes, and there we go, finally on in. Villagers can pull their shivs out again, but BC's not even gonna go for it, as he does not want to lose those horsemen. The barracks is so delayed, though.
Yeah, it's very annoying. Khan now also coming in. And this must be such a tilting game at the moment. For both players, of course. I mean, actually, probably more for Beastie. Like, Wham, he's getting a little bit annoyed by the horseman here, but, like, really, this has been just very unfortunate for Beastie. Like, getting the scouting information late on the ideal meditation garden spot and ending with the much worse spot now instead. He is getting the pro scouted deer in now, though, so does have a lot of food income from that.
Yeah, I don't think that'll be
Wham,
too much of a
scout.
complaint, as 4 deer were just dropped off already, and BC actually has 6 scouts, so he is just going to be able to just grab all the deer on the map, but it's going to be hard to grab the 2 from Wham's side, considering Wham's already been on one of the deer packs, and the other one's quite close to his reinforcements and quite close to his base.
Yeah, now also with the fortified outpost here, it's going to be very difficult for BC to take these deer away. Not that deer stealing is that lucrative anymore due to the changes with the DK.
More importantly, though, he grabbed all the ones near his base already, essentially. I think there's maybe 1 or 2 left that he'll have to go back out for.
Point of interest is being taken, so does now see the units here from Beastie. Not enough spearmen, so in theory that is a fight that Wham could take. Oh, double stun coming in though.
Circling back around.
Just waiting to see how far BC is willing to chase this. Still more units coming in from Beastie. Wham behind us. What is he looking for? 13 villagers on gold suddenly. Yeah, he's thinking about aging up, I guess.
Look at Beastie's food income from the deer already. It's just sky high, 916 food per minute, whereas Wham's only at 600. And I mean, this is really where it proves to be difficult. Outpost already up on the gold. Quick reaction there from Beastie. Only 2 villagers jumped in the outpost, so there's the village right next to it. So plenty of safe spots for Beastie's economy to hide.
Fortified outpost does force the army back for Beastie, at least for the time being. Not sure if he saw the villagers on the gold band. I didn't think he went close enough for that.
Seems like both players now. Look at production. Nothing in production on either side. I feel like this is kind of that standoff where it's like Beastie's like, I'm going to do damage with what I have, and then I'm going to go up to castle to match your timing, or actually potentially be even faster.
Yeah, but looks like Beastie is just interested in just taking this fight here. Or rather, baiting the fight, and instead stealing the deer.
Yep. So we thought it wasn't going to be the easiest to steal with a fortified outpost, but looks that wasn't quite the case. A little bit easier to steal than expected with that many units on out. Wham's lacking in the food for castle. He's got plenty of gold, but just food income has not come in fast enough.
Yeah, and I mean, now these deer are also so far out of position. Wham can't take these deer without getting pro scouts on his own, so let's just forget about it. Asia should also soon come in. BC already so much food in the bank. Just moving up. Raleigh is now in queue. Mount Blue Academy also coming in. But one age up finishes in 20 seconds, the other one in 100.
Yeah, just quite a bit of that difference there. Those scouts are getting taken down, but as you said, the win is already there for Beastie. That deer pack that Wham had is basically all but nullified. 2 will get dropped off at home, but they're going to be at like half the food in there. I don't know the exact number, but I'm just assuming.
Still forcing down that food there. The spearman and the horseman. And some good value in. He's behind us, already got triple knights in the queue.
Wham
might be a little bit out of position with his army. What line? Good reaction speed though.
One of the horsemen falls, not the biggest idea. Beastie, he is going to be doubling down, like you said. The knights in queue, lancers in queue are going to be very scary. That number climbs so fast. Reaction again. This one a little bit slower, but still absolutely fine. Not a lot of location here for BC to actually raid and do damage on. Yet. I think
I'm now moving
lancers are about to hit the deer.
Berries.
Lancers are hitting the deer.
They're just running. One goes down. One spearman in queue. He doesn't have like an immediate reaction to this, and once again raids coming in. Villager didn't jump inside, didn't get the memo. More villagers still outside.
And the scary part is not these spears, it's not these horsemen, it's the lancers that are now arriving. There are some spears here from Wham to try to defend. TC's done a great job of clearing up the spears, but the lancer is just so tanky in comparison. A few more spears arrive. A few more villagers are falling here, so BC getting a little bit of an economic lead here, but sacrificing some units to do so.
Mostly sacrificing that early tempo as well, but what BC's also getting behind this is the quicker play into the relics here, as he's already got this monastery up and the first monk out on the field. And just continues raiding now with these individual knights into the woodlines.
Woodline's the gold. He's kind of all over, and Wham, he's scrambling here, trying to build some Wham walls on the backside. It's always nice getting the backside secured so those Lancers can't just constantly circle back and forth. Woodline, though, has another 3 Lancers on it. There's spears there already ready. Crossbows, 2 crossbows in queue. 2 more spears here.
Blocking at least a little bit. Little stun also coming in. Villagers still getting taken down.
In and out. Wham is down a few villagers, but nothing too crazy at this point in time.
Could be worse.
And this is the big point for Wham. That deer economy is starting to slow down now. His food is definitely hurting though, but Beasties is not going to be the most delightful.
Yeah, this is, I mean, we're up to 15 Lancers now at the moment. Wham, 23 units, but just 7 spears and 2 crossbows are not going to be nearly enough.
Not by any means. Only 1 relic has been secured for Beastie, even with that earlier play.
He's now surrounding the entire base from Wham. About to be getting raided on multiple sides. No reaction yet.
No
Both
reaction.
villagers need to get pulled. No wheelbarrow.
Oh, they're so slow. 1 more villager. 2 more. Nope, just 1 villager. Spears arrive. A couple crossbows there do a little bit of deterrence, but it's still nothing too crazy. As a few more crossbows pop out, but the front side berries. We said his food was hurting, and Beastie punishes that as well. So now Beastie's gotten himself up to a 10 villager lead, and it's still climbing as the raids are continuing. But Wham gets some return damage. At least 1-2 villagers picked up for him.
Yeah, but not enough here. Didn't find the other villager spots. Crash did overstep just slightly.
Wham has
Earlier
1
is getting taken
relic
down.
being brought home.
The thing with these relics as well is, since he went for the relic Ubu point, he can also just drop them in the stealth forest. Like, just drop Ubus in the stealth forest.
Wham at least keeping decent track, it looked like, of this back Lancer mass, but it's surely gonna circle around right around to his woodline yet again.
And Lancer raid, villagers getting pulled back late. Oh, that's so many additional villagers getting taken down. I'm just losing so many units here. Oh, good, body blocking.
Solid body blocking, spears trying to close the gap, trying to arrive just a little bit slow. Villagers, though, they're still at risk, but BC doesn't opt for it, doesn't want to lose this Lancer mass that he has.
He already lost a good bunch of them there, but yeah, I'm still at 18 Lancers at this point. Shaman gets sniped.
And Beastie having the 2 point of interest in the mid-map is so crucial for him, because he's going to see the raids coming his way from so much further away. He's going to have that information so much earlier in comparison.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for Wham to really find... Oh my god, he also sees the Uwu just as it's being built here in the corner of the map.
Frustrating.
Single Lancer going that way. Scout might get taken down.
Reinforced outpost doing its job to turn some of the army, but looks like Beastie's doubling down, tripling down. Not all Wham's military is here yet, so it doesn't want to take the fight.
Oh, traffic jam.
Falls in the choke point here.
Just getting a little stuck as well. Still not that many Jugunu numbers in, but might just be enough. The fight is getting taken. Wham feels like he has to take the fight. In the front side, no Karash here.
Only a couple crossbows there, not helping too much. Spears there. And Wham's numbers, I feel like, just fell so much faster.
Still 17 lands out here. Aren't that many Shuganu left at the front side. Still more than enough, and now there's not really that much of front line left in turn for the crossbows here. Shuganu pushing in.
Spears are all
A lot
gone.
of very weak
The
knights.
front line for Wham is all gone. The crossbows, the few crossbows he has are falling back under the TC. But where are those villagers going to run this time? They don't have a spear mass to run to. They don't have a lot of safety to get to. And Beastie, he's headed right for it. So many villagers on that wood line.
Whose bounty is getting redeemed here. Able to provide just a little bit of additional front line, but still so many villagers going down here behind this. Easy though, down to just 4 Lancers.
Yeah,
Is
really
Wham
solid
surviving
hold.
this? It looks like it. Yeah.
Hold, but
Wham
still
survived.
down 14 villagers.
Yeah. I mean, still crazy though that he survived that, I'll have to say. Absolutely crazy.
And it's
We're on
3
2
relics to
relic
0.
gurus. No, they're relic gurus. There's 2 relic gurus.
Oh yeah, 2.
Wham is getting a lot of passive stone per minute in at the moment, so that is helping him. That is helping him a good bit. Just being
Yeah, it
able to
does-
constantly produce these Torguts.
Yeah, it does have all 5 Uvus that he has on out. The boar being snagged though, and Beastie going for some massive walls across the center of this map. Shocked he didn't opt for it a little bit more aggressive in front of the boar, in front of the sacred site, but you know, getting the walls up is really all that matters for him because he knows what position he's in. If he can just extend this game further, he's going to be feeling so good here.
Wham is banking up a significant amount of stone behind this. And if he were to be able to get the production upgrade on the archery ranges, just being able to triple produce crossbows would help him out a ton. Still needs an answer for the front line though.
What will that answer end up being? He needs more resources, needs a little bit of everything here. And I mean, Beastie's up 25 more pop than him right now. He's trying to find some return damage, but it just runs through the point of interest vision locations, and it's going to be, again, so easy for Beastie to react to the attempted raids that Wham's doing.
Yeah, Horseman now being switched into for BC. At least the upgrade is coming in, the veterancy on the Horseman. And we are actually getting... Is that the Karash Edict that's being researched right now? I think that might be the Karash Edict. It is the Karash Edict, so that way Wham, he's going to be getting a ton of Karashs out. For every single unit that he produces, there's going to be an additional Karash.
He needs to be producing more units here, so important to try to be able to equalize this. Villagers moving out off the berries over to the other berries, maybe? I'm not really sure where he's going to be going here.
Yeah, berries in the middle, probably. Also, villagers moving out to the next spore on the other sacred side. So
Yeah,
double tapping the boar supply. Oh, villagers! Jumping inside the outpost, but that's not a... Oh, nice little jump through.
That was a quick jump through, has his military near, so could have been so much worse for Wham, but these villager kills are starting to add up. They've been adding up. It's 21 eco kills to 2.
Definitely not feeling too good here for Wham at the moment. Needs to find some ways of getting some turn rates in now that BSC did expand onto the boars.
Again, this wall, though, that's coming across the center. A stone outcropping all the way on Beastie's side now being secured.
It looks like the target number has been buggy throughout this game. The overlay. So there are a lot more targets than just one. Little exclamation mark blame in the chat.
And we can see, you know, a solid 7 here.
Oh, army from BC is catching Wham's army off guard.
Maybe there is about to be one.
Yep, numbers falling quickly. Also don't see the crash numbers here.
I think at least the overall number is being updated. It might not just show the exact unit composition under Wham's name, but even still, you can see what a detrimental spot he's in as far as eco goes, as far as his military count goes, his total population count. Fortified outposts starting to get taken down, and I don't know what answer Wham is going to have for the military knocking on his doorstep right now.
Oh, looks like more villagers died to some raids there as well. He's really struggling getting the army together that he needs. Beastie is preparing for another big push into the base of Wham now.
Another fortified outpost right on his left. Woodline has been swapped. Diving through with the cav to the back line, letting the Chooks do their job, letting the crossbows clear out the front line. Beastie is taking this fight. He wants to fight. He wants to end the game now. He even splits off some of the Chooks to go onto the villagers and just causing so much devastation here in the economy, here in the military of Wham. And it looks like this might just be all but over.
Well, it looks like it. More crossbows coming out, but the Chooks just not caring about that at all, taking every single one of them down. Frontline from Wham, it's also getting melted here due to the crossbows at the front side. Reinforced outposts just not really able to do enough there. More reinforcements coming in, but BC just not really intent of leaving the base of Wham anytime soon. 22 villagers right now down for Wham.
TC just continuing to now kite back with the crossbows. Don't want to be under TC and fortified outposts with those without a front line, but splits off a few Lancers over to the side as well. Now has that front line there, clears up a lot of the spears again. Wham is at least fighting on the defensive point, is holding yet again, so is continued to extend this game, but it's not looking great. Beastie's grabbing the berries on his side, on both of his sides. Literally all the way on the southern point of the map, he's taking the berries.
Beastie cannot go for farm transition in this game. Like, farm transition right now would probably just give too much of a window over to Wham. But he's actually setting himself up for potential farm transition with the amount of wood that he has in the bank. But now I just see that that is not for farms. That is meant for...
Siege.
Siege. Oh my god.
Oh my. Oh, how fun. This is one of those points that I think is another thing that gets players tilted when all of a sudden there's 3, 4, 5 nested bees, 6, 7, 8 nested bees. It's like, what do I do? And oh my gosh, Wham now finally sees that his berries are being taken. He needs food himself.
Our berries. And the second he goes for it, Beastie's pushing on the other side.
Yep, Lancers diving back into the base yet again. 15 villagers idled out inside the town center, but Beastie sees an Uvu and says, "All right, let me just grab this Uvu. I'll burn that one on down." And Beastie circles back. He's like, "All right, you're not going for these berries. I will take them, actually." So the 4 nested bees have popped out, so has a trebuchet. So this time, if Beastie wins this fight, he's taking down a lot more infrastructure. He's not losing as many crossbows. He's not losing as much of that back line. Uvu starting to be the first thing focused.
It's the relic Uvu in the base here for Wham. Can we check if Wham actually changed the edict in the golden tent? Wait. Is it active? It says carriage edict. Okay. Looks like just UI not showing things, but it is on the carriage edict.
Oh, and those 4 villagers now are just going to be standing there.
He's still taking the berries. Wham holding on for dear life.
150 pop comparative to 100. 50% more units out on the field in general for Beastie, economic and military combined. Taking down some of those fortified outposts. Again, allowing now a spot where those crossbows and range mass doesn't feel as bad when they're diving.
4 trebuchets just taking down every single bit of infrastructure, and from a wham, he can't just like pack up his buildings and put them somewhere else. Golden Horde, once they put down a building, it stays there.
Now Beastie sending 25 over to Stone. Is this about to be a emulation of the Delhi game over here where he's just going to be dropping keeps everywhere? Or more importantly, just denying potential Ubu placements from Wham as well.
Just be Wham. Still in a lot of trouble. Oh my god, that TC just taking massive damage with the first volley.
And we've seen the Trebs doing stuff, and we haven't even had to mention the 4 nested bees because that's just more of the like, hey, if this fight happens, just watch out. you can't step up with the mass into that.
He kept being stopped over here. Just by a couple
for
of
another
villagers.
second. And there's the
Fight's
fight.
being
There's
taken.
the nest of bees.
Oh,
my
my bees!
god!
Not the bees! And the keep!
I mean, and Wham, he was forced to take this fight. He had to take this fight, but I mean, this is a fight that is never going to go well for him. He's trying to dive yet again.
In this one. There's one last landmark left after this one. The keep secures the spot for the trebuchets to take it down. GG comes in. Beastie finds himself on match point in the best of 7 after 3 games.
And I mean, Wham again, he extended that game longer than what it felt like it should have been. BC was getting a lot of damage early on, took a lot of good trades early on, but Wham extended it, had some good holds, had some good defense, but just proved to just slowly get picked and prodded everywhere to where it was too much of a difference there by the end.
Again, we've seen players like putting a lot, or rather betting on the strengths of Golden Horde. In 1v1 so far, we haven't really seen it manifest.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely the case where they sound all good, and maybe I would say the nerfs, but we haven't even been seeing a lot of the different changes and nerfs that happened. It's just one that, maybe players are starting to figure out. Players are starting to learn how to play against some of these newer civs. I feel like that's one of those things when new civs first come out, it's like, oh my god, this is so OP. It's like, maybe you just need to learn how to play against it.
Next up, we're going to be moving over to Golden Heights, and we're getting the Tuklak Dynasty in for Wham. He's going to be up against Jean d'Arc for Beastie. Okay. Getting a little JD play on Golden Heights. That's going to be interesting.
Interesting indeed. It's not one that I would expect. It's not one that I would pick out as a Golden Heights civilization. But again, in these best of 7s, you got a lot of different kind of thought processes that go into the overall draft, that go into the overall gameplay, where you want to save certain civs for certain maps. So maybe you want to just, get this one out of the way. And if you end up winning with it, even better.
Indeed. And yeah, I mean, having Tuklak, we talked a little bit about Tuklak, right? Like on these hybrid maps, just being able to get a lot more resources in from fishing as well. I think it's going to be kind of tough for Tuklak to take control of the water with, just a high HP villager like JD roaming around and maybe going for dock play as well.
Yeah, and it's one that BC definitely wants to save, a roost pick for King of the Hill. If that one, gets chosen. China, I would say, is pretty viable across the board on a lot of matches. Abbasid, we saw earlier today, used exceptionally well by Marine Lord with the multi-TC play, but I wouldn't say they would jump out as far as a choice with the remaining maps that are left. But yeah, Tuklak, it's one that when that Civ first came out, when the Civ first started getting picked in hybrid, it felt like they were unstoppable. And again, now I feel like people have slowly started to somewhat figure them out just a little bit.
Yeah, there's just a whole lot of exploring and figuring out at the moment, right? Just every now and then we see some very interesting strategies coming around now with these newer civilizations that players just haven't really been thinking about it. JD here on Golden Heights, I honestly think JD in general, as a civilization, is incredibly often underestimated. Like, sure, she's not as good as French, I want to say, like in the current meta, or at least not perceived that way, but there's just so many timing potentials, and especially with how much we are in a like timing-based meta at the moment, where like certain timings just can downright kill you immediately. I feel like JD, if you get like enough experience on her, she's vile. Absolutely vile early on.
Yeah, and I mean, this is one of those matches too, like Golden Heights and these hybrids, where you will see some earlier action, some earlier fighting, where you're kind of forced to fight earlier, and that allows JD to soak in that XP as needed and really get that advantage going that you can utilize, like you mentioned. So we'll see if that's what ends up coming into play here, or we'll see if Wham can, you know, avoid fights with JD near, avoid the XP feed over to her, and really allow himself to you know, maybe get this first leg up back into the series, try to start himself the opportunity for a reverse sweep.
It's gonna be a tough road for redemption though for Wham here. Beastie on match point, 10 more seconds, and then we're gonna be jumping into our game number 4. If Wham loses this one, he is out of the tournament. We'll be seeing how that goes in this next game, number 4 now. In spawns Wham, as the Took Dynasty in the color red here on Golden Heights. Beastie in the color yellow, playing as Jeanne d'Arc. Jeanne d'Arc already making her way across the map.
Oh, wildlife not
Wham.
friendly.
Oh, the double wolf pull. Oh no.
It feels so bad when this happens.
Yeah, that's a not so good
one more hit
route there. That kind of happens when you don't like oh no, there's another one. This happens when you don't pre-scout the route with your scout. Instead, Wham, he sent the scout out towards BC space. Oh, he's gonna lose this villager.
Oh, there were two
There's
wolves
double
right there.
wolves on there. I mean, that villager is not getting this stock up.
This feels so bad. This, oh no.
Shady's already here.
Immediately cancels the dock, and I mean, this game feels over before it starts. Not really, but
you just drop a barracks? Yeah, he's going for a barracks now.
Forced
but is
to
he
do
getting
a
that up
drop.
before the scout kills him?
Yeah, he'll get that up before the scout kills. Scouts don't do much anymore.
Is JD coming? She might be.
BC at least wants to finish the dock, I think, and then JD will. I mean,
yeah.
I'm surprised he doesn't pull JD over now. He could have gotten there.
Yes.
Oh wow, that actually that's
gives Wham a chance.
I'm pretty sure he could have gotten over to that, but a second villager was pulled.
Wham can now also just drop his own dock right next to it and just start burning while like getting his own economy up on water as well.
Nice, Chief.
Yep. So first spearman in queue. Both villagers over to build this dock up faster. JD pulled. Gonna start harassing. Smack. The shivs are out.
Yeah, she's doing significantly more damage and able to take significantly more damage than these Took Dynasty villagers. Oh my god, that villager has to be very careful. That's the spearman now.
I mean, this villager that's low has to be so careful with JD there.
Yeah. Just like that, for example. JD
Second
is still
spear
being
there.
annoying.
Is BC just going to commit with JD at this point? I think he does.
He can't.
I think he has to, right? Aren't the spearmen just a little bit faster?
They are faster than JD. Oh, but he needs to kill the dock.
Yeah. All right, so the dock has been finished. It's not all but over yet. Third spearman here, fourth spearman in queue as well. Wham had to prioritize a house, so no fishing boats able to be queued up yet either. And Beastie, he's already about to drop that age up with the next villager that drops some gold off here. There we go,
There's
School
the
of Cab
HL.
on the way.
Dock is getting burned down in time. Oh, JD already ready to rebuild it though. And Wham hasn't positioned another spearman. Oh, wait, never mind. He is looking for it. One of the spearmen is splitting off.
Yeah, needs to make sure, realizes that now he's made enough spearmen to burn down that dock. Wants to assure himself that JD is not able to build another dock. Although I think healing just got utilized. Let's see if...
You will see it.
Yep, here comes the attempt.
Bam, does he notice?
No reaction yet.
She's getting it up. There's no way to deny it anymore. That's coming up.
7 spears getting pulled though. 4.
Oh, BC is cornering. So no, the spearmen, they can't connect.
They can't surround. He's so close.
Oh.
Is he gonna get it? It's up.
God. Loses
JD's
JD, but I
down.
feel like that was worth it.
Definitely worth it indeed. These docks are so tanky. Dome of the Faith on the way for Wham, so not too far delayed. Feudal Age is finished. Beastie needs to immediately queue up that galley. Doesn't have the wood in the bank yet, though. And honestly, all Wham really needs to do is get this on fire. There's got to be another villager coming, I bet.
Ship is coming. Yeah, there is another archer, another villager. No, it's just a scout.
It's a scout.
Just a scout. So Doc might still get set to burn.
Just needs a
I think
few
this
more
point it's
torches
worth it.
thrown. Yeah, absolutely. There's the galley. Just gonna split them
Splits
up.
the spears.
He says, all right, BC,
Great
take
micro.
your choice of what spear you want to take down.
Gets it to burn.
Dock is on fire now.
Villager's moving out though. The villager!
No!
The scout!
First.
No. First blood.
I was about to say first Vil pick of the game, but at first JD actually technically got taken down.
Spearman. Yeah, we really want to get the dock down, but the next villager's already there, and now there's not enough spearmen to disrupt the next dock from coming up.
Galley's starting to focus in on the fishing boats. Healing being done by the other fishing boats. That villager's at such low health as well. Fishing boat's going over, gonna try to deny the dock placement from Beastie.
Attack fishing ships.
One more. There's a spear still alive.
One spearman to save the day.
Actually, there's another spear on the other side. This is such a huge pickup. Fishing boats should just jump inside the dock though for Wham.
Oh, the villager. Oop.
Villager gets taken down as well. Spearman not quite close enough to attack the galley's down.
That's yeah. I mean, one of them wasn't a fishing ship. That was actually a galley as well, or an archer ship rather.
Now the big question is where are the Royal Knights? I mean, BC's just gonna do it all in on land here. Double stables, double range. He's ready to just send it all.
Wham is getting ready for the extended feudal age play now on land as well. Oh, another knight makes its way through. How did he get in there? He got all the way around?
I guess.
Spearman now upgraded.
And the barracks for Wham is out in the middle of nowhere, so it's going to take so long for these spears to actually get across. He might try to just... Looks like he might be sending his scout across to get some information, see what is coming. JD is back alive. More torches starting to be thrown, but more importantly, yeah, the archers now are here.
It's gonna hurt quite a bit.
Four archers already there,
You'll
yep.
just have to respect it.
Wham's gonna need to circle around all the way to the other side of the wood line. Might need to like double up the wall on that
Archers now also coming in for Wham. We also have a Raider Elephant in queue.
Oh, no.
Was getting rushed up. Villager!
Oh!
Survives. 2 villagers survive. Looks like JD fired the arrow at the wrong villager.
Wrong target, yeah. Oh, God, there's so many
was
low
so
health villagers
close.
now, though.
Wham, he could also get a healer elephant in now. Just to make sure that these little archer shots aren't actually gonna kill anybody.
Blacksmith being dropped by Beastie. He is full ready to send this all in, but Wham's economy is starting to get out of hand with the fishing that he has. Yep, swaps over to the other side. It's going to start burning that down. It is not in range of the outpost, but this is one where there's such... I mean, I feel like he should have double walled this earlier, maybe even triple walled it, but he can try to rush down another wall, but would probably lose a villager, maybe 2. Going for a potential surround with the spears. Has an archer of his own, but
the archers have no way of kiting, and the spearman would actually do pretty good damage up against them.
And there's the second wall getting built. Archers gonna be able to get a little bit more damage in, not much though. It looks like only like 1 or 2 archers are close enough to attack, so Wham able to continue to delay, continue to stall himself, and kills out a few of the reinforcing units.
And healer elephant is in queue as well. So we'll be able to heal up all of the weaker units that he has. And the Raider elephants. It's so hilarious just looking at them with how fast they move compared to the size.
Spots out the archers again. I mean, 4 more archers going to be going down basically for nothing.
Reinforcements are coming back,
not quite
though.
4.
Wants to get the Raider elephants out alive now.
Yeah. Knight trying to chase that lower health Raider elephant on down. Beastie knows he's fully all in. Has to be fully all in at this point, but with water being lost, it is so difficult to end up, you know,
trample?
Going to an extended game. Trample does get utilized.
And he dips out again.
Bye-bye, Scout.
Oh, gets a villager kill. Okay. Unexpected.
Wham changes it over to the archers now. Still, the knight's taking a decent bit of damage now. Healer elephant is in. It feels like Wham is just slowly going to be getting more and more out of hand here. You can see he's up 20 total population. Military numbers are climbing and climbing fast. Back to the healer elephants. Get those Raider elephants back to full health. Beastie drops a wall, and now he knows that he is the one that needs to be a little bit safer potentially. Might try to go instead, try to burn down the dock.
Elephants moving out with the villagers, so Beastie does see the expansion out to the deer. The Raider elephants just chasing behind the scout.
We're gonna get you. Not
eventually.
quite.
Just that little 0.1 tile per second movement speed difference. Looks like Beastie is gonna go for the dock now. Wants to burn that one down. And would have to send another villager out to rebuild it. And Beastie in turn could also send villagers out to dock as well.
Yeah, the one galley is there, but will get taken out fast from the archers. Could use a fishing boat to repair that, yeah. Another fishing boat pops out. He needs more of a military ship during this, but has his army moving on over. Line formation utilized for the archers, so not as much damage can get down on the mass. Raider elephants arrive. They head towards the archer mass. Knights trying to help protect out on up. Dock's still not on fire yet. Wham's
army now arriving.
So close. Outline of a dock already built on the south side too, so it looks like Wham knows what he needs to do. Spears starting to move
Trampoline
forward.
activated.
Oh my gosh, I feel like he could have connected there with some spears, but not able to do so. Good job body blocking some of these knights, but just still not quite enough to allow the spears to connect.
Knights with a little point blank charge there. Gonna do some damage to these Raider Elephants. And behind this, Wham, he's ready to age up. House of Learning coming up for him now.
And this is just the power of water. It's just so much more eco that he had, so much more food income that he had. Knights going for a potential raid on the deer. BC saw him move out onto that deer earlier, and I don't see Wham reacting to it yet. Villagers split, so we'll lose a few villagers from this. Looks like 4.
Oh, nice synchronized stabbing there.
So a good
Still
little
diving
pickup.
in deeper.
Yeah, BC's just going to full commit for this, but at the same time, Wham reaches castle.
Pushing the wood line. Haven't reacted to this yet.
Trying
to build a gate.
No way! Oh my gosh!
That is heavy, heavy losses now. Oh my god. What? There's 3 villagers that made it out alive.
Oh my
3!
God. The knights, though.
That's still so worth it. That is so worth it.
Absolutely. But oh my gosh, Wham. He needs to do something now as he took significant losses here. He's losing the healer elephants on the front side. Beastie, he's trying to end this game with the castle timing that Wham just did. The eco difference is now nowhere to be found.
He just aged up with no gold in the bank.
And look at
No
where
gold
he
is up at the
it's
boat
in
as
the
well.
middle of nowhere.
The units are all still feudal age. He doesn't have the gold for it.
Oh my
Veterancy
gosh.
has come in on the Raider Elephants.
JD got a little bit of XP there from those healer elephants as well.
Oh no, oh no.
No way. Wait, and he's on the wood line on the west side. Oh, he's just barely going to be able to sneak out through the wood line.
14 fishing ships, but still 11 economy units behind.
Well, able to pick out
having a field day.
Beastie's rally over here. But I feel like Beastie knows the damage he did. He's just going to age up behind this now.
Does have the option of doing so, yeah. Crazy amount of villager kills. Actually, still just going for the dive now behind this. Yeah, Beastie's recommitting. He's not thinking about the age up. He just wants to end it here now. Raid elephants without the healing. They're close to death's door already.
Just going to burn the blacksmith, burn some of the infrastructure, not allow Wham to get some of these upgrades that he's not queuing up anyways, because he has bigger oh, now he is, but a little bit too late now. Oh, just kidding.
Fight is being taken.
Archers.
No trample coming in.
Let's see if we see another
Nice, trying to
knight
shift
point
around.
charge on the Raider elephants here. Royal Institute's on the
Coming
way.
up.
Beastie, he does do a charge back through. He's continuing to kite with the archers. The spearman mass is getting thinned out pretty quickly. JD getting some more XP as well, but this is giving him timing. If he ages up with 18 knights with the Royal Institute.
And JD also leveling up now.
Oh, takes the fight. A few of the knights do fall. He's giving himself back to the corner. Archers still sniping down every spear that they can. The knights take the fight, and they're still going to be left alive. It's just going to be the Raider elephants left. The healer elephant's doing everything he can.
Not gonna be enough Raider elephant left behind. A-Job comes in. Wham! Nothing left for him now.
And JD.
Army-wise, everything wiped up.
Yeah, JD being the next level 2. So strong here. Archer upgrade coming through immediately for Beastie. He's up 20 military units. He's up in the eco as well, and it's about to just get worse. He knows where all of Wham's eco is, and Wham does not have much to defend.
Royal Flynn at the front side does do a great job up against the Knights and the Archers. Is it enough? It's not like there's a big mass of healers just waiting to heal the elephants up again.
Call the champions on in. Champions, though, tanking up some Lancer charges, tanking up the elephant charges, not the fight and engagement that he wants, but if he waits just a little bit longer, those upgrades can come through. Not the most efficient fishing eco either, because the deep sea's starting to run lower. It's so far out. So many fishing boats.
Yeah.
And there it is. Royal Bloodlines just clicked.
Another Night Raid as well in the Woodlines again. Like, BC has been so on point with this the entire game.
Does he spot out the chop through though? He could end up punishing that later on.
Yeah, he might.
Instead, he just goes right back towards the fishing. He knows that Wham, the only reason he is still in this at all is because of the fishing eco. There's one galley, but galleys versus those type of oh my gosh. The Knights barely taking any damage from those fishing boats. Archers on the way as well. They'll be able to do a great job in sniping out the fishing.
Now with this dock out of the way, is there another dock on the other side?
It looks like he's building one now in the north.
Yeah,
he still has a villager out there.
And Knights moving right that way.
4 XP for JD, not that it matters much at this point. Fishing boats, though, will be able to snipe that low health Knight out. Yeah, there we go.
I'm sure, I don't think he gave the information over that there's another dock up. A little raiding forest coming in from Wham. Gets scouted out, though, by the outpost.
Villagers on the gold, immediately run. Wham could get some big return damage if he can find where it is. Lancer splits off to the right. Raider Elephant still pushing on forward.
Artillery mass.
Orvilles get spotted out. No, they don't. Oh, they get split.
BC just maneuvering out all the villagers out of the way there. Wham isn't finding them. Trample? Looks like it's coming in. Now it is.
Oh, a little too late.
Elephant's trampling out of the way.
Wham needs to find some damage. He needs to do something to equalize this here. There's so many villagers that are out there vulnerable to be taken, but Beastie, he has a bigger mass. He has more reinforcement, so it's so hard for Wham to actually find the connections here.
Yeah, the question is, Wham, what kind of military can he really make now at the moment? He's making mass Lancers up against a JD with Royal Bloodlines.
And not only that, Beastie has the ARB mass already built up. He's up to 21, so the Lancers, they're basically going to start getting one shot here soon. Oh my gosh, Wham moved out to the gold that BC's going to be rallying past. I don't think he sees it near his base yet, but...
Yeah, that's I mean, BC sees it, he just doesn't notice yet. Now he noticed. That's charging in as well. That's another villager kill.
Sacred Site attempting to be secured. Or was it just JD running across? It was just JD running across. Villagers on the berries.
Enough experience for the moment. That's another big raid.
Is he going to do the move? No, circles back, doesn't want to lose the mass that he has built up and worked so hard on. Instead, he knows this engagement is one that he can win. Healer Elephant's doing everything they can to try to keep the melee elephant alive. Not quite able to do so. Now archers step up, arbs step up, and this might just be the end of Wham here. Series done. Beastie with a 4-0 in the quarterfinals here. We'll be moving on to face Marine Lord.
GG comes in. Yeah, Beastie, a clean sweep here up against Wham. And yeah, as you said, we are going to be getting the El Clasico, Beastie versus Marine Lord. And that all coming today. Yeah, we're jumping pretty much straight into it.
Yeah, what crazy timing on that push by Beastie. He lost water, but still was able to get the win because of Night Raids, because he punished that Castle Age timing from Wham. Wham with Castle, he didn't have the gold for upgrades, and then the wood line just got absolutely demolished with no way out for the villagers.
Yeah, that one raid on the wood line, you can see the economy count there just taking a nosedive for Wham. That means, yeah, considering, like, the score here, the series wasn't that quick overall. Like, Wham really tried in those games, I want to say. Man, Beastie was just relentless with the aggression throughout the last couple of games, I want to say, like, with Shushi and with JD. Definitely on a mission. That means that we are gonna be going over to an interview, and following that, it is going to be Beastie versus Marine Lord. And it looks like the interview's ready, so ladies and gentlemen, I give to you Beastie. Alright, Beastie, congratulations for winning 4-0 clean sweep up against Wham. How are you feeling after that one? Do you still have something left in the tank? Because you've got another set right ahead of you.
I mean, hopefully, right? I hope it doesn't go too long, right? Especially because I'm not gonna have a long break. But yeah, I'm ready.
Overall, like, just you, of course, like, you've seen the set between Marine Lord and Anatent earlier so far. How are you feeling? Like, you just took down Wham in a really clean fashion, obviously. Like, 4-0, that was... It doesn't get much cleaner than that, let's just put it like that. Do you think you're ready for Marine Lord? Because, like, Marine Lord, he's been looking a little bit shaky. Maybe Anaton is just his nemesis at this point, right? Like, that could also be the case, and Wham obviously did take down Marine Lord. Yeah. But Wham was also the one that did put Marine Lord down in the lower bracket, so... how are you feeling? You feeling confident for this one?
Like, honestly, I mean, I said this yesterday, but like, in my practice this week, I think I went, like, 3-17 in, not series, in games. So, like, I didn't win any games, and I was just like, I don't understand this game at all. Like, I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I don't know what's happening, but I was like, hopefully I learned something from all the losses, but, you know, yesterday and today it's been, I guess it worked out pretty well, right? Like, I feel like I'm in the zone. I feel like I'm making the right decisions. And I feel like I finally found the drafts and the picks that I like. Because I don't like taking what everyone else is. I like, you know, taking my own twist on things. So, yeah. So, feeling pretty good, I would say.
Alright, in that case, we're gonna let you just take a little break. The cast is also overdue and break now, so we're gonna be just taking the shortest of break here. We noticed after the last interview that going over all the games in best of 7 was just a little bit too long. Like, the last interview went for like 6-7 minutes. So we're just gonna be cutting it a little bit shorter here. So Beastie, you're getting a short break, the casters are getting a short break, and we'll be right back with Beastie versus Marine Lord after break. right, hope you've got your snacks ready because it is time. The last best of 7 for today, and it is none other than Beastie versus Marine Lord, the last elimination game, or rather elimination set here of the day. And we're going to be watching the live draft right as it unfolds here.
Yeah, another best of 7, and the excitement is all here. These players, they're not always used to being in the losers bracket and fighting for their spot back to the top, but this will be a big one. We've seen a lot of kind of the same generic bans across the day so far, so we'll see if that continues on here or if they try to snipe out some different civs over here.
Yeah, looking at the overall win rate, Beastie definitely one of the players with by far the highest win rate up against Marine Lord in both series and game count. Recently, yeah, it's been pretty even. EGC Masters Winter, 5-2 victory for Beastie. Elite Classic was a little bit of a stomp the other way around, and then Master of Steel, Marine Lord did manage to win that one. Very close games there, though, I want to say.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those where I always say, like, this even though it's a 4-0 or a 4-1 or a 5-2, it doesn't always tell the full story, because there's so many times these games it could just be a split-second difference call that makes the win or lose, you know, on one side or the other. So it's one that, you know, these series can always go one way or the other, especially when we're this far along in the tournament. There's so many nerves on the line. This is a big set and series we have in front of us.
Unfortunately, went out of that scene too early for me to say that the size of the players is actually to scale from the images there, but yeah. Alright, looks like the map draft is about to begin, so we'll soon be seeing what maps exactly are getting picked here. I do potentially, well, personally, I do hope that we'll be seeing King of the Hill, one of my favorite maps, of course, to come in here as well.
I feel like it's always a fan favorite as well. It's always an excitement to watch it. And here we can see the overall expectation for next week. You know, we got Vortex versus Puppy Paw. The loser there plays the winner of the series we're casting here in front of us in the lower bracket final. And then the grand finals is a best of 9. So a huge best of 9. And that's really where things are going to go down with so many different civ options, so many different maps here in front of us. You really have to be great across the board, as we know all these players are.
Yeah, exactly. First couple of maps now coming in. Golden Heights and Color. So already 2 hybrid maps that are coming in, as we are also getting treated to a little Naja cam there as well.
It's his butt scratch, so, you know, maybe I okay, here we go.
Dude, Huskies look so cool.
He's like, yeah, y'all are all watching me. Maybe he'll keep down for the last series. We'll see.
All right, other map slots now also populating. We're getting Gorge, Coastal Cliffs, Lipany, Dry Arabia, Frisian Marshes, no King of the Hill. Unfortunate.
For
what reason? Such a great map. Dry Arabia, yeah, it's the good old classic. So now that we know the maps, it is time for players to choose the civilizations. Of course, starting off with the double ban on both sides. Wait, are we getting robot sounds?
That's what they're... I don't know what's going on. I have fiber internet, unlike the Vodafone over there, yet my internet's the one messing up.
You know, sometimes Vodafone does come in clutch. It handles fine with, like, streaming video, but whenever I get to gaming, it's like, nah, you're getting disconnected right now.
Yeah, I mean, that is one where fortunately I usually don't encounter that. Other than, I will say, my internet before this did have a bit more problems like that, but maybe I'll need to check into this. And we actually do see a few different bans than what we've seen here in the previous series. So Japan not allowed on either side. House of Lancaster not allowed on either side, and then we have Ottomans and Sengoku banned.
Yeah, and for first picks, Beastie gonna be picking the Byzantines here, Marine Lord with the Chinese. So an early prior pick here for the Chinese. Beastie also picking up the Malians, so some very good civilizations being picked here early on. And Ayubit's also just one of those top tier civilizations getting picked up early on here as well.
Yeah, we saw Marine Lord ban it out in every game that Anatan picked it, so obviously it was a higher priority for him. He also snagged the Chinese variant of Zushi, so he will have both of those options. And Beastie with the Mali, a map we see a lot of times on coastal cliffs. Let's see what other updates we got
for them. Ayubits and Shushi. What other options? Okay, BC with an early French pick. That's interesting. I feel like typically there's still like a lot of other civilizations that you can pick before French. Delhi, for example, coming to mind here, is getting picked up as well. Marine Lord still has the Ottomans open for him.
Yeah, and that's one where Marine Lord doesn't need to prioritize that since it's banned on the other side, so he can prioritize some of the other civilizations first. Same thing with Sengoku for BC. And so that is one too. Where Beastie, I feel like picking French too. It's also somewhat of a counter pick, as I feel like it's like Marine Lord's bread and butter civ that he loves to play, loves to pick. So he is making sure that Marine Lord doesn't have that option.
Now we're getting the Tukhlaq dynasty and for Marine Lord as well. A civilization that, you know, when it gets picked, it looks good for the first 5 minutes and then falls off dramatically. At least so far, that's been kind of like the theme that we've been seeing here. And then the Mongols. Okay, a solid pick for Golden Heights.
See what the other follow-ups are from Beastie. Obviously, still plenty of
Could be seeing
options.
Macedonians. Yeah, we could be seeing Macedonians coming in as well. An option for him. I don't think we're going to be seeing Golden Horde. Like, I think at this point, like, players, at least these two have probably, like, made their peace with the civilization. Ruse coming in super late, I want to say.
And HRE to follow. We saw Marine Lord play English on Frisian marshes, so let's see if he maybe, you know, wants to snag some English again, even though I feel like I don't usually see him prioritize English too highly.
We don't have Kawasan, but I think like Order of the Dragon could probably still make its way in.
And there's the
Is
order.
Order of the Dragon. And are we gonna get English? Or is it gonna be like JD? Just to like have the pseudo-French civilization in there as well. Yep.
There it is,
coming
JD.
in. Now Beastie on the other side. Is he gonna pick English? Nah, English doesn't make... I don't think Beastie's an English-type player.
Macedonian.
Maybe something more aggressive.
Abbasid.
Yeah, Macedon. I think Abbasid is something that Marine Lord would take. Like
did see
last pick
Beastie pick
Abbasid and Ottomans.
Yeah, we did see him pick it last series, but it could have been just to make sure it didn't go into the hands of Wham. There's the Macedonians.
And English. Okay, Beastie sniping the English away. So Marine Lord most likely Abba and Ottomans as last picks. Followed by Sengoku for Beastie. That would be my guess here. And the question is what they're going to be picking on Dry Arabia. So obviously, like, you want to be starting off strong. There's not going to be a redraft, so it's not like you can get stronger civilizations again later on. We do have the sniping draft here, so maybe Marine Lord would want to immediately like open up with like China Ayubit.
Yeah, definitely start on a very, very strong note. We've seen Byzantines, Sengoku prioritized for Gorge, so I feel like Beastie would be saving those for Gorge. You know, there's still a few different options over there. Do you feel like either of these sides like won the draft, quote unquote, or do you think it's you know, somewhat even overall?
Personally, I do prefer Marine Lord's draft overall, but there are some exceptions. Namely, I think like Macedonians can be incredibly scary around the Radari. Like you can get some very scary, not just around the Radari, but like the Men-at-Arms or the Varangian Guards in Feudal Age as well. There are some matchups where if you don't get a Castle Age, like a fast Castle Age, against the Macedonians, you're just dead. Just straight up dead. Because the amount of armor upgrades that you can get in Feudal Age on them, 6 melee armor, 4 ranged armor on Feudal Age Men-at-Arms, it's pretty difficult for some civilizations to deal with. Like if you're playing as like a civilization that doesn't have Feudal Age knights, you're out of luck. You don't get to deal effectively with those units.
That is true. If you just have the incorrect pick there, you just you don't have the greatest answer over there. So we'll see about if that comes into fruition here in the near future. I'm sure we'll be getting these picks for Dry Arabia updated any second here now. Or minute, I guess I should say. A lot of thought process goes into these drafts with these players. I always remember, you know, when we were at the LAN over there in Denver, you know, you see people writing in their notebooks, people planning, and a lot of times, like I remember watching Wham talk about a draft beforehand, and he literally, it was like the exact picks on both sides that he had kind of planned out and assumed how it was going to go. And you know, that's one where these players are always trying to kind of get any sort of leg up on an opponent, and there really is an art to the draft.
Definitely is. And then there's me where if I like think too much about a draft, I just get annoyed and I'll just start spamming the random button.
All right, well we got China as one pick for Marine Lord. Let's see if it is going to be the China Ayubid like you had mentioned here earlier on.
China's coming in, yeah.
Maybe so. Could be also China Zushi, you know, make sure you're guaranteed getting one of your Chinese variants.
Mm-hmm. I think Ayubits is also like a very solid choice there on Dry Arabia. Sure, it's probably going to be kept for Coastal Cliffs, but just having them as an option, like, they play so well into units or civilizations that rely a lot on infrastructure. Like Malians, for example. Honestly, I didn't expect the early Delhi pick here. I would have said, okay, Byzantines should be like very high prior in general. But that's up for the Delhi and the Malians. So if Marine Lord goes for Ayubids and China, like, Delhi's a quite defined matchup, I want to say, up against Ayubids.
Oh, and it's JD. Okay. So I'm assuming Beastie's probably going to snipe good old China. And we'll see Marine Lord as the first pick, JD. That's just my guess over here.
I think you just ban out Malians. Yeah, like snipe Malians, and Marine Lord should be fine with like either of these civilizations up against the Delhi. But he would probably not be as fine with JD up against Malians.
See the overlay updated in just a second. See if we're correct with our assumptions here. And then it'll be waiting on these players to get into game, get it all loaded up, and then we'll have our good old 4 or 5 minute wait time to, you know, observer delay, make sure nothing fishy goes on, you know?
Exactly. And it is going to be the Malian snipe here. So it is going to be Delhi versus China. Interesting that JD is getting sniped here. I think BC was hoping for a Delhi snipe on his side, and then, like, Mali... Actually, it just doesn't make sense. Why would you snipe JD there?
I
was rationalizing it.
I maybe he's just like, I want to get China out of the way, you know, not have it as an option on some of the future maps. You know, maybe thinks that either, so the thing is like, is the first Civ revealed when BC's picking his 2 Civs? Because if so, he kind of can pick a matchup that's either one's good against China, and then he knows that, okay, this is what he's planned for, this is what he's thinking about over here.
I'm not 100% sure if the first Civ gets revealed. Can we get a confirmation from production on that? Does the first Civ get revealed?
Okay,
Okay, it's blind reveal, and then snipe. Yeah, so players don't see before the snipes come in.
Oh, then there you go. Well, I guess, he's just feeling that, both of these Civs have a decent matchup against China, and maybe he feels that, that's, again, a better matchup than a lot of some of the ones that he could get in the later maps, later series. And, you always do want to start out first game of a series on a high note, and especially if you're taking down the first pick Civ of your opponent. That feels great, but at the same time, if you lose to the highest prio Civ that your opponent has, you're also not feeling the worst. You're like, hey, at least I got that one out of the way.
I guess it also makes sense to ban JD, because if you're ultimately going to be playing as Delhi, JD is pretty good up against Delhi.
Right.
So we're going to be seeing China versus Delhi. This is a matchup that has evolved quite a bit in the past, I want to say. It used to be that China was absolutely dunking on Delhi pretty much every single time. But nowadays it's, I want to say, a lot more even between the two. Ever since the introduction of the Ghazi Raider, no longer do the Delhi have normal horsemen, they now have Ghazi Raiders. A lot of buffs came for the Dome of Faith as well.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you mentioned China dunking on Delhi. I feel like there was a point where China was just dunking on everyone. It was the permaban Civ that, if you let your opponent have China, you signed yourself up for a loss automatically.
Yeah, there's been a whole lot of back and forth between the two. But yeah, China definitely, it had its hero arc, and it still does have its hero arc for the most time. It's kind of how do I say? At the moment, I feel like it's very volatile and very much reliant on pro scouting. Because both China and Shushi, they have the issue that once they go for a farm transition, that's the most vulnerable they get, and typically that's when they die.
Yeah, and I mean, if you can avoid farm transitions with any Civ, like we saw Beastie with Zushi earlier, where he was taking berries across the whole entire map. So if you're able to avoid that farm transition and your opponent is forced into, conservative food and having to make that, you give yourself the ability to use your resources for more military, for more advantage over there. So really, that's one of the things we'll be watching on. Although, there was a point where BC had 0 on food with Delhi, and then all of a sudden he had 30 plus farms out of nowhere. So, if this does get to late game Imperial, we've seen how Beastie plays and the frustration at hand there, but China does have a few more things to deal with, I would say, the Imperial age Delhi.
Well, correction on the draft. So the first civilization pick actually does get revealed.
Okay, so then it kind of is what I mentioned then, where BC sees China, he goes, okay, let me pick 2 Civs that are good against China. My mindset is
all
I'm gonna...
Civs are revealed.
Okay, yeah, and so at that point, he plans to play against
Only the
China
snipe is not
and
revealed.
has the idea, and then snipes out the other Civ no matter what kind of thing.
Yeah. So it's first player pick, then second player double picks, then first player picks again, and then snipe.
Yeah. Okay.
In parallel.
Makes plenty of sense then.
Right.
I feel like that's one where we've seen these tournament setups and these drafts and these picks change so often. I kind of like the idea here because you really, I feel like at times, if sometimes you just get unlucky with a matchup and unlucky with what goes on, but this one you can actually game plan a lot more, and you can really think about the draft going forward a little bit more with the snipe meta action.
Yeah. Oh man, we're getting to that point of the day. It's 10 p.m. It's that point of the day where you're suddenly getting really sad when you look at your like calorie tracker app and you see, okay, I don't have any calories left over for the day. You start remembering that McDonald's just came out with a new cheese McNugget type thing, where it's like pasta inside of it, or like egg noodles. I don't know the exact
They
name
don't
for
have
it.
that in the
It's
US.
it's a German only thing. It's a German only thing. It has like, I think, onions in there as well.
Yeah. Meanwhile, didn't have breakfast, so that last that last break we had, I just shoveled food down my mouth. Ate as much as I could, but you know, now a little bit more energized with some more food in the belly over here. But McDonald's is not something that I will be opting.
It's always the temptation, man. I got like McDonald's right next to my workplace, so it's whenever like the coworkers go there, I'm like, nah, I'm walking to Lidl. I need the steps.
That's. I was walking over to Starbucks to get espresso quite often, but now it's a little too cold, so I don't walk over there anymore. But anyways,
All
50
right.
seconds away from this
Getting
first
there.
game of this best of 7 series, and you know, both of these players want this one. Marine Lord did not get his revenge game against Wham, but I'm sure he's, you know, not complaining about this one, and you know, getting a matchup against Beastie. We saw the series percentage, like kind of win rate that he had, so he does have a great opportunity to you know, continue his win streak over here.
Yeah. All right. Don't forget, it is now the point in or rather it's now the time for you guys to put your points on who think is going to win this. The gamma is about to close. You got 1 minute left as we're about to hop into our game number 1 on who you think is going to win between Beastie and Marine Lord. At the moment, 66% betting on Marine Lord.
Okay, 66% betting, and game number 1 beginning. Beastie on the Delhi Sultanate and Marine Lord on China on Dry Arabia, everyone's favorite map.
Indeed, and we're just jumping in right away. Of course, no early Imperial official. That kind of ship just has sailed at this point in time. Like, I don't really see players go for that anymore unless they were opting for a fast Song Dynasty. That's also something that's just, you know, not coming in with the just prevalence of the Pro Scout meta. That's still ongoing at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's one that it's crazy how quick the age up comes through for China, and then all of a sudden they're up for eco because of all the Imperial officials that they make not from their town center. So I feel like, you know, the reason for the adaptation was super crucial and super key. No wheelbarrow queued up here from Beastie so far. A little bit later here. Usually it's, you know, clicked right after the mill.
Yeah, typically that's like the one upgrade that you do want to immediately click upon getting that mill up. But it's not the biggest deal at the end of the day. We'll probably just click it in just a short moment.
Yeah, surely he'll realize here soon.
I mean, sometimes you like get wheelbarrow 20 minutes into the game, right? Like,
I mean, I still remember multiple times Puppy Paw just like forgetting all upgrades as the deli. So, you know, there's been a lot worse things that can happen here. At least he's getting efficient production in.
that's probably the most important one, right? Like just getting the upgrade in for the military production. Right now, players also just busy sheep scouting, right? Like you do want to at least get a certain amount of sheep. By the way, speaking of sheep, let's take a look at that sheep scouting at the moment. 6 sheep.
Dead
Following
even
BC
so
Scout,
far.
6 sheep following Marine Lord Scout. Yep. Pretty even. Still a couple left on the map. Looks like the sheep have just been dropped off, and the age up is coming in. Imperial Academy, 5 villagers work on that. It's going to be coming in at lightning speed as well, as is typical for the Chinese. Now Dome of Faith on the side of the Delhi Sultanate. No surprises here. We're just going to ignore that mill for now.
Yeah, it's so easy once you make like a realization like that someone forgets wheelbarrows to just continue to harp on it, but it is it's one that, you know, I'm sure all of a sudden we'll see it queued up. It won't be too big of a deal, especially once feudal age happens. Then it's like, You know, he's going to click all the upgrades and all the eco buildings too. You know, I don't know, he's probably changed his hotkeys, but I think it's like F2 is usually economic, and then you just tab through and click all the upgrades on the deli. So I'm sure he'll make that realization then.
Yeah, it's going to be an unfortunate realization, but something that the deli can do is just drop down a second mill and research Kimbo style of 2 buildings at the same time. Officials now coming in for Marine Lord is going to be able to start supervising. We'll most likely be seeing a Pro Scout play from him.
Yeah, the Pro Scout meta, a lot of civs have kind of gotten away from it, but China is not one of them, especially with that initial mill that just gathers all of those taxes. It makes it so easy for that Imperial official to just sit there and not have to worry for an extended period of time.
Still the last couple remaining straggler sheep getting picked up on the map. Both players still pretty close overall when it comes to the sheep count. It's kind of difficult to judge, as Marine Lord has probably already been
there's Wheelbarrow.
gathering from the sheep. Yeah, Wheelbarrow now coming up with the age up. All upgrades are getting clicked there.
As expected there. Not too big of a deal. You know, yeah, a few minutes without Wheelbarrow. Like you said, there's been plenty of times where players don't get it till 20 plus minutes, and it can be a lot worse.
There's the stable also coming up. So Ghazi Raiders will soon be coming up here on the map just to try and harass the Chinese economy a little bit.
Yeah, and if you look at the deer locations for Marine Lord, they're both pretty solid for himself. You know, there's not one that's like all the way on the opposite side corner, so he should be able to efficiently gather these up very kind of close to the TC. Question is how many scouts will he make?
Actually, he's also getting some horsemen in as well. Guessing, typically 4 makes the most sense because you'll need 2 trips. Or that's like the most efficient one when you're at 4 scouts. Needing 2 trips for a deer camp. Anything over that just becomes a little bit too much, or rather doesn't really improve it that much.
Beastie going to kill out some of those deer. Horseman deters the initial scout from Beastie away, but once the Ghazi arrives, yeah, Horseman's got to turn and tuck tail and head on home.
I need just a couple more horsemen there, and the issue is, of course, that in these engagements, because horsemen, they don't really do that much damage. The Ghazi Raiders there's so much opportunity to just pull weak Ghazi Raiders back to heal them back up with the scholars, so that's why we are going to be seeing a switch up into Spearmen now instead.
Yep. Few horsemen, and now he can actually go be annoying, go do some raiding with the horsemen, let the spears be the escort here for the scouts, if he so desires.
A little back and forth. Scouts taking the front line. Has to drop the deer. Is he gonna make it out alive? Oh, looks like he's gonna go down. More spearmen coming in. Barely
next
keeps the
couple
scout alive.
arrive at the perfect time. Now he goes back for the deer yet again. The horseman was doing attempted raiding, but BC just pulled some scholars, healed up the villagers, didn't have to think twice about it.
Terry just keeps getting massed up. Actually, BC stopped a little bit with the Ghazi production. Is he maybe considering switching into an archer follow-up now as well? We do see a barracks coming up.
Spear follow-up, or maybe it's just the spears to make sure he has a defense for the attempted horseman raids that we've been seeing. But this really does allow Marine Lord to secure up the first deer pack fully, and should be able to move over to the second one with a good ease to it over here. Another scout almost goes down, but barely gets on away again.
Yeah, barely able to stay alive. Spearman coming around the wood line there.
And first sacred site
start being captured up.
Yeah, he's doing the move out again where all 3 sacred sites being secured. Sometimes you'll think this is a bit greedy. You know, it's one that look at it how you will type of thing. It's as long as you can get one or two, you're at least getting that going for yourselves, but sometimes spreading out to all three does spread yourself a little thin.
Oh, I was so close. The sacred side almost has been captured up. The other side again. And again! Once again, like Beastie, was a similar situation in the WAM game. Tries to go for all three sacred sites at the same time and just barely unable to capture any of them.
Yeah, again, just spreading yourself a little thin. Scholar will go down. Yes, will go down on that eastern side. Ghazi were there to try to help. Scholar on the west side getting pretty low. Horseman doesn't do a ton of damage, but it looks like it's going to be doing enough.
Some heavy losses there on the Scholar count for Beastie. Is recommitting to the middle sacred site now. And the Archer's a little bit out of position. You know, it has to body block with the Horseman, but still loses the Archer. Another one going down. Okay, these are big losses for Marine Lord now.
Yeah, as we see, you know, a couple of the Scholars get picked off. Now we see a couple Archers in return. Agazi does fall to some spears. And again, Sacred Site can't get captured yet. Oh, scouts are going to run towards the spears. They'll be okay.
So we're just running after those Ghazi Raiders.
And now Marine Lord going ahead and getting some upgrades in of his own.
BC at the moment just giving Marine Lord a little bit of a run around. Now also adding in Archers behind all of this, so getting his tri-composition going as well.
I mean, the
Still
Chinese
no
economy
sacred site has
is
been picked
so
up.
crazy, though. He's sitting there matching all the sacred sites of the Delhi Sultan, matching the
aging up
military
almost.
numbers, and he's about to freaking click up to Castle Age. This is just a showing of how the Chinese can work well.
Yeah, it is absurd. Just the synergy with the Pro Scout as well. Being able to supervise every single deer right next to your mill. Giving you so much economy in Imperial Palace now coming in. Age Up is coming in 10 minutes into the game after getting 30 plus military units out on the field.
Yep, there's a double stables drop as well to follow, so he's going to have 3 stables for triple Lancer production.
Means that he won't have to use any of his Imperial officials for the military production buildings, can just keep them on the economy the entire time.
And now Beastie, and this is such a bad timing to have to move out on the deer right as when your opponent is going to start producing Lancers and sending them across to definitely do some raiding.
Yeah, the Age Up has now come in, and there's already like a significant army from Marine Lord marching across the map. Starting off, we are getting that veterancy upgrade on the Spearman. Knights in queue as well. Ghazi Raid from Beastie are still looking for potential villager kills around the base from Marine Lord.
Yeah, he's done a great job circling. Might be able to idle out some of the gold vills, but the big problem there is that China doesn't really even need to be on the gold that much with how much tax income can come through from Imperial officials. Ghazi's looking to dive, actually, potentially get onto the deer villagers. There are some extra villagers there, no houses for them, and in and out. Wasn't too big of a deal. I think 1 villager went down.
No villager actually went down at all there. So it looks like Marine Lord was able to somehow snipe a villager. Didn't notice when that happened.
Oh, he actually had 40 seconds of TC idle time is what it was.
Oh, yeah. That can definitely hurt.
Oh,
And this Beastie
Ares
also
too.
getting ready for his own Age Up, but the timing is rough behind this.
Yeah, the problem there is his army that moves into Castle takes so much longer to get upgrades through. We already see Marine Lord moving out for relics with the map control he has as well.
Yeah, and Marine Lord already double monks out on the map, picking up the relics. So it's not going to be too many remaining for once Beastie gets the Age Up in. House of Learning, 14 villagers on that.
And He's just now starting. 36 seconds. This timing is so crucial for him. Marine Lord 5 Lancers with his mass. Has upgrades through as well. He's still just waiting though.
Waiting for a potential signal for the age up from Beastie maybe before he takes the fight.
Yeah, I mean, once he hears the age up finish, he's got to go, right?
He sees the scholars move out. This should give him the signal. And the age up has now been confirmed. No elephant in queue yet. But Marine Lord isn't going for the push and instead just hanging around.
Look at how many villagers just moved to the back berries. That's crazy right now, but you have to be greedy. You have to do this at this point as Delhi. If you're not on, you know, those outside food resources, you're not going to be on gathering much up. I think Marine Lord might split off a few Lancers to go that way, it looks like. Uh-oh.
Oh, this is going to be devastating.
Scout is there with him. Oh, that's so much of the economy idle, too. Even if he doesn't get
any
kills.
villager killed yet. Gets one. Villager's actually moving back to the berries. That is super dangerous. Rest of the army is now moving forward as well. Nope, actually moving back.
He's just being so careful. He's playing the slow game, grabbing the relics, you know, playing that longer game over here.
Yeah, and speaking of relics, he's about to be getting a 4-to-1 relic split. Barbican of the Sun now also coming up next to the boar, so further securing even more resources out on the map.
He's been stealing the deer from Beastie's side, and I mean, yeah, he's not getting the full deer food resource there, but more importantly, it denies a valuable food resource for Beastie. Once Beastie runs out of those back berries, where's he gonna go? The deer pack he was on beforehand, the berries on the front side, there's just not much for him here.
Looks like Beastie is able to at least kill a couple of these scouts now, but yeah, like the deer are all spread across now, so it's very difficult to gather them if you're Beastie now. Third relic has been brought back. Oh no!
Oh no!
How quickly is Beastie gonna react to this?
Quick reaction.
Definitely a necessary one. Villagers making their way through, only loses one.
These slow pokes, these slow prods, but it just all still adds up to this economic difference. Some of the techs are starting to come through. Oh, Marine Lord loses a Lancer. Takes a good amount of damage on the other two, so good pickup there by Beastie. Caught Marine Lord a little bit distracted.
Very nice pickups. First elephant is now out on the field as well. Ghazi Raider might also be in position for a raid. Looks like Marine Lord reacts to it though, pulls the villager and the Imperial official aside. A little defensive Wallow coming as well.
Forces him back towards his army too. Beastie, he's walling in his base now.
He had a lot of resources in the bank. He could have gone for Yuan Dynasty, instead decides to double down into more Lancers. With the amount of relics that Marine Lord has, Yuan would definitely be a viable play for him, just to be able to get the pagodas in. It's a lot of passive resource that you get from them. It just also sets you up for the long game quite nicely. Beastie now decided to fully wall himself in. We are getting the pseudo wham walls in.
Yeah, Marine Lord going for his own walls, but has to use villagers to do so. Military numbers actually starting to get a lot more even than what they once were, but again, Marine Lord, he's over there in Song Dynasty, so slowly we'll be eking out a villager lead. Barbican of the Sun getting a spring on emplacement. Jump inside?
Villagers, yep, do jump inside. Just left it up to the very last second.
Yeah, getting as much food as he can, idling out as little as possible. One Ghazi will fall. Nothing too crazy, maybe even a second. Yep.
Yeah, gets the second one as well. Good value. Makes makes the idle time on the villagers much more worthwhile. So at the moment, both players just like judging from the situation standpoint that they don't need to really make anything happen at the moment.
I think this is the
Which
the
I
big,
think for both players is fair, right? Like,
yeah, the big problem here though is what I was talking about earlier. Is BC's on that last bit of deer, so he is literally going to have 0 food income after he finishes up the deer that he's on, and then it's where do you go? The berries in front of your base, in front of the walls you just built, or is it a farm transition? We talked about how devastating a farm transition actually is for you.
thing for Beastie is that he gets a lot of free upgrades, and he's got 15 scholars garrisoned at the moment. It's already quite a few. Azurators aren't finding the most damage, actually getting picked off behind this, but this just buys Beastie time for more keeps inside of his base. To the point where we could actually see him go for an Imperial Age follow-up fairly soon.
And that kind of looks like that's what he's doing as far as his resources in the bank. But look at the military numbers now. It's Marine Lords just climbing and climbing. Food per minute sky high. Is he gonna just be buying the gold? Or not buying the gold, buying the food? BC is? He's gotta be.
And needs food somehow.
300 food per minute.
Yeah, at the moment he just doesn't have food, as you mentioned. Probably need the first couple of farms soon. We are getting the upgrade on keeps now to be able to be drop-off points as well.
Oh,
Oh,
he
moves down to another
he
berry spot.
desperately needs that berry.
Gets to keep up just in time. That's going to be the food that he needs for the age up.
It does look like both of these players are just going to be going up to Imperial Age.
Yeah, Marine Lord though, not from a position of strength. Typically you only want to go up to Imperial Age as a Chinese when you have your farming economy set up, when you do have your granaries. Without them, it just doesn't really feel that strong. Like, you don't get any special units outside of like longer range hand cannoneers.
Does look like he is going to go for the 3rd sacred site, but Beastie had a few Gazis there ready to raid, ready to kill that. And there's the granary start.
Stonewall already placed for the Great Wall
I wonder what that's going to be.
That's just a...
It's just a stone wall,
an
nothing
art
to see here.
piece. Yeah, it's a statement. Now BST's going to be the first one. Palace of the Sultan is coming in for him. Now Marine Lord with the Great Wall Gatehouse follow-up as well.
Here we go. It's kind of been this stall out. These, you know, it felt like Marine Lord had a huge advantage at one point and then just didn't press it at all. Now he's just playing nice and chill, waiting, and will be ready in a bit.
The eco efficiency has taken a pretty big drop for both players here behind this.
Yeah, I mean, with 20
Aegis
villagers
coming in.
building, I guess that makes a little bit of sense there, but I'm confused how BC has 1.5k food per minute with 9 vills on food.
Well, he just pulled a lot of the villagers from the berries back. Like, he had like 30 villagers in the berries just vacuuming up the food. It's gonna drop significantly in a little bit.
Okay,
Now
yeah,
with the age up, he's
dropping
going to be
now.
getting a ton of resources in terms of just upgrades worth of resources, because he's got 24 scholars, 17 garrisoned at the moment. I think maybe Marine Lord might have just given BC too much time. Like, the Delhi and late game are just... They're something.
I feel like I feel like there was a point where he had everything he wanted to do. He just didn't ever pull the trigger. And BC's starting to spread out. He's still over here in his little corner, playing like the English almost. Is catching up on the villager count because of the village fortress. He's basically got 3, 4, 5 TCs. I don't know how many keeps he actually has. I know at least 2 though.
I guess in the late game, like, China can still play around with the mass hand cannoneers, right? Like with serpentine powder and whatnot. It's so difficult to maintain mass at that point.
Yeah, he still does have this timing though, where all those free resources for Beastie, it's still going to be a couple minutes for a lot of it to come through. He's going ahead and getting a bombard out now. More farm transitions coming in for Beastie, so Beastie's really not producing a ton of military. He's got the free elephants that come through, and he's actually going with mangonels.
His farm placement's triggering, having the additional just pile between.
Ooh,
nice, finding some villagers.
He says, I know where Beastie's going to be on the deli. He likes to vacuum up all the stone on the map, so let me go hit a stone. Couple spears, some elephants, some crossbows ready and waiting to deter those lancers on the way. Ghazi's did break through, so we're seeing the stall out come through, but Marine Lord quick builds some walls, it looks like, in front of his granaries.
Yeah, but the villagers are on the wrong sides on those walls, so Ghazi Raiders might be able to pick up a couple of kills there. Actually, the wall wasn't quite finished.
He does have a Great Wall Gatehouse.
Gonna have to fall back to it though, and the Great Wall Gatehouse has been nerfed significantly. Look at these, well, Nest of Bees not actually doing that much damage. Like, Ghazi Raiders, they can split off and still get significant idle time here. Yeah, this landmark was neutered, man.
Those Ghazis are still, like you said, getting significant idle time. Actually find some gold villagers as well. A lot of the Ghazis should be one, maybe two Nest of Bees shots away from finishing. A spear actually comes and helps push the rest of those away. Marine Lord hadn't yet rebuilt the wall, but does now have a second TC that he drops.
And still being in Song Dynasty means that he does have the additional villager creation speed. Takes down the first keep in front of BC Space now as well.
And the big importance for him here is I feel like he's pulling this trigger a little bit earlier than what we saw Wham do, and Wham was in a much more of a deficit for a good period of the game. Meanwhile, Marine Lord has had this like eco lead for a while, has the 4 relics for himself, but will he be able to do a little bit of a difference here?
The thing is, right now, Beastie has 14,000 resources less collected. But he's got like 30,000 resources in free technologies researched. So is he really behind at the moment? It's tough to say, honestly.
Villagers going to repair the keep. Beastie doesn't actually have a ton of stone left to repair, but does have 18 on stone, so should be able to get that. Oh, actually, no. Doesn't repair it in time. 3 bombards, a little bit too hard to out-repair. Marine Lord getting some more techs on in. He's just playing this slow and safe. Looks like there was a chop through that happened. A couple villagers just get shot by a cannonball.
Walls being broken open.
It's 200 versus 200. We saw this in the game from Beastie earlier with Delhi. He's got a ton of resources sitting in the bank, ready and waiting.
Still more upgrades coming in, incendiaries in queue, biology in queue as well. 26 scholars garrisoned. Bombards are moving out. Thing is, 31 of Beastie's military is in the form of scholars. But we're quite close to his base, so reinforcements would be coming in very quickly. 7 minutes on the sacred side, so I'm kind of feeling like Marine Lord at the moment should probably just try and play around the sacred side victory condition. That's something that we did see like Wham do initially, but then kind of let off when he thought, okay, he could just kill Beastie. It ended up not working too well for him.
And speaking of, Wham does have outposts on all the sacred sites. He's dropping a keep in the central one. Spears are trying to circle around, find something to do. I think Beastie might think he's on this 8k gold over on the east side, but in reality, Marine Lord has just been chilling in his base. More than enough tax gold to sustain himself from having to go to further.
Bombards.
Hello?
Don't want to be hugging with the elephants there. 3 bombard shots, getting around 1/3 of the health of an elephant. That seems fair.
Stand ground on those spears, made it to where only the first few attacked and the others just stood and watched their brothers die. A few more outposts getting invested into now as well. And now that he is Imperial Age, those can get some cannon emplacements if he wants. More stone being gathered from Beastie, who's surprised.
Oh, landmark taken down. Marine Lord moving forward.
Second landmark.
TC probably doesn't need any more villagers though, so I don't think he really cares too much if the TC goes down. Still a couple of mangonels in there. Bombards would be able to snipe those. Still
Does
in
look
Song
like
Dynasty.
Marine Lord found
hasn't-
stone villagers on the west.
Oh yeah. Just a couple of spearmen, so it doesn't look like a lot of villagers died to that though. Yeah, Marine Lord hasn't pulled the trigger yet on the Yuan Dynasty.
We saw him doubling down though on the sacred sites, like you mentioned. He's dropping a keep on the eastern one, so he is just ready to dive all the way into playing defensive.
He's also getting ready for just mass reinforcements as he's dropping production building after production building. And his resource bank is looking healthy, to say the least.
Yeah,
I feel like we're
meanwhile,
about to be seeing a massive move out with all the scholars and his army.
Marine Lord's making the swap into hand cannoneers. More villagers going on to stone. 30 something. Oh my
Lancers.
gosh. Oh no, he needs to just delete that wall. Oh, instead though, Marine Lord just opting to take down the archers, says I don't care about the villagers, might not even have seen the full amount of the villagers. So archers get taken down, but they're going to be replaced by elephants that are in queue for Beastie.
Yeah, and archers are very cheap at the end of the day, so it's not like he really took down big value. Looks like the villagers are moving out now. He's trying to maybe drop a keep on the sacred side.
I think he's dropping a keep on the
from Marine
8K.
Lord, though.
I think he's going to drop a keep on the 8K.
That's going to get seen, 100%. If not by the keep here, then at the very least by, by the Imperial Palace with the spy ability. It gets revealed.
Yeah, Beastie doesn't have any gold inside of his base, so he's actually been lacking on the gold. Villagers pull out the shivs. There's a lot more military coming though. I think that's an overcommit. Yeah, he splits off just a few spears now.
From Marine Lord as well. Lancers making their way towards the farming area. No keeps over here.
Crossbows.
Oh my god, the movement, the forced march ability. Crossbows just sprinting to the rescue. 3 minutes
Bombard
left.
out
Bombard
for Beastie, getting repaired as well. Those villagers having to run on back away. You're at a 3-minute timer until Sacred Victory. Beastie's moving past the keep. Looks like he's ready to take this fight. Spearman moving on up. Cannons on the front side, trying to snipe down the mangonels. First mangonel down. Second mangonel about to get taken down as well. Scholars doing as much healing as they possibly can. So many scholars, so much healing.
A lot of elephants do just go down. Marine Lord, he's separating the elephants from the scholars by falling back a little bit.
Now the scholars left on the front side. Beastie, the scholars. All of the elephants are falling. Beastie has plenty of stuff that he can queue up. Plenty of resources in the bank. Bombard's still alive. Marine Lord trying to out-heal that. Big difference is we're not super close to Marine Lord's, to Beastie's base and Marine Lord's base. We're kind of fighting closer to the mid-map, so there's not this huge advantage. Hand cannoneers on the backside of Marine Lord going untouched, and the next round of spearmen arrive at the perfect timing, able to help take down the next set of elephants, able to help defend up these bombards from the Ghazis that try to circle.
What's not the front line? Actually able to take up a significant amount of arrow fire. They don't take a lot of damage from them.
Now
That
Marine
means
Lord,
that the
his numbers are starting to fall. Are we seeing it again from Beastie?
a lot more Ghazi Raiders still coming out. Welcome still in queue. 2 minutes remaining.
31 Ghazis in queue.
Another keeps coming up in the back though. This might be charging a little bit too deep in. And this next keep, it's still gonna secure the sacred side.
Keep on the east, fine. The west side, sacred site, just has a few outposts, no keeps over there.
He's sending a lot of villagers over to the other 8k gold vein.
There's a pink dot on that already. Is that an outpost already over there on the?
I think that will. Yeah, it is an outpost.
There's a
it has
cannon there
bombard,
ready.
though.
Beastie needs gold bad.
Butcher's trying to stop the decap.
Stopping it for a split second here as some of the army continues to move that way. Cannon still in the center doing everything they can, but Beastie's numbers are climbing. It's all Ghazis. Not as many spearmen here up front and forward. Those cannons might get taken down here soon. One does fall. There's still 4 left on over. The Ghazi do get cleaned up on the east side. Gold has been resecured for Beastie, but now he is pushing through onto the center sacred site. Has the military numbers for right now.
And cannon numbers are falling rapidly. Spearmen approaching from the other sacred side. Still need a while though until they arrive. And still the map keeps getting flooded by the Ghazi Raiders.
Marine Lord just doesn't have the same queue, doesn't have the same food income, which is crazy thinking about, you know, triple granary resources and everything of the sort. A keep being dropped by Beastie. It's a minute till sacred site victory. Will there be enough time for Marine Lord to hold this? Ghazi's still circling, trying to get that last cannon down, but not able to do so.
Archers remaining at the moment here for
59
Beastie, but they do have
seconds
all the upgrades. And the last sacred sites, the Ghazi Raiders moving over towards it. There's only outpost there. This is the weak point for Marine Lord. He doesn't have a keep on that sacred site.
He does it again. Beastie does this again. Somehow, some way. 46 seconds left. And he's able to make the push out. And it feels like he's not even using, it's not really even the elephants. It's the Ghazi Raiders. It's the range mass. It's the queue that he has continued to build up. But some spearmen arrive. Some villagers arrive.
In the nick of time.
The middle sacred site, though, it's close. It's still not there, though.
Able to keep it tapped up.
He jumps back inside. There's still more spears that need to go over to the western sacred site. We're seeing a keep battle in the center.
The villagers getting idled out.
Oh, this is going to be it. Western sacred site.
It's getting decapped. There's not enough time. And the decap comes through in the last 30 seconds. Oh my god. Marine Lord still no Yuan Dynasty, so he doesn't have Pagoda as a fallback option. Still plenty of hand cannons and spearmen. But
Beastie's bank is finally out. So it's not as easy to remass for him. Now these trades aren't going to be as efficient. He did resecure that 8k gold in the west side, on your central map. The Ghazi are breaking through towards Marine Lord's base. Oh, Meganel,
might
hello?
get taken down.
Oh, no, it's a bombard.
Oh, might be stepping up a little bit too far. Gets a kill. Ghazi Raider also equally find a kill.
1-for-1 trade here.
And the wood line overchop. Villagers have to move out. At the same time on the gold vein, similar situation.
Feels like Beastie, he's going everywhere right now. Like I said, though, his Q's finally run out. Marine Lord, he isn't max pop, though. Beastie is. A lot of this eco starting to fall here for Marine Lord, too. Is getting idled out and needs this so bad. He needs this food income. He needs the food in the bank, but pushes forward into the center. Villagers are there trying to repair the bombard. Hand cannoneer mass is nice and healthy, and Beastie's military, it's spread throughout. It's in his base. It's trying to raid. So he's losing this central point yet again.
Loses the central sacred site. The keep there, so loses some map control. Marine Lord still unable to secure his economy. Oh my god, this is toxic. The wall, man. There's some palace guards here getting ready. He needs to pull him now in order to stop that wall from coming up in time. And now Beastie moved out to the 8k gold vein. Just this vacuuming of the resources, man. This is absolutely insane. This is just peak Delhi right now, being played by Beastie. He's played enough games against May to know how to win a late game with him.
It does look like that. That little wall attempt is being thwarted. The one more archer left inside the wall and gets taken out. So now that Marine Lord's secured up his base, he needs to move back out, needs to be able to retake some map control. Beastie still sitting at max population, not as much of a queue as what he had, not as much resources in the bank as what he had, but much better than someone sitting at 160 pop. Oh, and those villagers on the wood got spotted out.
Yeah, Beastie's now at 140 villagers. Like, we're seeing peak Beastie here again with the late game. Without relics, though. That's crazy. Still eco upgrades and blacksmith upgrades missing for Marine Lord. All of these have been researched by Beastie. Once again, Ghazi Raiders are making their way into the base of Marine Lord.
What's all the wood that Marine Lord's gathering for, though? Is it more farm transition that he needs?
I think Marine Lord just realizes that at this point in the game, it's just very important to vacuum up resources off the map. Not just because you need them, but also because your opponent eventually needs them.
Spears, hand cannoneers moving forward again. Elephants are there, no scholar healing. First cannon does get taken out. Next cannon is trying to take down the keep. I don't think it'll get to the keep before it falls to the spearman mass. And Beastie, he's losing the military pop. He has too much eco, and it doesn't seem like that Q that he had is there anymore. He's distracted. He's down to 33 military. Meanwhile, Marine Lord, he's the one max pop.
Wait a second. Beastie forgot to get elite army tactics. How long is that gonna take? He lost all the scholars. It's kind of 11 minutes. It'll be 11 minutes. Okay, sure, fine. Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit.
I mean, does he really care that much? He doesn't have any infantry units. It's all range.
Yeah, he probably doesn't at the moment, but you know, it'll still be nice to have. He might eventually need spearmen.
Marine Lord's dropping more walls. Is on 2 different gold veins behind. So has resecured this eco mass that he has, is pushing forward into Beastie's base. Beastie's at 151 eco. It's too much eco. You're not going to have enough to kill these hand cannoneers.
Getting the mangonels in though, with the adjustable crossbars. But for the defense though.
I feel like he just takes out a mangonel with one of them. Elephants falling. Beastie, 35 military population. He is max pop right now. Delete some eco. We see 15 eco get deleted. Needs to clear up some space. There's a lot of Ghazi in queue, hand cannoneers in queue. Ghazi's trying to circle around, get on top of the siege, but the hand cannoneer mass for the Chinese is so strong, so hard to deal with.
Elephants do get taken down. Big mangonel shots though.
Yeah, so many hand
cannon.
cannoneers. Oh, another huge mangonel shot.
Just takes down like 6 hand cannoneers with a single volley. so careful with the adjustable crossbars. These mangonel shots mean business.
Next
Raid
two
on the gold at
mangonels,
the same
though,
time.
they better just get the shots off now because they are both going to be falling here to this mass that's forward. Villagers on the backside gold, taken down by yet another Ghazi raid.
Beastie behind this, still 5,000 gold in the bank. Massive amount of gold. You would think that he's the one collecting taxes.
I mean, the units he's making, he's not really making gold units. It's archers and Ghazis.
Yeah, imagine if that was a Red Palace and not a Great Wall Gatehouse. Yikes.
Keep being dropped by the 8k gold. Not too many villagers building that keep, so will take a while. Pretty sure Shivs could just be pulled out to deny that keep if he wanted.
Spearman needed on the defense there. And yeah, Marine Lord has 4 relics. But Beastie has access to Ghazi Raiders, just such a effective unit in the late game.
So we've been able to see it so much. We need more stone walls from Marine Lord if that's what he wants to do to stabilize, because he cannot deal with this Ghazi raid.
Keep is coming up, but not too many villagers.
Two spears should deny this, especially considering the Bills are at under half health. Second spear doesn't know what he's doing. And BC says, I'm just going to get as much gold as I can from this. But once China runs out of gold, they really lose a lot of their, beneficial things. They need gold bad. Will we see trade try to start for Marine Lord, or will he just commit to a cheaper army composition?
I'm still surprised that we haven't been seeing Yuan Dynasty yet from Marine Lord. Like, 3 pagodas would have been incredibly potent throughout this game. You would have been able to get so many resources in, and not just that, but also the additional movement speed on your military units and villagers as well. It's actually a pretty big economy bonus as well.
Beastie's running out of the wood line, and I mentioned trade, and oh my, trade for Beastie is about to begin. He wants that trade online.
I think this guy has played Age of Empires before, maybe even in the later stages of the game.
It does feel like Marine Lord's finally stabilized, though. He's starting to have his own sort of bank as well. Tax is not going to be enough to support a hand cannoneer army, though.
This guy looks like he owns a monitor. Man, this is game number 1. I won't make it to work tomorrow. Elephant Mass back online. BC just spent a lot of his gold.
It's 11 hand cannoneers in queue is what it is.
On the other side also has a lot of military in queue and on the field.
Springle's starting to get sniped out.
I do believe Marine Lord researched the gunpowder upgrade for the bombards for the Chinese, where he does have additional attack speed on them. Yeah, 4.19 seconds. I think typically it's like 6 point something for the bombards from Beastie, for example. Yeah, it's 5.38 normally, so bombards from Marine Lord attack much quicker.
Spearman's starting to push forward. Bombard's starting to push forward. Springle Mass here, though, to try to penetrate through the middle. Some spears split off, able to get to the backside Springles and take them out and make sure their focus firing isn't into the mid-mass. Hand cannoneer mass is so potent here for Marine Lord, able to actually take down a lot of those elephants pretty efficiently.
Spearman front line got wiped out once, but has been reinforced very quickly. And the elephants are falling.
The elephants are falling. The siege is falling. More villagers falling for Marine Lord, but he is now maxed out 200 to 200 with things in queue. 3 bombards in queue as well. He is ready to try to continue this push potentially. Another Ghazi getting taken down in the Granary Eco.
EC killed almost 100 villagers this game so far. Still a lot of gold remaining in that 8k gold vein. Keep just getting taken down now. And Marine Lord pushing onto the side with all the wood lines. Yeah, Marine Lord, he knows how important wood is in these later stages of the game. It's the one reason why he's also just like so heavily still investing into the wood now. 6,000 in the bank. More villagers getting idled out now though. There are spearmen here, but not enough, it feels like, for this many Ghazi Raiders.
Not by any means, but at the same time, just like he's about to lose a lot of villagers, so will Beastie, but who has the bigger queue? It looks like Beastie's 17 Ghazi still in queue.
Villagers going down here for Beastie as well. Oh, Marine Lord, he's trying to run away with the villagers. Might find himself getting body blocked. Let's just make it back to the keep.
Both players just trading out villagers. So many villagers falling. Ghazi's gonna try to start burning down the keep. The rest of these villagers
almost misses them.
Trying to run away. Beastie at under 100 eco for the first time in a while now. All those Ghazis, though, they died to boiling oil and just Chinese keeps. There's more Ghazi coming, though. He's trying to burn down this keep, trying to get control of this location. It's just not working. There's so many spears chasing those Ghazi, though.
70 spearmen.
Town center idle. I don't think that matters much anymore.
Now. At this point, it probably doesn't matter. Could see some more villagers come out, though, with the amount of eco pop the players have at the moment. Bombards, don't want to sacrifice them.
Getting close.
Sniping down the Springles. There's a lot more spearmen coming in. Bombard gets sniped out by the archers.
Bombard and spears on the backside now. EC's army about to get surrounded.
Now the Bombard on the other side. And the hand cannon is actually just making mincemeat out of the archers as well. Lose a lot of the hand cannoneers, but at the same time, they just trade it out good enough.
Ghazi, who's surprised? Oh, there's the market start.
Marine Lord also getting ready to start trading. Beastie already on 12 traders. And there it is, finally, after 50 minutes, Yuan Dynasty is about to come in.
Such an
Hallelujah.
important upgrade.
Especially like in regards to like wood and just all those resources in the late game. We do now also have like a significant amount of Palace Guards, and the Chinese Palace Guards are incredibly potent when it comes to their health as well, because they do get an additional HP upgrade on them, so they're quite tanky. Oh no, the Bombard's out of position. Now with Yuan Dynasty, the military from Marino is going to be a lot more mobile on the map. Ram's actually about to take down the keep.
Villagers, I'm surprised, haven't been pulled yet from that gold vein.
Ghazi continuing to raid.
Yeah, there's the villager pull we expected. Not a ton of stone left on the map, so damage done to these keeps is a lot more long-term.
You know what? Pagodas would definitely help there. 75 stone per minute.
There's some spears here, so don't be fooled. This isn't just villagers all running around. A lot of the Ghazis can't stop to actually keep attacking all these villagers, or else they will end up dying. Some of the spears are running away with the villagers, though.
SFBs on the Great Wall Gatehouse trying to do damage, but man, they were so much better before.
But look at through all the villager loss, Marine Lord, he's at 123 military population. Beastie does not have the same numbers, and he is about to have his front doorstep being knocked on.
He's trying to go back into the mass Mangonel play. And
Marine
now
Lord
Marine's trying to add
doesn't want to overstep.
Nest of Beasts as well. Yeah, look at this. Marine Lord now also investing into Nest of Bees. He's getting the additional Nest of Bee upgrade as well.
both these players holding on for a little bit. Beastie's doubling down over to that keep, over to the Eastern Sacred Site for like the 7th time now.
Raids every time.
He should finally be able to take down that keep.
That's a lot of villagers going down again. Bring up below 60. 67, 65.
The key is archers are here as well, so it can't just be spears that get thrown into this mix. Villagers running away for Beastie. Production getting taken down. I feel like this is one of the most important things here in the later stages of the game is take down some of the production, and that's really what can allow you to start to get the leg up on your opponent. Beastie using those archers to try to wall off the trade.
Yeah, only one archer though. He's gonna take a while now to finish those walls up. But the trade is being halted now. Marino's gonna have to rebuild those markets.
Oh, great circle there by Marine Lord, actually able to pick up these Ghazis without too many losses and too much time delay here.
Beastie is almost up to 50, almost 60 archers now. This is the point in time where Marine Lord, instead of getting up to 100 spearmen, probably wants to get up to 100 palace guards.
Mangonel taken down. Elephants trying to run towards the next set of stuff. There's two more Mangonels not too far behind it. Not all of Marine Lord's armies here. You can see a giant pink blob running across the map. Next Mangonel does immediately get focused down, so great focus by those bombards. Elephants on the front side just running straight into spears.
Yeah, all the elephants getting taken down now. More palace guards in queue as well behind this.
Ghazi's just running by. We know where they're going. Don't worry. They're going to go to that gold vein again. Go to the keep again.
Same quarter, time and time again. Can we take a look at the relics from Marine Lord? Are they still inside of monasteries? Please tell me they're inside of pagodas at this point.
Monastery was on the front side of the base.
They're all still in the monasteries. Oh no. Did he at least get tithe bonds?
Yeah, he did get tithe bonds way early.
Okay. Good.
Spears running forward. Another Mangonel immediately sniped down. Ghazi's just running straight into spears, but Marine Lord, he doesn't have all his numbers here. He needs to wait to have this fight where all the numbers are actually here.
So make sure that these bombards don't get taken down though. Big losses if they do. One goes down.
Nesta B finally arrives though. This could be the kind of differentiating point for him is when a few of these Nesta Bs start to actually be able to fire. And now all his siege should start being clock tower siege, a little bit stronger, a little bit healthier.
Shots coming in.
Solid Nesta B fire there. Make a lot of those units lower health, but you get sniped down by the archers because there's so many archers. You can now see the Palace Guard swap from Marine Lord starting to come in, but the numbers for him are starting to dwindle. He doesn't have the same eco that he used to.
Yeah, down to just 72 economy units. Beastie, he did replenish his economy with traders. That's not looking that bad for him. He's at 700 gold per minute. Marine Lord actually has still a lot of gold income as he reclaimed that 8k gold vein. The Ghazi Raiders yet again. Hungry for those villagers.
It's all spears. There's a few Palace Guards there now.
Spear's a good unit, but you can overdo it with them.
Greatness to be shot.
Around.
This is where that move speed's so important now for those infantry units.
As Raider yet again, just non-stop harassing on the gold. Villagers on the wood line still getting picked off. Marine Lord's starting to really struggle for the resources now.
Yeah, I almost feel like Marine Lord needs to drop another TC, which seems weird. More importantly, he's needed stone walls. He needs to do return raids, something of the sort.
Yeah. Genuinely, he would have had a lot more stone with the pagodas. I believe it's only like 10 stone per minute that you're getting from Tithe-Bound's relics.
Biggest thing is I feel like he had this game in early castle if he just pulled the trigger, but never pulled the trigger, just waited and waited too long. You can't, sometimes, you know, you're letting your opponent get back in the game by waiting. And look at the Lancer swap.
Oh my god, that is actually super expensive. I'm not sure if that is going to be worth it for him. Spending his gold
Against the
bank, but
hand
he is getting
cannoneers,
trade.
against a lot of spears. Who knows if that's the case? I'm not really sure if it's worth it. It might start to be running low on the wood. 4 nest of bees though. Huge shots into the range mass.
Big one. 4 nest of bees doing significant damage.
Oh, Marine Lord is housed. 180, 140. Village gets taken down. Village gets rebuilt. He needs more houses.
At this point in time, wood is definitely one of the rare resources. So actually, like, taking down production and taking down infrastructure is quite worthwhile.
And here we go. We finally see Marine Lord pushing through. Where's BC's military mass? He's down to 40. He isn't even queuing anything up right now. Is he finally calling it?
Nah, there's no way. There's no way. Beastie is probably just thinking about what to make next.
All solid keep
from
right
Marine
here.
Lord here. Very nice. Gonna be able to disrupt the trade.
And Marine Lord, seeing that many Lancers, had to know that there's trade online, and that's what he starts moving up. BC's at 160.
Oh, Ghazi
Marine
Raiders
Lord's
again,
200 to
and
200.
Knights.
He's going for more raids. Is this really worth it, though?
Multiple TCs, I kind of doubt it.
Trade starting to get taken out. So many spears already there, ready and waiting. So it's one that, yeah, I mean, it sounds. Oh, look at the surround!
Oh my god! The body block, a single spearman there. Just dooming all of these knights and
Just
Ghazi
doing
Raiders.
the ring around the rosy over there.
Oh man. And the additional movement speed thanks to the Yuan Dynasty, these spearmen are able to somewhat keep up movement speed wise with these mounted units. Bombard's taking down one of the keeps here. Trade idled out for BC now. Naval did not get up.
Marine Lord doesn't have much in queue. Beastie doesn't have much in queue. It feels like these players are starting to get exhausted, and it's only game number 1. We are past the hour mark.
Yay, celebrations.
This war of attrition is slowly starting to dwindle. Villagers, hello.
They're just neighbors at the moment.
He said, wait, I need wood. Let me take your wood line.
We're sharing this one, right? Right? Still Ghazi Raiders non-stop, pretty much everywhere. Villagers just getting shifted around. Fight in the middle.
Another fight in the middle. Need the 4 nest of bees. They're just so damaging if the head-on engagement does end up happening. The raw military numbers favoring Marine Lord. Bombards, all the siege. Villagers pull both the nest of bees as well.
There was so many bombards. BC was on 6, now down to 2. And the spearmen just getting sacrificed though by Marine Lord. That's a pretty big massive spearman to sacrifice. Granted, it was up
He's
against
got
Ghazi,
70.
so
I think he doesn't care at this point.
Yeah, just still saying, like, food is starting to become rare for both of them.
The ships got pulled out. There's one Ghazi here though.
There's an outpost to run back to.
We got some long distance chopping happening. This is an absolutely wild game we're seeing. Villagers, they don't know where to
more
run.
villagers.
The spear stopped chasing. Hello? Marine
Oh
Lord.
no. Oh no, Marine Lord. Spearmen are coming in. Okay, okay. For a second I was like, did he crash? That would have been the worst.
Oh my god, don't talk about a crash.
Oh, significant villager losses there. But he has a good enough wood bank, and those were the wood villagers, so it's not the end. We're still far away from the end. We're still far away from the end.
You say that, but Beastie's base, Beastie's production now starting to be at risk here. Nesta B's moving forward. Nesta B's being very aggressive. Nesta B's, hello?
Maybe a little bit too aggressive.
Honestly, if I'm Marine Lord, I focus production here. Take down some of these stables.
He's
Get some of
keep.
the...
Blocking his trade. Just on the wood line. I think Beastie underestimates just how healthy Marine Lord's wood bank is.
Yeah, I mean, this is one where Marine Lord doesn't even need to have any villagers on wood for a good little bit. Those two bombards are gonna get focused down by the whole entire military mass of Marine Lord.
Feeling the brunt wrath of the Chinese. But yeah, BC is actually the first one here to completely run out of wood now.
And this is when it starts to get so difficult for him. He's starting to trade, short trade to the eastern side in front of Marine Lord's wall. Still chopping some things, but just not much. He's trying to find anywhere to go, trying to find something he can do. Villagers burn down the lumber camp. Might not seem like much, but Beastie, he almost can't even build a lumber camp right now. Which means Ghazis are no longer going to be a possibility. The thing that has felt like the bread and butter of this game for Beastie is just absolutely just not an option anymore.
No
Is this actually the beginning of the end? Because Beastie is out of wood, that means siege no
Production
longer an
buildings
option.
getting taken down.
Every production building that goes down is no longer going to be able to be rebuilt.
It's ending. Absent. It's ending.
It might just be. We see landmarks. There's a TC right here. The spears are on top of the TC. There's 2 more landmarks left for Beastie after that one. Where are they? How far away? Oh, he's just got his army sitting on the other 2 landmarks right now. But the relic is down now, so the passive gold income gone. Bombard gets taken down, but spears still going to be able to remass, no problem at all. 30 spears in queue. Marine Lord, he's got this game. Beastie is starting to fall. Beastie is running out of resources. He's running out of steam.
Yeah, house is getting taken down now as well.
Looks like the last engagement, BC's going for it. Going for the wraparound with the Ghazi, pushing forward with his main army mass as well. Immediately focuses on the siege from Marine Lord. Nesta B is pushing forward. Double Nesta B is pushing forward.
This clock tower, though, takes a couple of additional volleys to get taken down. Still 2 Nesta Bs alive.
BC's military mass, it's down to 46. Marine Lord sitting at 120. The reinforcements, their knights, their lancers. There's a few Ghazi in queue from the last bit of wood that BC's able to get. And Marine Lord takes the victory 67 minutes in and able to go up 1-0 on the series.
What a game number 1, man. Oh my god.
I mean, the crazy thing is like, it felt like it was over at Castle. It felt like the writing was on the wall. You saw it end, and then there was just, it was a chill stare at each other from the distance and go up to Imperial and just
And of
turn
course
into
it had
that.
to be 67 minutes.
Oh
course it
my
had to be.
gosh. What a game. Max Bill's 150. That doesn't matter. Resources gathered. Just look at how close the resources gather is overall. 238,825 to 239,019. Just a couple hundred as far as a resource difference goes.
Fellas, I'm telling you guys right now, like, if you've got work tomorrow, you better plan to come in late or not at all, because this set is promising to be like one of the longest sets that we have in Age of Empires 4 esports. The first game, an hour-long game, and next up it's Sengoku versus Abbasid.
All right, get ready for another game. Oh my gosh, what an absolute crazy back and forth. I mean, it felt like in that later Imperial time that there were so many times that like Marine Lord was starting to get fully idled, losing a ton of vills. It was like, how is he able to remass back up? How is he able to stabilize? And yet it still kept happening.
That's absolutely crazy, man. The continuous raid on the goal, trying to deny wood and whatnot, and yeah, it's these situations where just the macro and like keeping track of your win condition in the late game, it starts getting muddled and it starts becoming more and more difficult. When wood actually starts becoming a win condition, which we saw here with Beastie running out of wood, no longer being able to afford archers, no longer being able to afford Ghazi raiders, that's when it all suddenly starts to shift.
What an absolute wild one. I mean, this series, it's living up to the expectations, and Marine Lord is up 1-0. He needed that win too on his, prioritized civilization. Beastie prioritized Byzantines first for him, still yet to pull it out as it gets sniped there by Marine Lord on this match.
So no Byzantines, no IU bits. We're ending up with Sengoku versus Abbasid. This is an interesting one as well, because of course Sengoku, they don't get the deflective armor on their mounted samurai, and Abbasid, they still do get those camel riders. So suddenly, it's like the camel rider answer to the mounted samurai is actually viable in this matchup.
And Marine Lord went with both the camel civs, although Ayubid's continued to get sniped out, not letting that one be an option here so far, and with the day-to-day that we have seen. Whew. All right, time to breathe a little bit, time to get our wits back in them, and whew.
Time to focus up for that game number 2. Man, it still feels unreal that after like an hour and like 15 minutes, if we count the draft in as well, we're in game number 2 now. Okay, I gotta, take a sip.
Take a sip of water, breathe a little bit.
I'm hearing production say disgusting sparkling water. They're wrong.
I agree.
Sparkling water is actually the best in the world.
I cracked up when I was in Europe. I got asked, they were like, oh, do you want still or sparkling? I said still, and they gave me the most disgusted look. I was like, what do you mean? It's like, clearly it's the more elite one. Oh. But 48
German
seconds. Thing. I feel like it's not just, I feel like it was kind of all across Europe. There were a lot, I feel like it was like 50-50 of the people I interacted with, whether it was sparkling or still.
I've been to France a whole bunch of times, and I'm telling you, like, the sparkling water there, it's not good. So I don't think that they're actively drinking sparkling water. I think they're faking it. If you want real sparkling water, it's Germany or nowhere.
All right, well, there you go. Good to know. Oh. Well, we are just a few seconds away of getting into game number 2 of this series. I mean, that one's got to be demoralizing to end up letting that one go and losing it, even though very well hard fought. It felt like BC was climbing out of a hole from early on. But here we go. Game number 2 begins. Marine Lord on the Abbasid and Beastie on the Sengoku.
Alright, jumping into our game number 2 now. Look at that value, Mitsuri, that's coming in here for Beastie. connecting both the gold mine and the stone outcropping. Though eventually you do want to add in that forge for those blacksmith upgrades, but just being able to have the option, of course, in the early game of, you know, taking gold or stone, that's pretty neat. Oh, we're hearing from production that EGC Lipany has also been adjusted when it comes to the sheep spawn, so most of the sheep do spawn right next to the TC.
That's nice, you know, there's
getting rid of some of the RNG.
Yeah. I'm sure some of the players won't complain about this. Less importance to the luck that you have. Obviously scouting patterns can be one thing, but you know, it's still very needed in certain maps.
Yeah, not everybody can like have those Kiljadi scouting patterns where either you get all the sheep or no sheep at all. There's no in between.
We're starting to see these Yatai move on out, go into the boar, it looks like, as the first one is.
Scout might potentially get a glimpse of that. And yeah, does actually see the Yatai. Not sure if he noticed, but he did see it.
Second one moving forward to the deer berries in the middle, it looks like, as well.
I wonder what kind of age up we're getting in this particular matchup. I think Marine might also be unsure, and if you're unsure, you probably go with what's most familiar for you, which would be, of course, the economic wing. Nice spot here, large berries and the deer. That should also be enough to fully charge up the Yatai, and it is indeed going to be the economic wing.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it work to perfection earlier. He kind of has a good, you know, build as far as not necessarily like, you know, fine-tuned, but more of that good mindset of knowing what he needs to do against certain opponents. You know, if he talked about in the previous matchup against Anatan, where it was like if he didn't take damage in the early feudal or the early feudal, if there's a bunch of units, he's just going to mass and try to hold. If there's not a lot of aggression, just match that castle timing.
Mining camp now coming in on the stone outcropping. So second TC plan is paragraph. Now that Beastie's also going to be able to see that with his scout.
And more importantly, sees which wing Marine Lord's going up with as well. House to connect the blueprints all throughout. Beastie pulls off of the gold and aging up with the Coca Township. So the question is for Beastie, is this going to be a feudal play all in, or does he try to get a quicker castle timing, since you can actually rush it up, and the Yatai provide a lot of food income?
Yeah, the Yatai just in general is such a great income source there. The traders that they generate as well, just on drop-off, giving you additional food. And then also increasing the gather rate with nearby villagers. Quite nice. Beastie also just laming the deer here with his scout, making sure that a TC drop from Marine Lord is not going to be too efficient on them when it comes to gather speed, or rather walking distance.
Yeah, definitely some frustration and annoyance that can happen there. Even pushes that one even further away. Marine Lord should be able to get this TC drop here in the next little bit, and sure enough, he plans it around those deer. Just might have to drop a mill on the back three. The other four in too far of a walking point, but still lacks some efficiency that would have had if Beastie didn't do the deer laming.
Yeah, indeed, this isn't a bad spot, and we do have the Coca Township now coming in. There aren't any stealth forests nearby, near the second TC, so at least it's not like BC can just immediately summon the Fiendish Shinobi right next to TC. That would be devastating. Imagine if there was a stealth forest right next to the second TC as it's coming up.
That'd be so frustrating. But Marine Lord, second TC up at a solid timing. I'm assuming fresh foodstuffs has been researched, or it's probably on the way here in a second, if he has not yet. Fourth Yatai is on the way to the next set of deer. And yeah, fresh food stuff has already been researched, so solid opening here. Now you're just looking for good old House of Wisdom level 1 to come on in. Marine Lord getting that extra knowledge and vision of what Beastie is doing as well.
Looks like it's going to be a combination of the Yari cavalry as well as some Yumi archers. Pretty good army composition. Means that Marine Lord is most likely also going to be forced into playing a longer feudal age.
Shouldn't be too big of a deal for him now that you know, he's at least got a little bit of some food for himself. Just needs to drop that production and start to pump those numbers up. At first though, prioritizing a wall in between his wood lines, and let's see if he actually connects the bottom wood line to the bottom part of the map as well, that you'll see a lot of time. There's the barracks and the stables.
Makes a lot of sense. Up against this composition, you usually want to go for the spearman, horseman army composition. The Yari cavalry do bonus damage up against horsemen, or just cavalry in general. But it's not.
Yeah, I feel like the importance is though is Marine Lord needs the mobility to try to deny some of the Yatai locations would be the thought.
Yeah, 100%. Just being able to harass those a little bit. It's going to be very, very important. Marine Lord already with a 5-villager lead. And with a lot more food, or rather a lot less food that he's spending on villagers, means that he's going to be able to, or at least he should be able to keep up in the military department.
Yep, you always find yourself behind a little bit, but then you're able to slowly catch up, especially as the game continues to go on.
Villagers need to reshuffle a little bit around the second TC.
Yep. See that rally point going on in between the two TCs. BC circling around it yet again. Might try to go for the gold vein. Might go for the full circle. Don't think he's seen if it's full walled, but he will see that it is not full walled, and there is indeed an opening to go. Oh my gosh.
Okay, he's going for it. Not.
He's going for castle. He's going for castle.
Yeah,
600 food in the bank.
Let's go for it as well.
Should be able to pick up a villager here. Solid, nice job there.
Spearman already ready, waiting for the cavalry.
Perfect timing. And it's so hard to get your archers or your Yumi up into that forward position early. You kind of wait until you have a bigger mass, and we can already see that bigger mass is trying to protect this gold vein.
Having a little bit of a housing crisis here. Marine Lord does finally manage to fix that one up.
And I think Marine Lord just doubled down. He hadn't had the greatest scouting so far, just being that second TC, having the scout pushed all the way back to his home base. So he, you know, he thought maybe.
Him out?
No, I think it was one that he just didn't
He went
know.
off the wood again. He went off the wood
it's
again.
because he had to
completely.
Yeah, he had to respect the. He saw the mass from BC and was like, "Oh, this is a feudal play. I need to actually produce more units," and so then did exactly that.
And now BC's going for the castle age play instead. That's wild. Okay.
Yatai starting to get denied next to the boar. A few more horsemen there as well. At about half health. BC is running that. Oh my gosh, great surround there by Marine Lord. Look at that.
Just catches the Yatai in there. Makes it look easy.
Yeah, and Marine Lord, he's got a lot of resources in the bank, just needs to keep producing. Might need another production building here soon. The wall has been broken.
BC is
Old
expecting
villagers
to find...
already pulled back. He's already moved a lot of the villagers over to the east side wood line as well. He sent the horsemen out to try to pick off some reinforcements.
BC expecting to find an aging Marine Lord, but no, Marine Lord did not go for the greedy age up play. Also doesn't quite have enough military units to take this fight. But should have enough to defend the second TC.
No villagers around that second TC. He's pulling the wood villagers over on that side back to the second TC. So should lose a few villagers here potentially, but now starts to get that arrow fire from the second TC. Yumi trying to kite on back.
Failings in queue behind this. I think now's the moment where BC realize, okay, maybe I've been played a little bit here. Maybe he's not actually aging up. And he does see the House of Wisdom now. So does get the confirmation on that.
I'm surprised Wall doesn't go. Yeah, there it is. Wall gets quick rush down again.
Has a safe wood line in the back there as well. Still plenty of sheep underneath the TC.
And there is more production that's been dropped as well. Oh, walls didn't quite get finished, so they're taking extra damage. They're going to get burnt down so fast. Marine Lord housed for a second as well. He's got so much in production, he's just got to build multiple houses now.
Let's run for it now with the villagers. Let's have the most
can
important
also see-
upgrades.
You can also see BC's doing a great job. He has a unit, I don't know if it's a scout or if it's a cab unit over on the berry bush on the eastern side, just patrolling back and oh, it's a Yumi. So just
Single
making
Yumi
sure
archer.
that Marine Lord doesn't move out to that berry bush early.
Spearmen have to be so careful about how to take this engagement. There's a lot of horsemen in now. Horsemen trying to dive past.
Phase
Yumi
is
archers
in,
also
so
with
the
additional
horseman might not have
speed.
been ready for it. Yumi getting surrounded. Great circle around by Marine Lord. But does he have enough here? There's so many Yumi. The spearmen are falling so fast.
There's more spearmen coming in. The Yari cavalry pretty much already completely gone. Completely wiped out.
And that's
And
it.
BC's losing all the Yumi.
And now the second TC can't go punished anymore. Marine Lord knows, okay, let me just go up to castle now. Probably is gonna rebuild the wall, go out over to the gold, and we even saw him drop a few farms behind this, so he's even been able to slowly eke out a few farms throughout with the help of Fertile Crescent.
BC used the shinobi in that fight? I didn't see them coming in, so losing out a little bit on the value there. Archer does
Wait.
cause an annoyance.
It was another
That's a
Yatai
long time.
taken
There we go,
down.
coming in
Deer
now.
location denied. There are the shinobi this time. Just the horseman though, and he has such a big mass. He's also starting to wall the west side or eastern side, secures up the next berry bush for himself. And like I said, he's just gonna go castle, and it'll be an easy one from there. Beastie, he's doing the same thing. He's remacroing up to castle. But
Issues
the big
behind this
difference
Marine
here is
Lord. Yeah,
25
there's a
bills.
pretty big eco difference, yeah. It's kind of crazy though that Beastie has more resource collected compared to Marine Lord behind this. Not by a little, but by like 1,000.
Yeah, I mean, there was a decent amount, you know, villager pulls to the TC and things of that sort, farm transitions, but it does show you the value of the Yatai. And a late reaction here from Beastie. We'll lose another couple villagers.
All 5 going down here. Yatai actually getting pulled to potentially body block a little bit. Only a couple of archers left to defend. Single spearman. And the HF has also been found out. At the same time, Yari cavalry getting a little raid in as well. It's a lot more easy to stomach these raids when you're already 25 villagers ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it feels so bad when you lose villagers knowing your opponent's on a second TC. Every villager's so important. Oh my gosh! The Yumi!
Going for a dive.
Where are they going?
I mean, not tanky
The
enough in
brewery
order
was
to
on the
deal with
way.
this.
It's not just the Yumi, that's villagers too! Oh my gosh! So much damage! Beastie! He's full committing! I don't know if he should be!
Both players like lose an almost equal amount of villagers. But yeah, I mean, one has way more villagers, so it's not really worth it for Beastie to go for these kind of dives.
Golden Age Tier 2 activated. It's such a nice time when you get this right when Castle Age happens as well. Double outpost on that front side. Moving out to the next gold. You can't. Oh, the rest of those are going to be going down.
Yeah. It's going into Mounted Samurai now. Has to remass the Yumi. All of the Yumi did go down earlier. There's still a good amount of spearmen out at the moment for Marine Law. Shinobi are coming in. Able to get
big
a couple
difference
of
here,
the
though.
spears.
5 Knights or Lancers in queue, 4 Marine Lord, and 5 Spears in queue. He's got the Camel Riders that popped out as well, so feeling really good about this Castle Age gameplay here for Marine Lord. Feels like he has the opportunity to maybe close this one out before the 67-minute mark.
Yeah, critical number. Marine Law now also adding in Lancers and additional Camel Riders as well. Beastie's food income is still looking very solid. He is gathering from the berries, and never forget Sengoku Daimyo, similarly to the Japanese, has incredibly potent berry gathering.
Just a little bit of a different eco though. 1.5k per minute for Marine Lord on the food count, so should be able to mass up quite a bit faster. A couple of the Mounted Samurais though, they're trying to protect up that berry location, and it's over. DC, he just throws in the towel after that one. Marine Lord goes up 2-0. That one, only 17-minute game.
Yeah, a lot quicker than the last one, that much is for sure. Though it looked like it potentially could have been a much longer game.
Yeah, it was just such a good fight taken by Marine Lord. He waited, bided his time, and then when he decided to take the fight, it was when failings happened, so spearmen are able to connect a lot easier, and the horsemen just got right in between all the Yumi and made it to where, pathing wasn't an issue. They're just all effectively able to get attacks consistently on the unit they counter.
Indeed. Just the wraparound there, the Yari cavalry not able to body block enough there for the archers. Now we're gonna be moving over. Oh, finally, it looks like we are gonna be seeing the IU bits. Courtesy of the Ottomans getting sniped out instead. It's gonna be an IU bit versus Malian game, and ooh, Dapson. This one we've seen a couple of times, and it hasn't been going too well for the Malians in the past.
No, not by any means. And Byzantine sniped out as well. So Beastie keeps trying to pick Byzantines, and Marine Lord is not letting him get that Civ choice. It's one that when Marine Lord played it earlier, he basically said, if you don't do a lot of damage early on, it's just over. Byzantines is just in too good of a spot. They have too much going for them with their cistern.
The cistern scaling is definitely supreme. Not coming in here though. And when we see Malians versus Ayubids, like, it's even more dangerous whenever like Manjaniques come in to play. And it's something that we most likely will be seeing. Like, typically in this matchup, it's like a little bit of feigned feudal age aggression. You just make some horsemen, you make some archers or spearmen, just run around a little bit, try and force the Malians into making military units of their side as well. And then you eventually do go for the age up, and Malians are going to struggle to find a similar timing.
Yeah, and even if they do find that timing, sometimes they put a little bit more of an investment into cows, makes their timing a little bit later. And I mean, Ayubids, they're just a scary civilization overall, and it's not quite going to be like the Ayubids versus French matchup where Ayubids just chills back with their cambulances and just goes naked castle. Like you said, usually it's some feinted aggression, make Mali react, make Mali make units, and then take advantage of the castle timing.
Indeed, indeed. And that castle age timing can be incredibly rough to deal with for the Malians, and it's more often than not that we see this matchup ending up with a half Lani or empty Lani, how we like to call it, when it comes to the Kaboom situation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely the case. And you can kind of see some of the civs left over for some of these other maps. Kurlager, we see French picked a lot of times, so BC still has French open for that. Same thing we saw HRE earlier. Marine Lord, though, he's got JD, he's got, you know, Order the Dragon. Mongols even, I feel like with the civs left, Marine Lord has just a lot of solid options, which I'm not necessarily saying it's that much better, but it's just ones that there's a lot of strength in what he's got going.
Yeah, BC definitely is gonna have to pull some of his top tier civilizations now. So Malians is definitely one of them, though. We do call him the Malian King from time to time, after all. And if there's somebody that can make these kind of games happen, where, sure, like on paper, this matchup has been thoroughly explored, and it is one where the Ayubids have a clear winning game plan, it's probably Beastie.
Yeah, and I mean, Mali is that civ too, where it feels like you need to do something a lot of times, or else their Calboom, their passive eco just goes wild. We saw what he could do with Ghazi earlier on Dry Arabia. He didn't take that victory, but he was just an absolute menace. And you can easily do the same thing with Sofa on a map like Gorge, where a lot of the resources towards that mid game are all on the outsides, all very vulnerable.
Yeah, it's always the thing with the spawns as well. Hit mines, if they're spawning forward, then you're gonna be in for a pretty bad time. And on Gorge, definitely have to hope that you get pit mines at least on both sides there.
Yeah, we saw on the Mali earlier where Anatan, I think, was able to get one all the way in the corner, and we talked about it being like, it might seem bad because your first villager has to walk so far out, but it makes it harder for your opponent to actually go focus that side, and then you have your Sofa that can react very efficiently to it. It's not like they usually send spears over there to deal with it. It's you know, it's usually using their cav, using their mobility, just like we saw Marine Lord circle around, kill some Yatai earlier with the horsemen on the match we just saw.
Yeah, exactly. 90 seconds remaining until we'll be jumping into our game number 3 now. 2-0 at the moment for Marine Lord, so Beastie definitely does have his work cut out for him now in this situation.
Yes, indeed.
Granted, and he did have to face off against some pretty strong civilizations from Marine Lord. Like Abbasid, I feel like it's a pretty big comfort pick for Marine Lord. So is China. Ayubids, I don't think of as much.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing I'll say, though, is it's just after that long of a first game, sometimes you start to get deflated a little bit. You're like, man, that should have been mine. And you're going into game 3 and you're like, God, it should be 1-1, man. I could have had that game. And that's one where you got to have that goldfish memory. You got to just move past it at times. And sometimes it's very hard to do so. Sometimes you just get in your own head.
Yeah, goldfish memory definitely does strike it well, and yeah, just gotta rebalance, untilt if there is any tilt.
Yeah,
just
it's
focus up on the next one.
Hard to say what's going through these players' minds, but now next game at hand, we just were talking about it. It's Gorge, and it is this Civ matchup where we have not seen a Ubids able to be picked today. It was sniped, it was sniped, it was sniped, and now Marine Lord finally has hit it after being the one who sniped it so many times.
Exactly. And now it is time to jump into our game number 3. The timer hits 0, so surely production is going to be about to take us right into it. And there we go. Game number 3, we got Marine Lord in the color pink playing as the Ayubids. His opponent, the color yellow, playing as the Malians. We got Beastie here on Gorge. Looking at the spawn, gold does typically spawn either forward or side forward-ish, but he does at least have gold on 2 sides. But definitely, these are golds that can be easily attacked for him.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, it's one that he kind of has his choice of where to go with the second pit mine, but I feel like most people would choose that 8K over there in the corner, but Marine Lord has an easy option to focus. It's that forward pit mine near the base.
Sheep getting picked up behind this. Question's gonna have to be how well Marine Lord can feign aggression in the feudal age without committing too much to it. Also, of course, doesn't want to lose any units, and we did see a little bit of a meta shift when it comes to units being made, so Sofa, in theory, do really badly up against the Desert Raiders, but I don't think Desert Raiders is something that you really want to make too many of if you're Marine Lord in order to feign aggression. Typically, it's more like something along the lines of Horsemen and Spearmen.
Yep, we are seeing the sheep circle. It's basically, again, a dead even mix here. Marine Lord should be able to get the one on the front side of his base, and it'll be 17 to 17. No complaints from either side. But now it's just the, you know, the feudal age is going in. It's logistics wing, the choice for Marine Lord. This is usually where you'll see it, where you're like, okay, try to put some aggression on my side. I'm just gonna heal up anything that you try to do with, you know, early sofa play, if there is any early sofa play. And then, you know, all of a sudden Marine Lord's clicking up to castle without taking any damage because all the healing that has come on through. Beastie on the other side is about to be able to drop the Mansa Quarry here in just a second.
Mansa Quarry makes a lot of sense, and yeah, as you mentioned, logistics wing, just infinite value, potential at the very least with the healing. Does mean that he can also go for some trade outs with those, with that feigned aggression in the feudal age. Don't have to worry too much about taking damage.
Yep, and we'll see what Marine Lord opts for. It's been Horsemen most games early on, and even against units that feels like counters Horsemen, he does well with them just by, you know, splitting off a few, causing some idle time, causing some annoyance, and more importantly, causing reactionary pressure.
Indeed, just Horsemen with the mobility and in the hands of these pro players. I mean, we've seen from Beastie as well with the Gazi Rays just how much damage you can cause with them.
Yes, indeed. We're already starting to see first. I think that's a cow in queue already. So we saw Anatan earlier on do this where it was like 3 cows into just, you know, making military. That was to counteract the Delhi mass. This might just be more of the boom up from Beastie, especially if he scouts and sees that Marine Lord, he's just looks like he's going straight for naked fast castle.
Yeah, at the moment, it does kind of feel like there's not too much pressure coming out from him. I'm kind of worried about this just because, like, we've seen the naked fast castle not work out too well for the Ayubids in the past, in this matchup in particular. So I'm a little bit worried. Oh, it might be Industry Wing.
Ooh, he could go Industry Wing. He did have 0 on wood for a while. I think he just sent 5 on over. Is going to need to make sure to get a house in time, but we'll see if he stays on wood for even longer than that. He's already over halfway for Castle Age resources, though. And yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's actually another mill. It's not even a house. He just says, I want another mill to get even more efficient on this berry gathering.
Golden Age. It could also be for the Golden Age, of course. So we are going to be getting that second pit mine up now as well. Beastie is investing into some additional scouts.
Yeah, so a little bit of some warrior scout action early on, and then moving out to the gold vein, knowing that he won't have the pressure coming in from the other side. He's been doing some scouting already. Scout from Marine Lord proving to be as annoying as possible, but the warrior scout should just push the scout from the Ayubids on away.
Yeah, Marine Lord will have to evacuate, but his own age up is right around the corner now. It is most likely going to be that Industry Wing. so we'll have a lot of wood and a lot of stone to potentially go for a 2 TC play, and still have wood left over for production buildings.
Yep, 100 more food. Can probably just do a little forced drop off over here. And sure enough, it's actually growth wing. Oh, it's industry wing. Okay, I was about to say. So industry wing is
Force
clicked
of
up.
habit.
900 wood, 400 stone. So like you said, can immediately drop a TC, can also drop multiple production buildings. And always the nice part about a Ubits too is that he's sitting here gathering during all of this age up. He's not having to utilize, you know, villagers to build this age up timing. Ambulance starting to be focused down, but the healing, yeah, you just out heal this right now. Not too big of a deal. Getting as much gold as he can for the time being. When the sofa comes into play and there's a fourth unit, that's when things start to change up a little bit.
This is just sad. I mean, the scout only has to retreat because the scouts are doing bonus damage to him. If it's just
There's the sofa, though.
dervishes, then they can just ignore it.
And there we go. As I mentioned, right as the sofa comes, they have to fall back away, but a solid bit of gold already snagged for Marine Lord should allow him to be able to re-secure that gold vein in Castle Age. Looks like he does have enough for a production building already. I'm not sure if he went ahead and dropped it. But look at the cow boom that's already coming. Yep, stables is already coming down. So we'll be able to queue up some camel lancers right off the bat. Oh, needs to be careful with these dervishes.
The relics. The Camulance can always heal itself while walking, while also debuffing the cavalry from Beastie. It's gonna be quite difficult to take them down.
Looks like Marine Lord's gonna go over to try to pick and find the other Cambulance. Knows that, okay, surely you're going to grab a relic. New age begins. Oh, relic immediately snagged in the northwestern side. TC
Second
already
TC.
being dropped onto the deer pack as well. And Camel Lancer in queue. Marine Lord hasn't yet moved back out onto the gold, but should be able to soon, right as those Camel Lancers start to pop out.
And behind this Beastie, already on 17 cattle.
There's
Still
the gold
very
mage
far
tier
away from
1.
the age up.
Now he's being forced into the Dawn zone. Knows that he's going to need a little bit of defense to be able to grab enough gold. Wololo comes through.
There's the Camel Lancer. Buys the Dervish enough time to retreat back to base.
Second TC finished. Deer have been secured, so food income is going to be nice and healthy. Marine Lord doesn't need much on the wood, just enough to make houses later on once his pop starts booming on up. Couple of these sofa though, diving onto the gold villagers. Another Camel Lancer here though.
Camel on ease, helping out these villagers, survive an additional hit. Now the Wallow coming in. This one's a lot closer for the Dervish help though.
Oh, and that
Might need
Dervish
to
looks
drop
like
the
it
relic.
will actually fall. Drops the relic. Is
gets
there
out
gonna be
alive.
enough? Oh, he gets out alive. Phew. Just barely. And
Keeps on
another
bringing
relic.
back those relics.
Beastie's starting
Gift that
to
keeps on
build a
gifting.
good gold reserve. It shouldn't be too far from when he can click up, but he needs to make sure to not lose too many sofa, if any at all, during this potential action that he's trying to put in. Nice little circle around the stone. And go secure that fourth relic now. We'll spot out the second TC as well.
It's gonna be 4 relics being brought back. 5th relic could also be coming in
Scout
soon.
Falls. A bunch of Donzo. Look like they are starting to move across the map. No answer for Donzo yet. No vision of those Donzo either. Beastie's 20 of 20 cattle and is about to be able to drop the Grand Filani here in a second as well.
Grand Filani Corral is coming in. All the cattle as well. More production buildings will follow. Good amount of Donzos here. Marine Lord hasn't opted into archers yet.
After seeing that many Donzo, might end up taking the reaction, but don't see any production buildings starting to be built yet. Another Wololo comes in. No success there, but eco upgrades now being invested into from Marine Lord. He's going to have a ton of gold income from 5 relics.
Sacred Site's also being tapped into as an additional gold source. Now the first archer range is coming in.
That's what Marine Lord loves, is his archers. we're all of a sudden gonna blink, he's gonna have like 40 archers out. Oh, Dervish sniped on out. And the Dervish now starting to move across the other side. Beastie at this point, though, should have a good amount of Donzo that he's already been able to remass up at his base. Unless he moved out with those as well. Nope, they are at his base, but doesn't quite have enough here to defend this. Marine Lord might just take the fight. Next set of Donzo are coming in. But the first couple get cleaned up, and then Marine Lord tries to make the escape. Doesn't quite get blocked out and gets away. 2 Camel Lancers lost for it.
And with 2 Dervishes, he's going to be able to heal the remain. No, never mind. Spear to the knee.
Yeah, never enjoy that. A good old spear to the knees. Gotta feel awful.
Until that moment, he was an adventurer like you.
Archer upgrade coming on through for Marine Lord. Same with Walls. Dropping a 3rd range down. So knows what he needs. He is putting some respect to that Donzo mass that Beastie has. And just queuing up more and more and more archers. But needs the archer upgrade first. Getting rage damage as well.
Behind this, Beastie now also switching into archers. Some wormholes coming in for Marine Lord.
Oh, doesn't quite have it finished yet.
Oh, didn't get it up in time.
Does have the gate finished. Oh. Can he just go finish the wall?
Snipes 2 builds.
You can just go finish the wall now if you want it. Oh, he doesn't though.
The single Donzo.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Gets baited
just a single
out.
Donzos, surely.
Surely it's just 1 spearman. It's not like there's like 30 of them hiding in the Stealth Forest.
Jumps inside the town center. Sofa falls. Still a scout there. At this point, though, EC's food's looking very, very healthy. Overall resource income per minute, Beastie is in the lead and has a huge mass going for himself. This looks like a fight that he will want to take. Camel Lancer pushing that scout away.
And Wolof is coming in now. The Mansionix, there's not a clear answer yet to this infantry ball from Beastie.
Yeah, he needs way more archers than what he has. Frontside berries, they should be able to get sniped on over.
Oh yeah, Marine Lord cannot stay here. Not even for a little while.
Camel Lancer thrown away as well. I feel like Marine Lord's been throwing away quite a few Camel Lancers. Villagers are going to be at a risk here.
Archers trying their best against the Donzos. Villagers, yep, do need to move back out. Let's take the engagement. There's a lot of healing.
Getting some help from the TC fire, but this is not a fight you want to take. The Archer number is getting destroyed, but a lot of the Donzo on the front side, they weren't all there.
Reinforcements are coming in now, though. Last dervish for the healing has been sniped out. Camel Lancer number... It's waning, but it still exists.
It seems like Marine Lord somehow held this and pushed this away. A lot of the Camel Lancers able to still stay alive. A few more Donzo alive in small numbers.
Still a line of units of reinforcements coming in from BC side, though. And Marine Lord he's kind of running dry on food.
Else for food. Trying to pick out the Donzo, trying to give himself time to get an outpost up again. Not a ton of Donzo here. Able to pick them off in small numbers like he is, though. Just needs more food. I don't know if he can hold this now. Will not have the same type of production. The tower was finished. Just one more tap.
Let's go back for it.
Needs to jump inside, though.
Needs food at the same time, so he doesn't want to jump inside, but yeah, he definitely needs to. Villagers going down. Jumping inside now. Sprinkler placement on its way. Behind this, farms being added in as well. More archers stepping up.
It's archers, and only archers here for Marine Lord now. But he's losing the fight as archers are heavier on Beastie's side, and they got poison arrows over there. Sniping over the wall to take down some villagers. Farm transition has started to happen. Next mass comes on in, 4 more archers.
Ulam now in order to provide a little bit of front line. Fortification coming in, might be a little bit late. Repair villagers getting sniped down.
Oh, second one didn't just help that outpost last for a little bit longer, but Springleton placement now down, fortification now down. And look at the sheer military numbers for Beastie. He's 50 to 17.
He's continuously streaming these units across the map, and Marine Lord, he's just running out of room to breathe.
If the farming eco gets denied, it is all but over here in the farms. They're not in a primetime location. He's on the deer. He's on the gold to the west side as well. Sofa into the wood line. TC might just start getting burnt down. Uh-oh. This is the problem. Villagers need to evacuate.
Now imported armor also coming in. EC now switching over to the sofa play. Finds the villagers. Only the couple though.
Marine Lord hoping the few sofa on this front side can be enough. But poison arrows at least does a decent little bit. Splits off some of the archers to snipe out the few Donzo that were chasing the villagers on down. It looks like somehow he's holding, at least for now.
Yeah, but this is only just starting to get worse and worse for him as the idle time does add up. He's only 15, like, Marine Lord's only 15 villagers ahead, but the Malian economy behind this is just, it has no breaks. It keeps going the entire time. There's no breathing room for him, though. Marine Lord actually now on 34 archers. He's gonna need a lot more
Safadi
sofas
coming
to break
in
this.
from Beastie, though.
That's an interesting one.
Villagers now starting to get taken down on the farms. Marine Lord taking the fight yet again. This time, though, his army numbers don't seem that bad, at least the ones that are here in the fight in comparison to Beastie. Beastie has such a huge stream of units coming across the map. They're just not all there yet. The few Sofa that arrive are going to be so crucial with the imported armor, though. There's not really an answer for Marine Lord right now.
Yeah, he's just going for the archers instead on the other side. Once again, BC split off a couple of units over to the gold vein. Spring on placement coming in. There's a couple of golems there.
One Camel Lancer there. And Marine Lord somehow is slowly holding, but slowly also losing villager after villager after villager.
Same time.
A huge farm transition. He's got 1,000 wood in the bank. He needs somewhere safe to actually be able to gather this food from. His back wood line is almost barren with how many archers he's been making. These Sofa are just getting tickled by the archers from Marine Lord now.
And Marine Lord, his food income has kind of just run completely dry now behind this. He had a lot of wood, so potentially is able to add in a bunch more farm clusters, as he is doing behind this. He's just not getting any breathing room left at all. Next engagement just comes in right afterwards. Camel Lancer does fall. Now it's only archers again.
And this looks like this game is all BC's now at this point. This is finally the breakthrough. He's passed the TC. He's on top of the big farm transition that Marine Lord just invested so much into. And Beastie takes game number 3 with the Mali versus a Ayubids.
Yeah, different way of playing Ayubids versus Malians, and doesn't look like it really worked out here in this one for Marine Lord, even after getting every single relic, even after getting Sacred Sites for a little bit and securing that second TC spot. The Malian food economy, it just, once you're there, you've got the food income. Like, your food transition is just done and you can spam units nonstop. That's just not something that Ayubids can really match with the timing there.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like he needed something else different. Maybe some Manjaniques would have been a little bit of a helpful point, but it was so hard to spare some of the resources that he did have for that. Didn't really have the time to do so, and like you said, you expected more of that feigted aggression and a little bit more of a drawn-out feudal age into the castle there from Ayubids, but instead, Marine Lord just went straight there.
Skipping the mid-game completely might have just been a little bit too greedy from him here, and Beastie does now secure himself a point on the scoreboard. So from here on out, and everything is still possible. This could be the way back for Beastie into this set.
Yeah, got himself some breathing room, got that stabilization that he needed. And now we will be looking at what map Marine Lord has decided for this game number 4 here in a second.
It is going to be Golden Heights. We'll be seeing Rus actually coming in up against the Tukulak Dynasty for Marine Lord. Okay, Rus on a water map. That's something that we haven't seen in quite a while.
And this is one where we saw Wham with the Tukulak. He lost 2 vills early on the water, but was able to end up securing it still somehow. And then Beastie had a crazy timing with the French, was able to just take down so many villagers. So we'll see, you know, if Beastie learned from that game, you know, what to do against the Tukulak, you know, maybe do the same thing if he's able to take down some vills early on, and maybe can actually secure some water for himself.
Yeah, I feel like early on you probably can't realistically go for water as the Rus. We've seen in the past, right? Like when they had the deer Rus bounty, you were able to get a really good follow-up feudal age timing. Nowadays, especially with the fishing ship cost for the Rus still being very high, I think it's probably more realistic for Beastie to go for a fast feudal age play and then drop a dock in feudal age.
Yeah, I mean, there's kind of these different ideas, these different game plans, but Marine Lord also, you know, made the mistake on Golden Heights earlier on, made a few spearmen early, and then just didn't end up full denying the water, allowed Anatan to secure it. So might have learned from his own mistakes, maybe learn what to do, what not to do. Just if you're able to secure that water, don't give your opponent any chance to get back over that way. Don't give them any chance to deny the water of his own.
Yeah, indeed. 3 minutes now until we'll be going into that next map with Golden Heights on the menu. Yeah, with a hybrid map like that, water play is definitely still like one of the main things that you want to go for. I do believe that it still makes sense like for the Ruse to invest into it as well. It's a little bit weird, just Ruse in general. We haven't been seeing a ton of them on hybrid maps in general. But yeah, I think just looking at it, I think the fast fuel age into the Dark Drop is probably the most viable strategy there for the Ruse.
Yeah, we will end up seeing the strategies at hand here in just a second. Like we actually said this before last game, casting Golden Heights. This is one of the maps though that's the hybrid map that still feels like if you lose water, you do have somewhat of a chance for the comeback, somewhat of a chance for the timing push, just because of how close the proximities are to the two bases, and you can really, you know, just corner your opponent in and away from a lot of the important resources.
Yeah, indeed. I'm just always looking at Tukluk as a civilization, and I'm just wondering, okay, what's like your main army composition looking like? Because it's so scuffed. Having the Raider Elephants, like they seem really good, but they also just get completely annihilated by Spearmen, while War Elephants, actually trade decently well against Spearmen, I want to say, like, even though they're meant to be the counter, like, I think War Elephants kind of deal fine there as well. I don't really see a lot of army compositions that just feel good for the Tukluk. Maybe that's also just courtesy of the House of Learning just not having good upgrades.
Yeah, I mean, the key word in that sentence that you said was they seem really good, but I feel like they don't always live up to that execution. Is, you know, we're so used to the Delhi elephants where it's like you see an elephant and you're like, oh god, because they're only in castle age, they have just like a crazy amount of stats and they're so strong. Meanwhile, the Raider elephants for Tukluk come out early and you're like, wait, that's not a real elephant. Is it really? And it's just they don't always execute as you know, elephants typically do when you've seen them prior.
Yeah, but we've seen it before as well with the Raider elephants, like the trample ability. Sometimes it's like really bad, and sometimes it's just game deciding when big fights come in. The main game that I always think about is that B game with the elephants, with the Raider elephants on Frisian marshes, where there were enough Raider elephants that they just completely dictated the game. I'm not sure if we're gonna be seeing this one in this game. I don't think Marine Lord would go for a Mimi play like this, but we're about to find out. We're jumping into our game number 4 now. Tukluk Dynasty here for Marine Lord in the color pink. He's gonna be up against Beastie in the color yellow, playing his
making
Roots.
sure those wolves don't provide.
That's what you gotta do. What you gotta do. Yeah.
Oh,
Wolf still running towards the villager with a vengeance.
not able to get any damage on in.
Villager tries to skirt the line of sight of the scout there from Beastie, but will probably eventually be found. And it looks like Beastie is indeed going for that fast feudal age build. Actually, just being very greedy with the hunting cabins here. I mean, you kind of have to be like, there's not a good wood line in range of the TC.
I mean, yeah, not to mention you can be greedy with them, especially if your opponent's going water. It's like, what's he gonna do? Send Spearman down early? If so, his Dark Age is gonna be a 9-minute Dark Age, and I think that's an easily punishable thing. Marine Lord circling around. BC though will get a majority of the sheep here. Not that sheep matter as much on a hybrid map.
Good amount of sheep still between the base of BC and Marine Lord. I mean, when you get 3 scouts out, you do expect to get a little bit of bounty in there. So we'll be able to pick up the majority of the sheep off the map.
Still actually a better pickup than Marine Lord than I expected over here. So it'll be about 16, 17 over to the 12 on the other side. Marine Lord's dock has finished. Should start to just be pumping out some fishing boats.
First one has just come out.
Meanwhile, Beastie, Golden Gate should be on the way here. Kremlin Rush?
Would be an interesting one, but no. Golden Gate is going to be the name of the game here for BC. Now Marine Lord also moving out to gold, so will soon want to work on his A job as well.
Yep, sending plenty on over. Don't need to invest too much into the fishing. You know, he can just continually spam those fishing boats out and shouldn't be too far delayed on the age up. Sometimes you'll see, you know, when they know they have that fishing, that extra eco, they might send 1-2 vills extra over to their age up timing just to be not quite as delayed. Scouts now being annoying with this villager on the shoreline fish. That fishing boat is doing the best to deter the scouts away. Vil, he's actually, that damage is adding up over there.
It is, but should also be getting some additional fishing ships soon that can help with the airfire. Actually, Beastie is causing a ton of idle time here on the fishing economy from Marine Lord.
I feel like that villager's about to be going down here. Third fishing boat pulled on over. Fourth fishing boat pulled on over. He's like, all right, look, I don't want this vill to go down. You could see the initial idea, though, is spread the fish out. Yeah, cause a little bit of delay on some of the food eco, but make sure that he spots any villager trying to build a dock. And let's see if he gets this important knowledge. And oh, it's actually a fourth scout coming over, not a villager.
Just a lot of idle time being caused here by Beastie, so being very effective with those scouts. In the meantime, what's the follow-up play here from him? We haven't seen him send any villagers out in order to drop a dock of his own. It's definitely difficult to do so with the fishing ships being able to shoot arrow fire as well from Marine Lord.
All on the food, all on the wood line. Nothing too out of the ordinary here from the roost. And you can see Marine Lord's like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
He's going for pro scouts. Just continues burning down the dock.
I mean, the dock's taking a good bit of damage here from these scouts here. Yeah, they might not do a ton of damage to villagers, but those torches still work well.
Yep. Pro Scout's about to finish up now as well. Marine Lord actually has added in the barracks, so we'll be able to get a couple of spearmen out in order to try and defend the deer spots on the map. With so many scouts, you just have to kind of assume that your opponent's going to be going for pro scouts.
Oh yeah, I mean, no doubt in his mind, and you can actually see where BC's first choice is as far as the deer go. It's the one right next to Marine Lord's base. A few of those scouts are low health from the fishing boats. The one spear, though, not enough to deter all the scouts away. One of them does have to drop the deer, but going to focus on the next one now. Will be another deer that has to be dropped here in a second.
That will have to suffer for it with his own life. And does move into a different direction, so the spearmen cannot just move on to the other scouts.
And it's 7 scouts out for Beastie, so he wants to basically just grab full sets of deer camps at a time. Archers are the play as well for the follow-up. And the archers are already there to escort these next couple scouts on home. Let's see what the follow-up's going to be from Marine Lord. Has enough wood to drop a production building.
This is getting relatively close to an age up now as well. It is Ruse after all, so the fast castle follow-up is going to be quite nice for them. We did see the changes to the cavalry archer, for the Ruse in particular. Just playing out to them actually now being a good bit better when it comes to fighting against unarmored units.
Next deer camp at least being denied for the time being. 2 archers, not quite enough to push that many spears away. Boom, high trade house dropped and on the way. Bunch of vills being pulled on over to it. It's 2 archers doing their best job to just do as much damage to those spears as possible. Outpost has been dropped on that gold vein for Marine Lord. Looks like he's got an inkling. He's got an idea of what Beastie wants to do. Should be going up soon to try to match that castle timing. And the Raider Elephant comes through to try to deny the archers. So now that the spears are here, they should actually be able to take down at least one of the scouts. Castle Age finishes. And horse archers are the choice from Beastie.
What's coming up as well is going to make it much more difficult for Marine Lord to find good avenues into his base. Marine Lord also getting very close to his own age up, and now with the age up being right around the corner, 7 villagers getting sent over to stone, so Tuklabad fortresses might be on the menu here as well. Just need to get them in before the cavalry archers arrive.
Yeah, Cav archers, looks like I think two ranges is what's being produced. Compound of the defender on
Makes
the way.
Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, the upgrades just aren't good from the House of Floating, unless you're just making pure elephants, but if you're making pure elephants, you're probably also not good either.
That's a good way to put it.
It's a mean way, I feel bad, but...
Chill, buddy. So 15 seconds left for Marine Lord's age up to come on through. Ooh, and no relic going to be secured there for Marine Lord. Sniped out by the horse archers.
First Warrior Monk in queue for Beastie as well. Spearman running back to the base.
Able to at least pick up the scout. And they're all dead.
Marine Lord is starting to mass up some Lancers here, and Lancers are going to do quite well now against the nerfed cavalry archers.
Yeah, just a few Lancers in queue. 6 of them, that is.
Just the cavalry.
Able to support that heavily with his food economy on the water.
Marine Lord did stop gathering on the stone, so no fortress coming in anytime soon.
Ooh, villager does go down. A lot of idle time too. Tons of idle time here.
Yeah, pretty good getting that villager pick up. No trample, unfortunately, but plenty of idle time caused.
A loud elephant death we just heard.
Oh, looks like one of the relics is being brought back around the side there for Marine Lord.
Little sneaky relic play there.
Easy though, about to bring back his third one.
I mean, Marine Lord's got 6 Lancers out already and 5 more in queue.
Against 17 cavalry archers, but they are of the nerf variety.
Next ranged armor coming in for Marine Lord, so crucial. against those Cav archers. And archers in general looks like the BC starting to make. Good charges in for Marine Lord, able to pick up a few of these Cav archers. It's so important for these to stay in mass and just keep that number climbing up. Once you start losing a few, it just gets so frustrating. And another one falls now. Charge comes in. Another charge comes in. Oh, 2 more fall. Marine Lord just doing a great job of thinning out the herd.
Very important to keep the numbers low on the cavalry archers. If they get too high, they start to get to a point where they can do critical damage to units, and already kind of feels like we're getting close to that part. A single volley takes roughly 25% HP away from one of the knights.
And Marine Lord needs to make sure he's got his other side gold secured, as it's so easy for BC to just circle back around. Those few archers he made were for a ram to deny the docks. Look at that. Great idea here from BC. He knows, you know, Marine Lord's advantage right now is the eco, is the water. Villagers pulled off of the gold, jump on into the outpost. Wouldn't be surprised to see him move to a different gold as well soon. Going ahead and prepping that, since that gold vein looks a little thin.
Yeah, gets a ram up now, so we'll be able to start harassing the dock on the pond. Or the one pond there in the back.
Now we're kind of just seeing the stall out. It does look like Lancers are moving out. It looks like Marine Lord might be moving out from that next gold vein we were mentioning. That's exactly what he is doing here now. Big question is will he be able to react to this ram in time?
With this many Lancers, can definitely afford to send a couple out there.
2 or 3 Lancers go a long way. Marine Lord should definitely drop a second outpost there on the gold vein. Looks like some archers that Marine Lord opts for. Who is surprised? He's up to 15 already. Felt like, you know, he's able to start massing these up so quick. The ram has gotten to the dock.
Another outline, or blueprint rather, has been dropped for the dock. So we'll be able to just rebuild that one.
Lord making sure not to pull too much army over to that ram. Looks like 2 Lancers was the option. Villagers on the berry spotted out by a scout. No reaction there yet. Oh, the horse archer's just able to take care of a Lancer like it's nothing, though.
And the number's only getting bigger and bigger. Archers getting cleaned up by an archer ship. It's in the name.
That dock is being rebuilt already. Both players dropping outposts on the sacred sites, trying to get control of some extra gold generation. Boar's been taken by Beastie, and it looks like Marine Lord trying to send a Lancer over that way as well. Horse archers moving on over to the dock.
There's a scout there at the moment. Oh. Lancers trying to go for the ram. Have archers still needing 2 volleys at the moment in order to take down one of the knights. This could change. Knights now also coming in for Beastie, already at 8. Seeing some crossbows also being massed into now by Marine Lord. Has the army count lead at the moment. Fight being taken here.
Great charge into the
great
horse
one.
archers. Also has his horse archers there to follow up. BC's just trying to run away, but he will have catastrophic losses if he decides to take this fight. Still loses quite a bit. Few more falling still.
Ram.
I think there's still a villager over there that's hiding. Anyways.
Yeah, and the ram has not been set on fire. The dock, I mean, has not been set on fire, so it's gonna stay up.
Marine Lord knows that BC's on over to that boar, might as well keep focusing that spot. Archers sniping out the horse archers on the backside. Marine Lord letting his front line try to do some work here. Also transitioning into crossbows to help deal with the knights from Beastie. 30 Lancers are out on the field right now for Marine Lord.
Yeah, pretty big count. Definitely not something that you should underestimate.
Making sure those food vills are safe and secure. Reinforcing into some Aeroslit's outposts. That's all you will end up needing against Cav archers to push them away. However, knights, it's a different story. Fortress being dropped.
Fort coming up, yeah. That I'm not sure if he already has some up, but I think this might actually be the first. He does have the component of defender after all. Good amount of outposts here. We'll be able to keep the villagers alive.
Bye-bye to the two horse archers, but the knight, like I said, different story there with the Aeroslit's outpost. And here we go. Now we're starting to see some upgrades come through.
Yeah, with the governor in order to reduce the upgrade cost, that's the perfect one. Means that not only are you getting the upgrades in at record speed, but also for a cheaper price.
Farm transition even coming in for Marine Lord. Fishing not quite as efficient as what it was, and in this map in general, fishing is just not quite as efficient. The wall, I believe, is finished. Ooh, but the outpost that was on the berries is not able to jump out, and behind the wall can jump into the outpost if needed, but don't think there's much of a need there. Just going to transition, move his army over that way, and still a huge value for Marine Lord in comparison to Beastie. Beastie also starting to make some crossbows of his own.
Still continuing with the raids. Marine is paying attention here. Count still looking up for Marine Lord behind us, but the income is actually in favor of Beastie.
Knights, hello.
Post needs to be repaired unless it's gonna go down.
And another mass now coming through the center from Beastie. Crossbows there to defend that position as well. I believe Lord has continued. Trebuchet, hello? Trebuchet, goodbye.
Villagers, hello?
Villagers, goodbye. Quite a few losses there. Is able to pick up a few knights just because the crossbows are there free firing, but just doesn't feel the greatest. Marine Lord did have a knight that was roaming towards the boar, roaming towards those locations. BC starting to do a little bit of a farm transition.
And this farm transition is also on its way. It's a little bit of an interesting one with the elephant layout there. To rebuild the trebuchet now as well. BC just still continuously going for these little raids with a couple of units every now and then.
Yeah, he just sent a bunch more units out towards that west side wall that never got rebuilt, so he's in next to the town center right as this fight is starting to happen in the center. Knights, though, they just died past. Where's the front line for Beastie? It just is not there at all. He needs to kite back with the horse archers. He's got plenty of crossbows there, but the crossbows, they can get shredded by the archers as well. So great fight from Marine Lord. And Marine Lord just garrisoning in at home in his base. Takes down a bunch of villagers. Trebuchet taken down as well. What a perfect timed fight from Marine Lord.
And the archer back line and crossbows are going to be good enough here to deal with the cavalry archers as well. Knight count on both sides is getting rather low now. The Marine Lord still has knight reinforcements that are coming in. Still continues pushing up forward.
Lord's doubling his army numbers. The horse archer count is down to 21. There's no knights really out roaming for BC, just 4. BC dropped a second TC behind this now as well. Marine Lord spots it out. One knight sitting there over on the berries will fall, but again takes out another villager. Get some important information as well. BC doubling down into towers, tripling down into these wooden fortresses just to make sure that second TC location is safe and secure. Dropping a forward outpost, though, wants to get this vision of BC's base, wants to also have this fallback point. He can start trebbing BC's base down from this spot. And that's exactly what he's doing. Archery range first thing starting to be focused. Two more outposts here. He can start trebbing down the second TC if he wants. There is another treb in queue. Beastie at 125 total pop. Meanwhile, Marine Lord is at 180.
He's building out the outpost now on top of the hill as well. He's getting ready to just systematically do damage to Beastie's base now behind this.
Yeah, going with the third treb in queue.
Still going for these small little raids. Real needs a couple more units here to react to this. Actually, great amount of idle time being forced right now by Beastie in Marine Lord's base.
Yeah, and damage done. He's going to be able to pick up a few more villagers. Start to kind of equalize that villager count. Marine Lord, though, he sees Beastie's massive base. He sees the pure numbers that he has.
The elephant.
Trample.
Trample.
Able to get through towards that back line. Yeah, there's a lot of crossbows here. Yeah, there's some horse archers here, but there are so many archers from the side of Marine Lord. Treb immediately gets taken down. Knights are on top of the horse archers. There's no kiting going down from the horse archers. The crossbows with the raider elephants on top. And villagers, they got nowhere to go. They got nowhere to run, and the archers are still chasing down the rest of that crossbow mass. Beastie's numbers have been disintegrated.
Comes out, gets sniped immediately. Still more and more raider elephants coming out from Marine Lord's base. Just continuously pushing this in deeper and deeper behind this. On the production now, making sure that every single unit that comes out gets sniped immediately. Beastie now with the idled out economy. He's gonna start struggling when it comes to reproducing the army. 3 mangonels in queue, but nothing to protect them.
And Treb's sieging down the whole base that he does have. A couple wooden fortresses that are trying to help shelter the villagers now are falling from the Trebs. And Beastie falls in game number 4. Marine Lord takes the 3-1 lead. And now we're looking at point.
Match point indeed. If Marine Lord's able to get one more victory, and then that means that he is going to be able To qualify for the semifinals, Beastie on the other hand side, he still needs a lot more wins in the set if he wants to beat out Marine Lord and advance on his side.
The economy number is so much closer than what it seems like it should be when someone has 15 villagers on water throughout the game. But yeah, I mean, that just shows crazy. The ruse and passive gold income.
Yeah, the main difference was just when it came to the fighting, right? Like when it came to how good of a trade got taken in these individual fights. Beastie was still very active with the raids, but Marine Lord just reacting to every single one of them very effectively.
Man, what an exciting series so far. That was not a wipe by any means. It did feel like Beastie had a chance in there. If Marine Lord didn't react as good as he did to some of those raids, didn't take some of those fights as efficiently as he did, it could have been an easy turnaround there from Roos.
Most definitely. It's one of those civilizations that is... You know, it's very hard to kill Roos as well. With all the wooden fortresses inside of the base and split up economies, we not really had to make sure to like go for the full dive, for the full commitment in order to get the win there in the end. Next up, we are going to be moving over to Coastal Cliffs. Byzantines, as is tradition, has been banned out or sniped out yet again. It's going to be French versus Shushi's Legacy on Coastal Cliffs.
Yeah, so Ottomans has been constantly sniped out from Marine Lord's side, just like he's been sniping Byzantines, but Zushi, a very, very strong civilization. BC obviously high prioritized the French, and he has had some excellent gameplay here with French. We saw him actually win on Golden Heights while losing water with it, so we'll see if he can, you know, on a pure land map, show the strength that, you know, everyone knows and loves here with the French civilization.
Yeah, we've seen Beastie perform like great feats with the French as well. Same for Marine Lord. It's a civilization that I feel like at the moment fits both of their strengths quite nicely. Shushi, on the other hand, for Marine Lord, just thinking about potential ways of playing this one. I think it's a little bit difficult when you're up against a civilization that can already make the knights in the in feudal age. The build-up is just it's just a lot more natural, I feel like, for the French.
Yeah, I feel like French, like a lot of times when we're watching pro play, it's, you know, they play feudal and then right as their opponent hits castle, it's like, and all in. It's just like, and keep up the pressure, keep that all in, do a lot of damage, and then all of a sudden, by the time the person who went castle stabilized, well, now French's castle, but up 15 villagers and kept a lot of their knights alive. So we'll see if that's kind of the same game plan, how Beastie will execute in this map, or maybe Marine Lord has a little bit of a different story here.
Yeah. It's a difficult one just to decide on what you want to do, if you want to really just go for that fast castle age play, because we've seen it so many times when fast castle Shushi plays up against the French that they just aren't in a position to mass up enough units and ultimately lose out with their castle age advantage up against feudal age knights.
Yeah, it sounds good doing it. It seems good, you know, when you think about it on paper, but then when you see the execution of it, French just has so many knights, they start delaying those resources, causing idle time, and then like you said, the knight number, the lancer number doesn't ever equalize for Zushi. Even though they're an age up, they just don't get the viability of actually being an age up.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, especially with knights where the majority of the damage just gets decided on the charge, and if you have more knights on the French side, just being able to get more charges off, it makes these engagements a lot harder for Shushi to win with few knights. So we're going to have to see exactly how this one is going to be played. Could also just be that Marine Lord is going to try committing a little bit more to the feudal age. Both players here most likely will be going for pro scout play, which is going to put a dampener on the Shushi castle age timing afterwards, and gives a little bit more opportunity to the French player when it comes to massing up knights in order to go for more direct engagement after Castle Age gets hit by Shushi's Legacy. Something that could also be happening here is we could see Beastie skipping out on Pro Scouts and just going for outposts with villagers on the deer instead, or maybe just even without an outpost and just going for straight night production.
Yeah, I mean, that's one where when you're French, you have that ability, you know, take the map control with the knights. It's so hard for your opponent to react and be able to split things off. But we have seen Marine Lord do that exceptionally well this series, where even 1-2 horsemen split off, cause some annoyance, cause some idle time, cause some raiding. So, you know, either way will end up working, but we'll see what Beastie will decide here. All of the nerves, all of the money on the line here for the game number 5. It is match point, and if Beastie wins, it'll be another match point after that, as this is a best of 7.
It is indeed, and now it is time for us to jump into our game number 5 in this best of 7. Potential match point now for Marine Lord. We're jumping right in. Beastie spawning in. Color yellow, playing as the French civilization. His opponent, none other than Gentlemate's Marine Lord in the color pink, playing as the Shushi's Legacy here on Coastal Cliffs.
Village being dropped early. We're seeing some of those sheep circled around being grabbed, and so far Marine Lord has that lead in the sheep count. Quite a bit on the cliff line to be grabbed still, though, so easily able to equalize this number, and it looks like Beastie is headed over that way now.
Looking at the spawn here for Marine Lord, there's an interesting spot between the two wood lines at the bottom side.
Oh,
Large berry pack, stone, and 2 nice wood lines right next to each other.
pretty solid opportunity for that meditation.
Marine Lord does spot that spot, so he is aware of it being an option.
We'll see if he disappoints you like we saw in the game earlier, or if he does end up taking advantage of that prime spot.
I wonder just how much wood that would be. It looks like could be like 40 wood per minute, easily.
Early wheelbarrow already finished up for Beastie. Not too surprised here. French love doing it with their cheaper eco upgrades.
It does also make sense if Beastie were to go for a play with sending the villagers out to the deer instead of going for Pro Scout. That additional movement speed.
Oh, he does go for the spot. I know you're happy.
Very
Meditation
nice.
Gardens on the way. Just enough room tucked in right next to that, and it is definitely a prime time spot.
Yeah, definitely best spot here on the map for him. In the meantime, School of Cavalry is coming in for Beastie. No big surprises here. The question is going to be, though, whether it's going to be Pro Scout or not.
Marine Lord circling around the base, trying to get a good idea of what Beastie is going to have planned. If he does go for that early night, you always want to track where that first night is going and headed to. Last couple sheep dropped off. Meditation Gardens finishes, so Feudal Age has commenced here from Marine Lord. Still got another 20-something seconds here for the School of Cav.
Me.
Spots out the School of Cavalry just as it's about to finish up.
Survival techniques.
Getting that in before.
That seems like a deer
Pro
play rather than a
Scouts.
Pro Scouts play. I feel like you'd want Pro
Does feel
Scouts
like
in
it,
sooner
yeah.
than later.
Yeah,
First
and
knight
he
into
immediately
queue
gets
as
the
well.
knight in queue.
Marine Lord's just sitting in front of the base, ready, watching. And, you know, one of the key signs for Marine Lord 2, knowing that this isn't a Pro Scouts play so far, is usually you'll see a couple horsemen, or not horsemen, a couple scouts already kind of starting to pop out, especially after that first night. But it's still...
55.
Golly! What a spot for that
130
meditation.
resources per minute. Okay, yeah, 55 wood per minute. That's pretty good. In the early game especially. That's like a 3.5 villager worth meditation garden right there.
Eric's starting to be produced. No one's surprised here. First initial deer pack going ahead and starting to be gathered and brought back in. First night. No damage to be found. All of the villagers from Marine Lord are tucked in next to the TC and inside that wood line. A wood line not the easiest thing to dive at this point in time either. The first
couple
horseman
of
for
deer
Marine
being
Lord, I
brought
think,
back.
just causing some idle time and some annoyance as well. Oh, it almost died though. Quick drop and picks it right back up.
5-second rule.
He's like, wait, I have spearmen here. I'm okay. Oh, the wolf takes down the horseman.
Mighty infantry gets the last chop through. Beastie is moving out with villagers to the first deer pack.
And more importantly,
mill
going ahead and
already
dropping
prepared?
a wall to make sure horsemen aren't quite annoying raiding in on that backside.
Behind this, just trying to get more and more knights out.
He said, look, I can't deny the deer, but I can kill the sheep you have.
Funny thing is that the sheep can also be, like, carried back in. Thanks to Pro Scouts, so, yeah, it's not gonna be eaten where it's lying at the moment.
And then, as we mentioned, it's Beastie going for outpost and grabbing deer. Also moving
And the
forward
boar.
for the boar.
So he's gonna have some great food income here, and at the moment looks like he's kind of playing this Louis style. No other type of unit other than these knights so far.
The question is when does Marine Lord scout out? Like, obviously you can see the boar die, but it's, you know, is he going to go ahead and move over there with that spear mass? There was no outpost being built as far as early on there for Beastie. Something he could potentially take advantage of. Looks like wall didn't quite get finished, but a horseman. Beastie lose a village.
I lost the villager to the boar.
Well, that horseman, I think, delayed the wall. It might have gotten the villager on the wall too.
Could be the case. Not exactly sure where that one did go down. I think he had the knights there with the boar, so I don't think it actually died to the boar.
And it is just knights, knights, and more knights. Meanwhile, Marine Lord's actually going for some chooks as well. Feels like he's got
expecting
enough
archers.
spears to push this initial knight mass back. Quick reaction-ish.
Pretty good reaction. Doesn't lose a single villager. Only one spearman.
Oh! Gets a knight in return.
That's a pretty good pickup.
Beastie going for another circle onto that wood line. Needs to be careful though, as we saw how much damage was return fired from that TC. And Chivalry upgrade finally coming on through. A few more knights heading across the map. Quick reaction yet again. Does lose another spearman though. Beastie though, does not run into the brace, thankfully. Able to turn back around and run away. But now,
it's not enough. Baits out the
more
brace.
spears. Baits out the brace, but now tons of TC fire in return. There is an IO there. There's a couple more Vills there that he did not pull inside. Does pick up another knight and a second one as well. Just so much TC fire that Beastie just took. Oh, distracted, denied off of the boar now. The archers come through, but there's already chooks. Marine Lord was just a step ahead. In quick reaction. Couple spears there, enough to deter Beastie away.
BC is still looking for potential damage avenues, is now switching into archers as well. Definitely going to be necessary.
And Marine Lord's trying to chase down some of those lower health knights to not let Chivalry activate to finish up the health. Stealing some deer away as well.
Alright, Spearman moving on forward. Not looking for potential engagement onto the deer villagers.
Jumping inside the outpost. Spears are here. This is going to be one of those that forces the fight. It has to evacuate here. Another villager should get picked up. Woodline getting dove, and it looks like just maybe a horseman picked up. But now over to the food. Marine Lord a little bit late on reaction to the food pull. Runs through the knights, but there's just so many spots to dive in.
All the villagers just keeping the villagers safe. And that BC isn't able to get any two successful raids in.
And look at the sheer military numbers. Yes, obviously Beastie has value with knights, but there's 53 units out on the field, and when Shooks get massed up pretty heavily, they'll at least do it have like in a good amount of base damage there.
Knight still roaming across though. Baits up the brace yet again. Able to get maybe a couple of villager kills here.
Shooks there
to having to evacuate.
Oh.
And the knight still diving. Killing a couple more villagers.
Decent amount of villagers now getting picked up. It was looking so good for Marine Lord, and now all of a sudden he has taken heavy eco losses.
Yeah, a whole bunch of villagers just down the drain. Now BC behind this also up to 24 archers, so is going to have a very, very good answer to all of these spearmen. Just needs to be able to remass into the knight count. Food isn't looking too hot for him at the moment. Says there in the back.
All of a sudden, you blink and there's 12 eco kills. This is such a hard part with playing against French. You always have to be respecting the knight mass. You always have to be tracking where the French knights are. Scout drops the deer. Villagers able to jump inside yet again.
Once again, idle time being caused.
It jumps in and out, but Castle Age being invested into from Marine Lord. We talked about right when Castle finishes, it's like a key point in time where that just signals the French to all in. And will Beastie do exactly that? There's so many spears though, it's going to be more about the archers I feel like, and he's starting to move forward now.
There are a lot of outposts here for Marine Lord. He definitely has enough garrison space for all of his villagers.
The boar that got taken needs to be protected though for Marine Lord. He needs that food income so bad. Deer started to run a little bit lower. Deer kept getting idled as well. Outpost gives him some information of a few of these knights. The age up finishes. Brace comes through there and so many spears. All those knights go to half health. None fall, but so much damage still went down. And Beastie has to move forward to the front gold now, at a point in time where it is so crucial for him to take this next fight successfully. Archer's starting to move forward.
Coming in. Still a little troop of knights trying to get some raiding done.
Marine Lord's just trying to wait for upgrades.
He's not immediately pushing out. Is he looking for his own age up?
Yeah, he's got 400 food in the bank, 600 gold already. Not queuing up any more knights, it's just archers, which aren't as high of a food cost, so does look like he is looking for his own age up here soon.
More walls also coming up for him at the moment. It's going to be a tight window to find for the age up. Shuganu, Spearman all upgraded now. He's going to have to take a fight. No way around it.
Yeah, denied off of that front side gold. Even if he does age up, what upgrades can he get with the gold he has? Needs to go back to the gold behind the walls that he is, I think, just now starting to build.
It's a little bit more food. Marine Lord, just a couple of spearmen moving over to that gold.
And Beastie, he's going to split off his Night Mask, go attempt to do some raiding, but rallying spears that are now upgraded can do a decent job of defending that on up. The spears do find the villagers. There was a wolf over there too being annoying. More villagers trying to wall, so Beastie starting to take some damage. Upgraded outpost though is going to last so long, and there's a Springald emplacement there, so this gives time that Marine Lord needs so crucially. It was Royal Institute, cancels it for the guild hall just in case the game goes a little bit longer. One knight has fallen from the Springald emplacement, almost a second one, and oh my, berry villagers.
You see, he doesn't have a lot of gold in the bank. Once the age up comes in, he's only going to be able to afford veterancy on the knights, unless he trades out some resources.
Beastie finishes up Castle Age. Let's see what he prioritizes. Villagers on the berries just get spotted out. Marine Lord's headed that way. Beastie's headed that way, and it's no upgrades in yet. He's 5 gold away, actually, from the upgrades that he needs, but the Chook Mass, it's just not big enough. Spears baited to the front line. The brace got baited in.
Taken. Clean up the spearmen here, but there's more spearmen left.
All the spears, other spearman mass out of position a little bit. Chook Mass is going to start getting sniped out. There's a Lancer though on the front side now. And it's not just one, 6 Lancers in queue. First relic draw. I feel like he had that relic for a while sitting there. He must have been so distracted. You have to focus so much when you're playing against the French, when you're playing against knights.
I think it was actually dropped earlier, and the second monk that spawned just picked it up and dropped it yet again.
I mean, you'd think at this point Marine Lord would have 3 relics or so with how, when I saw that first one. Gold, though, fully denied right now. Beastie. He needs to drop a market, and that's what he has done. He's been selling off some wood, selling off some food to be able to afford these crucial upgrades.
He's trying to get a key potentially on one of the gold veins.
Where do you prioritize your production?
You can't produce without any income, so probably makes more sense to actually secure one of the gold vein and then just drop new production around it.
Wall has been denied. And Marine Lord's constantly rallying to the middle gold vein, moving across, making sure that gold can't be secured as of now. This is such a delicate spot right now.
So Keep is going to go up in the base of Beastie.
I just saw the relic picked up and dropped again. What is going on? Okay, it's a second one now. And a third one.
What's Marine Lord's plan now behind this? With the keep in front of the base from Beastie, he might need some siege in order to take that down.
It looks like he's saving for him.
Looks like it, but surely not. No, it's going to be Yuan Dynasty, with the relics that he secured so far, is going to be able to get some pagodas going.
Huge benefit he's gonna have. BC still corralled in his base. Spring on emplacement. Marine Lord waits for the last second there to jump on inside. Knights take a little bit of damage. And forced on away. Yet again, a second TC drop now for Beastie. He says, I got extra resources that aren't gold. I might as well drop a TC.
Yeah, now starts to also invest into Horsemen. Now, Horsemen are great as a front line when they're mixed in together with the discount from the keep for the French. We do have that siege workshop coming in now in the middle of the map for Marine Lord, so we'll start to try and siege down the French player base.
There's the triple pagodas. Relic's gonna start being transferred on over there. There is a night mass. It looks like that snuck out. That's gonna go try to do some return raiding. Marine Lord can't just mass all his units up to the front, or else those knights will cause significant damage in the economy.
Trebuchet now in queue.
I'm shocked Beastie didn't swap the guild hall over to gold just with the situation he's in, but it is sitting on food and has 700 food in there. Knights do get spotted out from the outpost.
He's trying to get the wall off with a single villager on the right-hand side. That would allow him access back over to the gold there. It looks like Marine Lord is splitting up some units to try and go for another raid on that side. So it's going to find the villager.
I think they're also just trying to corner these knights that push forward. Get some good pickups, cancel out their way on home, and that's exactly it. Really good job there.
Oh. Same time, charge forward onto the trebuchet. Lots of archers pushing in.
And the gold, it immediately gets taken while BC's doing this. Even if he's able to just get gold for just a little bit, this is so crucial for him. His economy is starting to get very, very scary. Lancer's starting to move forward, though. Beastie force drops off a few times, or maybe not even force drops off. They do drop off a few times, and he says, hey, at least I got a little bit of gold here now.
Yeah, only a little bit of gold indeed. Pagodas have now been all dropped for Marine Lord. One relic missing, though.
Marine Lord's starting to run lower on those food resources. Meanwhile, Beastie, he's already made that farm transition with that eco boom that he has. And it's not a small farm transition by any means. I guess this is what you do when you're only on wood and food for so long.
Food in the guild hall also starting to climb up quite high. He did now move back out to the gold in the corner once the wall got finished up. Still looking for some additional snipes, but the knights from Marine Lord are chasing after. We are getting to the point where the French are just thoroughly comfortable now.
And he did. Beastie was able to resecure the gold in the east.
Yeah. Getting a ton of gold income from that point now.
His
Still queuing
economy
up
is
more horsemen.
so far ahead right now. He's got 32 extra villagers. He does have to, you know, try to match up against pagodas and against the relic economy, but no eco upgrades for Marine Lord at all. And another Treb taken down. Sacred sites trying to be secured and the timer starting to tick, but it feels like Beastie, he might do the typical click the guild hall and go up to Imp. And there it is. That's exactly it. Clicks the guild hall, goes up with the Red Palace.
Red Palace coming in here to secure that gold. Yeah, this is gonna be now a situation where Marine Lord might have to follow up with his own Imperial Age play. Almost has the resources for it, but doesn't have any farms at the moment working for him.
And doesn't
About to
yet
find
see the
out
Red
there's a
Palace.
Red
It's about to
Palace.
finish, and here it goes. Oh, immediately turns back around and says, whoopsies, I'm not going that way.
I don't
Three
think the
Trebs
second
starting to
TC
siege down the center.
I don't think Marine Lord knows about the second TC as well. It's all the way in the back of BC's base, and with the walls, there hasn't really been any scouts that made their way through there.
Woodline fully chopped
take
through,
down.
though. Is this all the production that... Oh, no, BC just dropped a bunch of production around the Red Palace, so Marine
Yeah.
Lord is okay in that regard, but he sees the chop through Woodline, sees a lot of villagers, so will be able to at least take out a little bit, cause some idle time, cause some annoyance here. Chooks take the fight against the crossbow archer mass, but there's still horsemen there, and there are a ton of military units here. Marine Lord's whole army wasn't this way. Oh, that was the
Has
stables
to-
that had the upgrade coming through.
Big pull, big pull. There's still the archer ranges with some upgrades as well that could be getting sniped out. It's the one in the back, 21 seconds. Looks like it's going to be able to go up. Actually, it's going to be close if it's the next one to get focused. But then why go for the back one?
Just
It's
in
coming in
time.
time.
2 seconds. Temple of the Sun 4 seconds away. Wheelbarrow finally in queue for Marine Lord. 27-minute wheelbarrow. Congrats.
Coming up with zone age up. Jiangnan Tower now also coming in behind this. Only a single
Marine Lord
villager on that
reacts with
though,
his
so it's going to take a
whole
while.
entire army to react to that horseman raid. Could leave those Trebs vulnerable again.
Looks like that is the case. Shuganu on coming into the front side though.
Trebs nice and slow to pack up. Archer's trying to focus down the Trebs. Will take some damage from the Chooks, but these are elite archers. There's no Lancers here to take the fight. This is such a good fight for BC. It looks like this timing just worked out perfectly for him.
Women not able to take this fight as well, but looks like they're getting forced to. Just to be a front line for the Shuganu.
Denies the gold again by killing the mining camp, but those Trebs won't be alive for long, and it doesn't look like Marine Lord will be alive for long.
The economy's just looking so much more solid for BC behind this. 1,000 more food per minute here for him. No granaries at all yet from Marine Lord. He's been on 1 TC the entire time. BC, even though gold was just such a raw or just rare resource for him for the most time, able to finally find access to it.
Yeah, it just seems like Marine Lord sat back for a little too long, didn't pressure it. The second TC that was snuck by Beastie just proved to be such a perfect eco boom behind this. He was able to trade off resources to keep him alive for the time being, not allow Marine Lord to take advantage of this the gold denial, and now Beastie takes
he comes in.
game number 5.
just like that, we're now going to be moving over to game number 6. The set that keeps on giving.
And I mean, that economy count boom it just was too much for Marine Lord to deal with. We have the stats for the other game up.
Oh man, we're not getting any sleep tonight. We're still on the stats from the previous game.
We're going on 9 hours and 20 minutes on stream here, so...
There we go. Updated stats now, Beastie. Good 5,000 more resources gathered up. Military value lead, though, for the most part, was in Marine Lord's favor. We see the economy count there just thoroughly pulling ahead for Beastie after a good raid on Marine Lord's economy there.
Yeah, that raid at like the 12-13 minute mark was just so crucial for Beastie, and Marine Lord had done such a good job early on of picking off some knights here and there, making sure economy, you know, the deer, the boar weren't being gathered in for too long. But it's just whenever you play the French, it's that one little slip up that can get you where all of a sudden, boom, half your economy's gone, 10 villagers go down, and that's exactly what happened. But game number 6 is in store, and we are yet again seeing English.
Yeah, on Frisian Marshes. Last time it was Marine Lord. This time around it is Beastie that is pulling the English out. And Marine Lord, he's going to be playing as the Mongols.
I can't wait to see a 2TC late game play.
Are we going to get a full 1 hour last game?
Oh, so Kerr Logger, if you look ahead for game 7, you know, you got HRE as a solid option for Beastie. And is Byzantines ever picked on Kerr Logger? I feel like I don't. Meanwhile, Marine Lord, you know, you got Ottomans and you got JD, which are 2 fine options. So I feel like if there is a game 7, Marine Lord might have a little bit of a leg up as far as the civs go. However, we're still at game number 6. We got Frisian Marshes, English versus Mongols.
Yeah, there's still a lot of options. I don't think we're going to see Ottomans today, honestly. I think they're just going to get banned every single time at every single opportunity here. Mongols versus English on Frisian Marshes. I mean, it's probably going to be a similar play from Beastie, what we've seen so far from the English players on Frisian Marshes, right? I don't think it's going to be just pure 1TC. I think it's going to be leaning into second TC eventually. Question is if he's going to do it similarly to Marine Lord and first get in a dock with just a couple of fishing ships just to get a little jump start to the economy there.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it worked out pretty well. It's not the, you know, easiest thing for Mongols to deny over there, considering, I mean, they can always go with early horsemen, but 1-2 horsemen, you know, takes a while to burn down a dock. So, like, there is that advantage for Mongols in their side, but it still would be a prolonged Dark Age, and we'll see what they got in store on either side. It's so weird to think that English on Frisian Marshes is the way to go a lot of times.
Yeah, at least so far it kind of like makes there's been a little bit of a theme for English on Frisian Marshes, and I feel like in many situations it makes a lot of sense, especially when a player goes for something like Sacred Side Victory, because the infantry ball, like, it has a clear target that it can move to. When it comes to mobility, of course, the Mongols, they are a lot stronger in that regard, but English, they're just going to be sitting inside of their base, and they're going to be sitting cozy.
Yeah, I will say when Louis first pulled out the 2TC English on Frisian Marshes, it was a King of the Rockies in the first game. I want to say, was it against Marine Lord? I think he ended up winning against Marine Lord, and then they matched up again later on, and then Marine Lord just had the answer for it, was able to play when he knew what was coming. You know, there's been a lot of games since then, so, you know, Marine Lord does at least have a strategy that can win it, and you can't allow Mongols to take the map control and to potentially trade as well.
Hmm. Yeah, it's not the best track record at the moment for English on Frisian marshes, but every time we see them, even if they lose, they do kind of like make me believe that maybe there's more to it, more to the strategy. We saw it work once today. Question is, can we see it work again today? By the way, fellas, don't forget that now is your chance at the moment, while the bets are still open, in order to bet on who you think is going to win. You got the EGC points there that you can put on. Whichever player you think is going to win.
We already got 1 million points bet so far, and it is heavily tilted towards the 2TC English play so far.
Yeah, a lot of players betting on it.
20 seconds until the game starts. Will Beastie be able to equalize this series? Will Beastie force a game number 7, or will Marine Lord prove to still be the, not necessarily the top because this is the loser's bracket, but one of the strongest players out there? Only time will tell.
Jumping right into it, our game number 6 now in this best of 7. We're going deep into the series as Marine Lord is spawning in the color pink yet again, playing as the Mongols. Beastie moving out with his English villager early on in the game. Want to drop a dock. There's the English color yellow.
And Uvu has been dropped. Marine Lord still onto the wood, so let's see when he gets his dock on up for himself.
Dock is coming up now.
And this is one where, I feel like Mongols here, they can just produce a few Keshiks to force the king away, and then just full invest into the trade boom if BC does go for the English 2TC play. Like, not a little bit, just like double down, drop another market, and just go.
Could be the play. Could be the play. Looks like... I'm not sure if he's going to be actually going for another dock. So far, we only got the first dock here for Beastie. Marine Lord still with 6 villagers on wood. Kind of makes me feel like he might be going for additional dock as well. I think 6 villagers on wood is just too many if you're just going to be making more fishing ships. Kind of feels like he's actually going to be going for more docks instead.
Yeah, BC up to 8 vills on the wood line now too, so it seems like he might be expanding out further, or can just save up that wood for 2TC later, although I feel like early on, you'd prioritize getting up a little bit quicker, sending 2 more villagers to wood. He's definitely going for more dock expansions here.
Yeah, so both players at the moment just wanting to expand onto the dock count.
And there's the second dock being dropped from Beastie now.
Just looking at where to drop that dock in order to not delete any of the shoreline fishing spots. Gets a good drop in. The question is, at the end of the day, who does this benefit the most? Because there is definitely an argument to be made about Marine Lord, since he did drop the Uvu first. Just getting a ton of stone in the bank behind all of this. So that once the feudal age comes around, he's going to be able to get a ton of double produced units out.
Yeah, exactly. If the prolonged Dark Age does favor the Mongols just a little bit, Khan also going ahead and focusing down this villager. If that villager stays out there too long, it does need to go on home sooner than later, and so that's exactly where Beastie, he's going to be limited on the 2 docks.
He's just hiding behind the wood line, also trying to just take down the sheep, yeah. He's being cute about that. Looks like Marine Lord's going for a 3rd dock as well. Is he still actively gathering wood? Is he sending out another villager in order to keep up with the dock play? He is.
Is it scout? Was that in the Khan range? I'm not so sure.
I don't think so.
Marine Lord does need to be
Straight by Wolf.
careful. One or two more shots. Nope.
Vulture makes it out alive.
I mean, so this is just that extended Dark Age, and like you were saying, this does allow Marine Lord just to bank up so much stone right now.
Yeah, already a ton of it in the bank behind this. Both players still expanding onto the dock play. Third dock's coming up for both players.
Fourth dock coming in from Marine Lord. So this is not the typical quick 2TC English play that we see.
Yeah, it's a slow build-up at the moment here in this game. Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned, or as we mentioned, like with the additional stone that he has now, once that feudal age does eventually come in, just getting so many more units out on the field quickly means that Marine Lord's going to be in a better position to punish the dock expansion from BC than BC would be on his side. We have Kings coming in now, though. Time is a good bit better than what Marine Lord's got for him.
Yeah, Marine Lord does have a fourth dock on the way, though, so that's kind of the difference here so far in these builds. Should be able to drop the deer stones. That villager is moving out to the next pond for Beastie, so it's not, doesn't look like the 2TC play. It looks like the eco, just both players investing into fish, and let's see what goes from there.
You never know. Maybe he's still going to be going for that TC eventually. Maybe he now just
need to
pulls
watch out for the king.
20 villagers over to stone and fast drops the second TC.
Marine Lord did just circle around, scout out the stone, so sees that there is not a second TC coming down. Not sure if he is aware of the 2 extra docks that BC has dropped, but his villager moves over to Beastie's side and looks like he wants to, I'm not exactly sure if he's just going to hide that villager over there or if he's going to try to take the far side corner pond.
Marine Lord, his villager is going to start dropping... Yeah, nah. That would be weird because then he would need to actually drop a production building there as well. We do get a stable in for Beastie alongside the Abbey of Kings, but it looks like Marine Lords might be dropping a dock over in one of Beastie's ponds just to get even more of an expansion going on that side.
Oh, grab too much berries. Grab too much berries.
Ooh, that's going to be a long walk back. Might get spotted out as well.
Stables drop.
That's an interesting one. I think the villager did get found out. Yeah, does get found out by the scout there from Beastie.
So Beastie will probably just send the king, send the horseman over that way, and try to start doing some denial there on his pond.
First all produce Kashik batch is there. Second one already in queue now as well. It's kind of crazy just how poorly normal horsemen trade against Kashiks. They do 9 damage, 3 of that gets blocked, an additional 3 of that gets healed back up with every Kashik attack. And the king's moving in.
Oh. Might not have had the room to dock there, actually, is the idea.
At least not without deleting some of the fish there, yeah. Kashiks doing some damage. This is always a fight that you can take up against a horseman. Just trade it out. You heal so much health there, just from hitting them.
That's 1-for-1 villagers. And this Khan might actually be able to grab another one here. Oh, horseman there, though. Oh,
does commit.
There it is!
Gets the kill in.
And the Keshik are not too far away. They're starting to burn down the dock. Khan should be able to stay alive. Yep, sure enough.
Maybe not.
BC's just going to micro... Oh, wow, never mind. Caster Curse. BC should be able to micro back the lower health horseman to be able to just heal up under that Abbey, too.
King coming in for a little run by. Not able to get it. Will lose the scout for it.
Alright, Doc getting burnt on down, and BC just now starting to produce the answer for those Keshiks, which are spears and a galley actually in queue as well. That just means that Marine Lord goes, fine, you can have this pond, maybe I'll just go burn your other pond. Same idea though coming from Beastie, and one fishing boat does get taken down.
Beastie on the other side though, not going for the fishing ship, instead taking down the entire dock with it. Already up to 11 Keshiks now. Beastie's starting to add in some spearmen as well.
Yeah, Keshik number very, very healthy.
And if they do take any damage here, as long as there's any docks to hit, they can always heal back up.
I think spearmen are getting pretty close to arriving at this dock, but as long as it gets set on fire... Oh, it's actually a couple more horsemen here. Engagement going on. The spearmen aren't too far away. I mean, 2 spearmen versus that many Keshiks, not the greatest fight even still, but that one Keshik that's low does get taken out. Doc does get put on fire. A villager will need to come out to heal that up, and in this type of a game, very scary for a villager to make that trek again.
It's gonna be a lot of walking to get there. Oh, Beastie not paying attention, losing a couple of horsemen there to the Keshiks. Is gonna have to evacuate. Couple spearmen in the mix as well, but it's just so many Keshiks now.
Yeah, 2 spearmen not going to be enough to make the difference here. A couple more Keshik arrive as well. A couple more spearmen getting closer.
Still just trickling in the spears.
Leaving the spearmen out alone. One Keshik almost taken down. After the fact. And a stepped redoubt's all the way on the way.
Follow-up here now. Good timing as he's still actively doing a lot of damage over on Beastie's side, and Beastie very far from his own age up. Looks like the villager made it in time though to repair the dock. Who's getting taken down?
One more set of double-produced Keshiks. There's 17 spears out, though. The question is does Marine Lord go ahead and make a swap into archers behind this, or does he just upgrade the Keshiks and send it once Castle Age hits?
I think probably just go for the upgrade. Needs to be careful. Upgrade on the Keshiks already in queue. Still takes a fight here before the spearmen connect. And be able to get out alive. Khan is now also upgraded, so is going to be doing at least a little bit more damage. Needs to be careful, doesn't want to get too many connections in with the spears. Arrow slits and placement comes in. This one shot actually on the good damage.
And Keshik upgrade almost finished out.
Separate out now, repositioned. It's going to be getting a good amount of gold in. Just using the army to buy himself a little bit more time. It looks like he's trying to go for his own age up. That's a lot of production buildings coming in here. I think BC's just trying to go for his own age up here. I don't think he's trying to hunker down on the feudal age play. Still only on 1 TC though.
Marine Lord just trying to deny some of that fishing. Also heals up these Keshiks, as we can see here.
Tries to get a demo ship in. Might be in time. No, just barely not in time.
White Tower queued on up. Horseman on the way, though.
Dropped in front of the base.
There's a few Keshiks here.
Villagers
late
late
to
be enough.
react.
Villagers, no reaction. Gets the majority of them out. Needs to pack up the Step Redoubt to get the rest out. Marine Lodge is still non-stop Keshik production behind this. Isn't even thinking about getting any other units out at this point in time. I think we might be seeing a transition, a follow-up transition though, into maybe like a fast Imperial age now. He does still have a lot of the... No, actually, never mind. Archers coming in. But he's still getting a lot of food, and then 19 villagers on the Step Redoubt gold could enable that type of play.
Yeah, there's not too much gold left in that gold vein. Step Redoubt does obviously make it a little bit better there. Spears, though.
Not fully there. Still trades out positively against the Keshiks.
So many spears. Marine Lord needs multiple ranges and way more. I think he has 2. He needs way more than that to be able to stop this spear force that is headed over his way here.
Yeah, Keshik group still chasing after a horseman, after a king. Still only up to 4 at the moment. Veterancy now in queue as well.
Marino's just done such a good job of making sure the fights all are happening on Beastie's side for the most part. Another dock gonna get put on fire here.
Will get burned down.
Khan just slowly ticking away at some of these spears.
Out now on the second gold vein as well. I believe Marine Lord's also utilizing the market a little bit. In combination with the Step Redoubt. Let's have a market right next to it.
Fishing boats taken down for a little bit more healing. Another
getting burned.
dock taken down. Crossbows being invested into by Beastie, so this is where that archer play is so devastating. Looks like there is a horseman mass that's circling towards Marine Lord's wood line though. Late reaction. Still a fine one though. There's enough Keshiks at home that should be able to just charge on into this.
So pick them up, make sure that there's not going to be a connection onto the villagers. Main Keshik group still just running around, killing the dogs. Definitely hurting BC's food income. We're up to almost 60 spearmen behind this. The archer count is rising.
32 Keshiks. There are, 22 archers, but it just doesn't feel like enough at this point in time. He's going to go ahead and take down the fishing boats too.
Supposed to be made as well. Marine Lord with a ton of gold in the bank.
Yeah,
Beastie has walled himself in. Yeah.
Relic denied there from Marine Lord. It's a 2 to almost 2 relic count. There's, I think, Beastie bringing 2 home as we speak. There's 1 in the bank.
So it could be a 3-2 for Marine Lord if he's able to get that one back.
Yeah, Marine Lord, he's about to go imp. 2,000 food. Just a little bit more and he's there.
All the way in the corner. You see adding in a couple more farm clusters. Has a second TC now behind all of this. Outpost coming up inside of Marine Lord's base. Villagers jumping inside TC. Watching the raid.
Yep. Plenty of arrow fire to be able to deter those horsemen away. Should maybe
And
only and the archers as well. So those horsemen all fall.
Just barely didn't see the age up. Marine Lord still causing damage here, picking off some villagers.
Yep, 2 villagers picked off on that gold. BC needs to move forward to get some gold and doesn't have a safe spot anymore.
Behind this, military academy also coming in for Marine Lord, so we'll be getting that faster production speed from the Kaganet Palace as well. Sacred side does get stopped on the capturing.
Horsemen gonna go for another circle, but this time we saw Marine Lord had another outpost next to his TC, so 2 outposts and TCs, plenty of spots for those villagers to jump inside, and plenty of vision that those provide.
Lead upgrade now coming in. Looks like the first unit that's coming in for Marine Lord is going to be double warrior monks. Sprinkler placement in on the outpost. So raids are going to be a little bit more difficult here.
And there we go, just as we mentioned, villagers on the wood line. There's still another outpost there. Not enough for all of them. Oh, there actually is. They ran over to the next one, but 1 villager does fall. Plenty of the horsemen are falling, though. The warrior monks are there. Villagers just need to run and get closer to that spring of emplacement.
So, Bruce Knights coming in for Marine Lord as well. So could also start thinking about capturing up those sacred sites and then going for a push together with the Roost Knights.
Beastie has now dropped a second TC on the back wood line.
Still going to be a while before that pays off.
Yes, it will be. Villagers able to escape the attempted horseman raid. Not too many horsemen left. Looks like men-at-arms now from Beastie to pair along with the spears. And Marine Lord just making sure that Beastie does not get any of that gold. Only gold trickle is coming from those 2 relics that he secured. Gonna start burning that wall. EC does not have a lot of ranged mass to be able to deter these units away from that burn.
Yeah, and there's a huge power now in queue as well. Is he trying to drop another keep next to the gold? So we'll start gathering from it again.
This does mean the backside economy, though. All these farms can start getting denied, start getting dove on too. Which, yeah, you might secure gold, but look at the rest of your economy. Marine Lord's ready to dive. Oh my, so much. Oh, I didn't even think about all the bounty he's going to get from burning these farms down. Archers needing to start kiting back out. He might have overstepped just a little bit. Instead, though, he just takes the fight, says, all right, I don't care about your spears.
I'm getting free military from the Kaganet anyways. Who needs Keshiks? It's gonna get out.
Kiting back the best he can with these archers. Crossbows still on the backside doing a little bit of damage. So was able to escape, and now look at how many spears are actually falling from these archers that are kiting away. Good brace initially by Beastie.
He's committing to a fight that he probably doesn't want to commit to. Marine Lord it is.
Spearman mass slowly being thinned out. The horseman, though, it's going to force the Keshik to turn back around and dive. Beastie mass
Keshik
gathering that gold. Reinforcements coming in for Marine Lord now.
Some Palace Guards up as well. For Marine Lord, not quite at the front line yet.
Spearman number, it's so thin now all of a sudden. 19 spears left. The Keshik, they're fine with taking this now. 14 spears. There's more Keshik than there are spears now.
30 to 70 military units. And shrinking rapidly. Now 23. The other side, military also losing its numbers now with the Huey Power. Second Huey Power about to be coming in. Berkshire Palace actually getting dropped by Beastie.
That never feels good when you're forced on the Berkshire.
He's just committing.
He's just committing to the... He could just keep pushing past this even further if he wants. The Wee Pal shooting from 8 screens over, though. Yeah, the Berkshire feels... Oh my god!
Just jumping inside.
Marine taking a fight under Berkshire, under White Tower. It usually would say something you should never do, but when your opponent has 2 military units, it doesn't even matter. Idling out all of these farms, not allowing BC to get any gold. This looks like Marine Lord is closing this series down. It has been a long one, but this looks to be surely the end of it. Starting to get a bunch of bounty from these farms. Beastie
GG comes in
the towel. GG comes in. What an exciting series, an exciting game number 6. Marine Lord able to take the W 4-2.
Yeah, Marine Lord able to win this set up against Beastie, meaning that he is going to be able to advance through the lower bracket and into the semifinals. He is going to be facing whoever loses between Vortex and Puppy Paw.
And I mean, that military value lead, it looks so scary, but not when your opponent, not when you have Imperial units and your opponent does not. And then Marine Lord was able to kite out those spears so well.
Yeah, the kiting the entire time throughout, just massing so many Keshiks as well, being very active with them, burning down those docks. And I feel like the second TC just came in a little bit too late for Beastie to really get the scaling going. Like, he didn't commit to the second TC, and he also wasn't able to keep the docks up in that last game. Granted, at the end, like, getting the Kaganet Palace in, that is just such a big value landmark in general.
Yeah, I mean, Marine Lord just did such a great job with keeping his Keshiks on the other side. It forced Beastie on his side of the map the whole time. While it seems scary having 40 spears to go against 20-something Keshiks, the spears can never close the gap. He just runs away, circles around, finds the next dock, does a little bit of damage, and keeps that dance and song going for quite a while. But man, what a series. It sounds like Marine Lord is ready for the interview, so let's jump on into that so we can get this long day finished on up. Marine Lord, congrats. Obviously was a exciting series, was a long one. I think all the talk will be about the first game. So what was going through your head during that China versus Delhi game?
I wasn't sure. Like, it's a very hard meta right now. Everything is changing. Postcards a little bit nerfed, and like basically every matchup is a bit different from what we used to have. So if we used to play this matchup 2 months ago, I would know how to win for sure. But since you have a little bit less food, I'm not so sure anymore how to close out the game. But I believed I would hold Sacred Side very easily, and I didn't. So it was very hard.
Yeah, I mean, that was a crazy one. It was 67 minutes. And I mean, does winning a game like that give you a leg up on the series, you think? Or is it one where you're kind of also exhausted in the mindset too?
I mean, it's China against Delhi. So normally I should win pretty easily. So I guess technically he is the one with like, he should be relieved that it was that close, right? Because it's the hardest matchup for him, and everything else that is gonna come up is gonna be easier. And I don't know, like I don't really get exhausted. I can play a few more hours. It's fine for me. So when it comes to exhaustion, I don't really care. I just play. I'm still fresh, I think.
And then talk about one of the games you lost. There was the Mali versus the Ubids. You went up, you had a nice castle timing, went up with the industry wing, and it seemed like, you know, you might have the ability to mass that unit, but it's one that 20 cows, Mali, it's hard to stop. Did you feel like, you know, you had the ability to hold that push, or is that one that you felt like you maybe should have played it feud a little bit longer?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those matchups again that like Ayubid's this new style is different and it's very strong. So I was not sure if it could match Malian's or not. So I just tried, but obviously it doesn't match it, and I just went for a terrible ID, kind of. Like I had no chance with what I did. I think that's not the easiest map for Ayubid. I think overall the draft went pretty. I think it went very good for me on hybrid, and it went very bad on land. So you had all the good land sieve, I think, and I had all the good hybrid sieve. So it gives for a lot of hard matchup like that. Like Ayubid's Malians. What else did I get? Abbasid Sengoku. But I was very confident about my water play. And since I won game 1, I was pretty confident I could win the 3 other water map, and then I won Abbasid, which was crazy.
Yeah. The Abbasid one was a great hold, a great victory there. But now going into the last map of the day, it was Frisian Marshes, well, potential last map. It was one. Did you expect a 2TC play like we've been seeing everybody do, or is it one that you kind of, you know, obviously you made sure to scout, but did you have a game plan going in to stop the 2TC?
Yeah, 2TC should be pretty bad in theory against Mongol. You just go mass dock, and whenever the king is coming out, you go back home with your villager and you go double trade, I guess. But when I saw that it was dock, I knew it would be a very unique game, and it would be mostly played on multitask. So I think it's Mongol favored, but it's pretty close. And I think this ID is way better than actually going 2TC, I think. It makes it way harder for me. But Mongol is very strong, and obviously, like, when you get Kaganat, it's very hard for English.
Yeah, I felt like even if a game 7 happened, you kind of mentioned you had the better civs set up for Kurlager, better civs set up for the hybrid. So very solid series there. And congrats on moving along. Who do you think is going to be the victor in the pre-grand finals over there? And who would you rather play going in the lower bracket final?
I mean, I don't really care who I play because no matter what, I want the trophy. I think I'm not sure, like I feel like when I play against Vortex, I think I'm doing pretty good. And then against everyone else, he's destroying them. 3-0 Beasties, 3-0 Anatan. And he's doing very good right now. But I don't know, like yeah, Vortex is a very unique guy. So I think he will win against people if they play. But I think it's pretty close. And Puppy is very strong, honestly, like he's not full-time anymore. He's kinda like not really full-time, but a little bit. And he's doing pretty good, honestly. That's very impressive, I think.
Well, there you go. Well, congrats again. I will go ahead and send you off on the long day we had playing and well, we had playing. You had playing and we had over here in the caster booth, and I believe we'll be sending a raid along to someone here in the stream and be able to relax and get some good sleep now after the long day.
Thanks. Bye bye. See you next week. Bye bye.
Ah, man, the end of a very long day, but it's not quite over yet. Next week, we are going to be witnessing Peak Age of Empires yet again. You mentioned it earlier, Vortex versus Puppy Point. Whoever loses that set has to face off against Marine Lord in the lower bracket.
Yeah, very excited for next week. It's when all the money's on the line, and obviously grand finals will be a best of 9. If we thought some of these best of 7s were crazy today, just wait for that one.
Looking forward to it. But with that, we are going to release you guys into the night. It looks like we have our rating target set out here. So don't forget, tune in again next week as we're going to continue on with the EGC Masters Finals. Thank you guys so much for watching. Babson, thank you so much for casting with me here for today and helping out with the last interview. I am thoroughly beat after today. But looking forward to it again next week.
It was a long one, as always. Great time casting with you, and looking forward to next week as well.
See y'all in the next one.
Y'all did great. We'll see y'all in Myriad's chat now.